I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Niger boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. But I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing you need endurance to go in. I got mileage on this pen, I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Aslı.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running.
Sorry for what?
But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, fast. I love it when it does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see everyone tonight. Thank you so much for being here on this Sunday. It's the end of the Thanksgiving break and I'm so glad that you guys are all here for Night Court. So we did a little bit early tonight because I didn't know if people were, going to turn in early for work tomorrow. So I figured we'd do a little bit of a in-between show. But I want to do a couple of shows tomorrow because tomorrow's my birthday, but also it's the anniversary of when I started going live on YouTube. So tomorrow will be one year that I've been going live, and I want to do a special about Sebastian Rogers and all of the kind of new little tidbits that are coming out, I really think the case is heating up a lot. And a lot of things are happening behind the scenes that nobody really knows about. But I also think that what Jules said on the panel when I had Jen, well, I was on Jen's panel actually. I joined her live, and then we did a multi-stream, and we also had Jules, the canine handler, come up. We were talking about Devlin, but we also were talking about other cases like Summer Wells, Sebastian. You know, we talk about all of those cases every night. I try not to put clickbait up, like, so if it's Sebastian, I'm talking about Sebastian. If I'm going to do a mashup with Devlin and Sebastian, I'll put that on there. I try to include everybody in the title or the thumbnail. But either way, Jules was talking about Sebastian's case and how she had met twice with the FBI field office in her area to give her accounts and audios from Chris Proudfoot, right? And she said that it's heating up, and I believe her. I think it is definitely heating up. So I'm super excited about that. So we're going to have a special live about Sebastian. I want to do that on the night show because my show did start as a night show. During the day, we'll do like a little birthday bash or whatever for you know, my birthday or whatever. But you know, it's just one more year, and I just think it'd be fun to have everybody in and just kind of have a free conversation. Tonight, though, I have a review of Sabrina's live because I know a lot of the locals are upset about my feelings and how things have transpired in Devlin Tate's case. And, you know, everybody should be proud of where they live. Everybody should be proud of where they came from, and never forget who you are. Never forget where you came from. I will say that the way that I was raised, I am not one of those people that likes to put my head in the sand. Um, I am a type of a person where if I see something, I say something, I do something. You know, I don't care if that's a Karen. I don't care if that's hurtful or mean or whatever. If there's something that I see, I'm going to report on it. And if it's bad, it's bad. If it's good, it's good. I will give credit where credit's due, but I will always come forth and be clean with you guys and be honest with you guys and show you the receipts. Always. And I hope that in me doing that, people will understand. And so I think people need to listen to Sabrina's words and what she was saying. I think that is very important. And as we were going along, I've studied this interview since I did it. But I felt like we really needed to revisit it tonight. That way, if there's any new people in here, they can maybe understand why why I'm being honest and forthright with people, and maybe it is very blunt, and maybe it is not considering the community's feelings as a whole. But when I look at Devlin's case, I see a lot of people who knew him from the streets, who were acquaintances of him. Sometimes he would of his, excuse me. Sometimes he would talk to people, and you know, so people knew of him around the community. But a lot of people knew the situation that Devlin was in, and nobody helped him. Nobody gave him a leg up, right? And so it is something that bothered me when I saw that they're holding this money back. But where was this money or this generosity? Because it is generous. And when Devlin was here, though, and what about him struggling and needing so much help when he was there, when he wasn't missing, so to speak? So, and I will never turn the other way when I see an injustice and just act like I didn't see it. I will never sweep it under the rug, never, because it's not right. Whether it makes people mad, whether it makes them hate me, like me, be indifferent to me, they have a choice to turn me off. They have a choice to turn me on. They have a choice to, you know, subscribe, unsubscribe, right? It goes both ways. So, but just know that I'm always coming from a place of something that I've seen with my own two eyes, and I'll always try to bring the receipts as much as I possibly can. Some of the things are hard to share. Hey, little Miss Sharon, so good to see you. And so with that, I want to just transition in and just say hi to you guys and also just tell you guys that we have a Discord now. So I'm really excited about that. So members only Discord, it's on the lowest tier. So if you're a member right now, there's a community post. You can go click on that link. You can join the conversation in Discord. Um, Chuchi is going to be asking everybody as they come in who they are on YouTube in a private chat, DM, to make sure that everybody is of good intent and it's a safe place where we can, have a good time and share freely without anybody, worried about getting hacked or screenshotted or anything crazy, right? Because we're going to be talking about these cases in there, and some of this information is sensitive, and it is for people who are members and who I want, to be a part of that. So thank you so much, Mama. Thank you very much. Thank you. Um, yep, I'm a first of the month kind of gal over here. Hey, little Miss Sharon. Yeah, thank you, little Miss Sharon, for the dragons and the hearts. So yeah, we're gonna get right into it too, on there, but then there's gonna be a higher tier as well, for more of like a deep diving into cases. So if you're interested in that, and I'm gonna be posting more, juicy details that come in, right? Maybe some things that I won't share publicly, but maybe just in the Discord type of a thing. The truth will always come to light. The truth will always come to light, but sometimes things need to be kept private until it's ready to be shared. So I do believe in that also. Hey, Lori. So I want it to be more of like a war room for these cases, like where we have a conversation going about Sebastian's case, we have a conversation going on about Devlin's case, and that way we can bounce ideas off of each other. And then if there's things that you guys want to share in there, like, hey, I saw this screenshot and this is suspicious to me because, or check out this statement, we can do that there where everybody can see it and process through it and give their ideas and feedback, because there may be something that I see when I read it that you don't. Just like my content, some people might not like my content, but some people might look at my content and give me some kind of a feedback that I didn't even realize that I was putting out into the universe or something like that. So I always welcome people's opinions. I'm very thick skinned. If you've been with me long enough, you guys know that. You guys know that you're not robots in here, that I encourage free thinking. I encourage you to challenge me, correct me when I'm wrong. I'm not going to say, I can't believe corrected me like I'm some sort of a primordial being. Hey, Lori, good to see you. Last I knew, she was going to be intubated. So, okay, so our seclusion works, guys. Our seclusion works. I don't know what to say other than I know that I have not heard from her. And the last post that she posted on her page was that she was going to be intubated. So I didn't want to do a tribute prematurely or throw in the towel, because I don't believe in throwing in the towel, right? I just don't. I think we keep going. We don't give up. We keep going, keep trying. If you fall down, brush yourself off, go grab a Band-Aid and get right back up and go, because sooner or later there is no more go, and we all, will leave this earth. But always keep going, stand strong, keep your head up, yeah. So with that, I just didn't want to jump the gun, but I think that seclusion may not be with us, and that's what I'm leaning towards, because she has not gotten back to me. And yeah, so it's really a sad situation. Good to see you, Brenda Sue. Good to see you, Gail. Thank you for being here, guys. Lori, thank you. It's absolutely a huge loss for our community. A huge loss. So, but I also didn't want to be too dramatic and have her, tease me later, because I know she would. And yes, Andrea, please email me too about the Discord. Joe says, because I gave him a wrench. Joe says, because I gave him a wrench, I've created a monster. I know, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Holly. Oh my goodness, you guys. He said, I'm brash, but I'm respectful. Oh my gosh. That's too funny. There new sheriff in town, y'all. Oh my gosh. And then I was cracking up from Joe back here. Hey, YouTubers here. Good to see you. Hey, Bo. So good to see you guys. Oh my gosh, Joe. You're so much. You're too much. Lisa King. Joe really helped us out with the Discord, and then he also was helping us out with great ideas. You know, Bo said, look at you, Mr. Wrench. Bo. That is so funny. You guys are hilarious. Yeah, and you know, Joe really was helping us out yesterday, so I thought, you know what, Joe, please have a wrench. You deserve it. I also want to give one to Adam Forever 21, and I've been meaning to do that too. So yes, I wanted to definitely do that. Hey, couponing, good to see you, Super Sleuth. Um, Yeah. Oh, look at Trishy's here. Hey, Trishy. So good to see you. Hey, Miss Ann Reynolds. Hey, Deanna. Good to see you. Oh my goodness, the gang's all here tonight. Look at you. Hey, Marie McCall. Good to see you, hon. I know you come out of the bushes sometimes. Hey, Rusty Pipes. Good to see you. I love your avatar. Good to see you. Allegedly, peeps. Allegedly. Aw. Let's see. Who else do we have tonight? It's so good to be back with you guys. Yeah, last night I took a day because I want to clip this interview that we're about to review tonight. And oh, fantastic, Lori. And you know, I really want to get it up on TikTok where local people can listen to Sabrina talk, because they were talking with her a lot on Facebook. And I think that there's been a lot of misconceptions too with me. First of all, I do not like drama at all. I only come with receipts, and I only come with proof and evidence, and I only try to consider facts. But in this case, there's a lot of craziness. Like to the point where every single time I turn around, something else is popping off. And one of the things that popped off today that I wasn't expecting was that when I went into buy some items for Christmas for AJ off the wish list, hey Pamela, I saw a lot of stuff in there that was like not for AJ. So I wanted to be clear that Christmas for AJ was for Christmas for AJ, not for anyone else, and not for personal items for your household. I wasn't pleased. We'll just say that. Joe, that makes me want to get hammered drunk. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. I was like, I'm throwing up my hands. I'm taking the friggin' phone off the hook, and I'm getting drunk. No, I'm just kidding. But no. Then I'm gonna go argue with everyone in Discord. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Trishy. Thank you guys for the birthday wishes. You guys are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Cece. Thanks, guys. So what I want, and YouTube anniversary. Yeah, so what I want to do with this, instead of doing dropping the link, I know there's a couple of you who have reached out to me personally, and I think we should, get together and still do a Christmas for AJ thing, but just not pull from the wish list, or just pull items that are similar, because I can't get down with that, guys, and I'm definitely not going to promote that. And I'm sure a lot of you went over there and looked at it. Now, I put it up. There was items for AJ only on it when I was over there, except for I think there was like a dresser, which I was like, well, maybe he needs a dresser. So either way. But then when I saw the other items, like the wood burning tools and stuff, I don't know who that's for, and it's definitely not for AJ, nor do I think that any of you would actually purchase any of that for him for his Christmas, right? So we're just going to go ahead and do it from all of us. And what I'm going to do on my package that, I get is I'm going to put it from the Dragon Tribe, from all of you guys, from me, from all of you guys to AJ for Christmas. because I do not like being taken advantage of. And if you guys are being taken advantage of, oh good Lord, watch out. You'll be sorry. You're gonna be sorry if you mess with my community. So no, no, ma'am, we're not doing that. Little Miss Sharon, thank you for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. If you got a membership from Little Miss Sharon, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And hey, welcome to the Discord, guys. That's great. Thank you, Little Miss Sharon. And the Discord was wonderful last night. We were, having a good time laughing. I was sharing a couple of odd little posts. That I knew that people would be interested in, and we'll go over that a little bit more tomorrow. So, and it was pertaining to Sebastian's case, by the way. And then we were talking about Devlin. We were just really getting down to the nitty gritty, understanding the family a little bit more, because it is a different dynamic than a traditional, nuclear family type situation. Nothing wrong with that. I have friends that I consider more of family than some of my blood relatives, right? So we just have that. In life, some of our chosen family is the best and, are there for us and everything. So Holly said, Holly, I love how you love the polished turds. Holly says, the first time I heard your content, I was like, wow, this person is smart. Aw. Holly, she says, I think you have 100 subs. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. That was back in the day, right? Yep. Well, 2 years ago now. It'll be 2 years in March. For YouTube, I solely made videos for a large for the first year about. Holly says polished turd should be required listening. I think so too, just because it's like I did all the interview comparisons, and that's the only reason. But Holly, thank you. And I got really silly with some of those guys. I really was into like trying to make you guys also laugh, because like Sebastian's case brought me so much heartache when I would, be making these videos that like it was just, I don't know, it was out of this world. And so I was like, well, some of the things Chris was saying, like when he would say, I'm not pervy. And I'm like, okay, how do I take this seriously? Like, especially this guy is a nut. But yeah, thank you, Holly. That really makes me feel good. Thank you, Cece, for rewatching it. I always go back and listen, even though it's hard to listen. It is hard to listen again and again, but like you do pick up on new things every single time. So thank you, Cece, and I can't wait to hear what you guys have to say about it as we review it. And thanks, YouTuber. Hey, Cinderella, I'm so glad you made it into the Discord. Yay! Like I said, I was over there, and once I get into something, guys, I'm a horrible multitasker. So like all of my attention, it was over at Discord last night, and I was excited because I was like, this is cool. I don't know what I was so worried about, and everybody was telling me, Little Miss Sharon was telling me, Joe's like, come on, Chuchi's like, all right, Lady Freedom, when are we going to do this? So, thanks, thank you, Trishy. It's just, and then I get my mother's voice in my head and she's like, uses my full name and everything, like, do the right thing, and I'm like, okay. But yeah, I do. I use that as a compass. I use, and then also like Hindsight was saying, because she's always very modest, but she's very much, about doing it, for God and, God, working through God and stuff. I saw her last night over in the chat at Mob Crew. And I said, my compass is the same like that too. I really do try to, consult, and pray and be like, okay, what should I do? Pray on this. But of course I got free will. I'm ornery. I could be a smart aleck, and all that. Hey, Coffee Crime and Cats. But I also like to make you guys laugh in these cases because it's just so sad, Your grandma's turning 97 tomorrow, Trishy. That's so awesome. Oh, you wish her a happy birthday from me. Yes, we have all of our great December birthdays. I'm telling you, I know a couple other people who have birthdays too. And we know our Sebastian's birthday is December 7th. Now, if you live in the area, Culver's in Hendersonville is giving away free malts. And I encourage everyone to get that scoop of extra malt for Sebastian. And, pick up a flyer. They're going to be handing those out on December 7th on his birthday, Hendersonville location only. But how generous and how sweet of them to do that and spread the awareness about Sebastian Rogers. You know, it does. It allows for speculation. It does. And you can also put in memes. And you guys know I love what is it? GIFs. I always love putting those in there and just making you guys laugh with those. So the Discord pets, see, and that's another reason that we're just checking people. We're not trying to keep like an inventory, but we are trying to just make sure it's all our people, like our real people, because you know how gifted memberships could be gifted to anybody, or somebody could buy a membership to come in there and be, a weirdo, a weirdo for lack of a better way to say it. Thanks, Bo. But yes, and we want to be able to share stuff like that. Like I'll post a picture of Django in there. He'll love to have his little face in there. Brenda, good to see you. Thank you for taking notes. Oh my gosh, you guys are amazing. Yes, everyone on Discord, and just know we're just trying to vet it for all of our safety and just to make sure that people are there for a good reason. Yeah, so this is the cool thing about the servers. Thanks, Joe. Everyone on Discord can set up servers on your profile for whatever you want. So that's what's really cool about Discord as well. Like you can do separate groups, separate conversations, things like that in order to, have private conversations, bounce ideas off of each other. So it's really, really cool. And also it's about building more awareness, like what Joe's doing for Devlin on Discord is off the charts too. And that's another reason why I was like, I really need to get that wrench to Joe, because he's really trying to get a conversation going, so yeah, and all these cases are so sad. It really is. Who is sick, Tina girl? Good to see you. I'm sorry, you might not be even asking me that question. Seclusion. Oh, YouTuber, yes, Seclusion Works. We love you. We love you, Seclusion Works. And like I said, I know I'm gonna get her diary together because she added me, and I think that maybe that's why she wanted me to see all that as well. Because I do want to do a tribute. I also had Seclusion Works on the panel one time, and she was telling me her theory on Sebastian. So I want to put that out there for her, because she is just wonderful, wonderful, wonderful at analyzing. And also she was also autistic, and so she could key into things that maybe we wouldn't, and that's just so important. Holly says, I think of her daily still. I know. Lori says, amen, lady. I feel the same. Oh my goodness. Prayers for Seclusion. And she's just going to be missed. And I don't want to think, I'm just hoping that maybe, I don't know, maybe they intubated her, but it wasn't the last time or something. I know that sounds silly. Did we give up the Germans? Joe, you're right there to make me laugh right before I'm about to cry, because oh my goodness, thank you, Blessed. Yeah, prayers for Seclusion. Hey Kiki, good to see you. I don't think so, Joe. No, I don't think so. No. Mm-mm. I know, because we do have a big Canadian audience in here. We love our Canadian people. She could be okay. I know, Cece, exactly. She could be okay. I think she may have said on here one time that she was terminal. Yeah, she was definitely like in hospice care. So that's why, That's right, YouTuber Seclusion, come back in here and tell us off, beautiful. Aw. Yeah, or tell us that you're eating your snacks or what you're doing. She would say settling in, and just oh gosh, just she had a certain personality and way about her, very unique person. And those are my favorite kind of people, are unique people. Brenda says if he says crystal clear, take that red shot. That's right, Brenda. Oh my goodness. Joe, you're not CP, are you? No. Oh my goodness. I would just die. Yes, CC, he does. He does. No, Joe had great. Joe, bless says Joe. There's more than one sheriff in this town. Hashtag Huckleberry. Yes, yes, bless. That's right. On us all, CC. That's something my mom would have said. Lord have mercy on us all. Oh, okay. So yeah, it was. That's what I was thinking too. Pancreatic cancer. Um, yeah, it's one of the worst ones, right? I remember Patrick Swayze had that one, and he really had a painful, battle with it. Hey, Stephanie, good to see you. So good to see you, Sheriff Deputy. Lolly did not see me in her chat today, and that is strange to me. I like her. Huh. I didn't I have not watched anybody, which I've been so bad with that. AJ is Devlin's baby brother. And I wanted to make sure that we could do something nice for Jessica, but I wasn't really happy with her adding stuff that wasn't pertaining to her son. Guys, we all kind of see red flags. We think differently, right? Us true crimers think a little bit differently. So there's certain things that stick out to us that maybe other people might be like, "Oh, that's no big deal." But to me, if we're gonna help, I would maybe like to just make sure that we just get only strictly AJ stuff, because I just don't want people to think that I was also saying Christmas for Jessica, because she's grown, and I think that it's important for us to focus on the kids at Christmas and not the adults. Um, yeah, I just wanted to make that announcement and let you guys know that don't feel like you have to. Um, we're just gonna make sure we get her that stuff. Um, Oh, no worries, Holly. Oh gosh, no worries at all. Yeah, text me. Because I'm just gonna put it from the Dragon Tribe. And if you guys want to do that, I'm gonna be doing some shopping. Tomorrow is Cyber Monday, right? Is it? Shit. Yeah, because it was Black Friday, then tomorrow's Cyber Monday. So I'm gonna do it then, right? And that way we can, make the most out of what we're gonna do. But I also there's also, things that we can be looking at too. In terms of um like little things for him, little toys or whatever. um yeah, so I'm still in the works, in the midst of doing that. But yeah, we'll do it like that, and then everybody will be like from the Dragon Tribe. That's everybody that's in this chat. That's 57 people. Our channel's got a little over 3,000. Yep, this is, and then that way nobody has to feel obligated. And I know it's just, ugh, gosh, I just wish it would have just been kept about AJ, because it's Christmas for AJ. There's nothing more self-explanatory. So, meh, we tried. What bothers me is Sabrina and her mom are the ones to charge him with the B&E. Am I wrong thinking that autistic kids aren't usually criminals or liars? Yeah, well, and that's the thing, Cinderella. You're spot on with that part. Now I know it's confusing with the court dates. So Devlin was in trouble for a couple of different things. One time he broke into the auction barn and he used the phone over there to call someone, and he was working there at the time, and he got in trouble, and they got him in trouble, is to the best of my knowledge. Another time Devlin was out in Vermontville with some buddies of his, and they all did this B&E, and Devlin kind of took the fall for it, from the best of my knowledge and what I could read in the court paperwork, so to speak. So like there's a little bit out there on that. and that he wasn't the only one. He wasn't alone, and I think it was more of like a peer pressure thing. Not to give excuses to him, but you're right, Cinderella. Usually the autistic kids aren't criminals. It's a very low percentage that would be. Um, Actually, Dr. Gary Mercado talked about it at length on Josh's channel, and it's fascinating to listen to. Um, and it was pertaining to Sebastian Rogers' case. And then also we have the domestic dispute between Devlin's adoptive mother, Sandra, and Devlin. And again, I'm working, even though I know it with the holiday and stuff, on getting my source, speaking to that source. There's some things I would like to ask off record, and then I do want to invite this person up on a panel to talk about it. But I think that there's been differences in the stories, right? Because Jessica told me that she was on a FaceTime with Devlin when it was alleged that Sandra and Devlin were getting into it. But there was a lot of Devlin getting into it with multiple family members. You know, he would get into it with this family member. He was pissing matches with Matt. He was pissing matches with Jessica. He was in pissing matches with Tammy. He was in pissing matches with Sabrina. You know, and so all of these things were like, but these are all adults in Devlin's life that are having pissing matches with this kid. It's not okay, you know, and it does bother me, Cinderella, because especially if Sabrina, who is the youngest of the group of people I'm referring to at this time, at 27 years old, was trying to say that she was going to be an authoritarian over Devlin's finances or his well-being, then you need to be an adult. You need to be that example. You need to be that authoritative person that is setting an example. And when Devlin sees you doing something, you're not doing wrong, right? Because then he's going to pick up on that. And I'm not saying that she was, but what I'm saying is they were like, do as I say, not as I do. They were ordering him around according to Devlin. And it's not okay. And then of course he's getting in trouble, you know, they're calling on him. There was also another incident where Devlin paid one of his fines using Tammy's bank card, and she called on him for that. So, you know, and again, we're going to go over this back and forth, and the text messages and everything, but we had such a good conversation in the Discord last night. And then also with me, you know, speaking with Casper and talking with her, I kind of just wanted them to understand a little bit why I'm side-eyeing the Tates more than anybody in this. But that I also have never forgotten that Devlin had, you know, multiple people that had access to him and multiple people that were also not as kind as they could have been. And then there's connections and people that aren't completely being honest with me about how they knew Devlin. To me, that's a problem, right? Because what are you hiding? You did, Kiki? Oh my goodness. And you know, so when Jessica originally sent me the Amazon list, it was only things for AJ in the dresser. And then when I looked at it today, there was, you know, a microwave, a crock pot, that wood burning thing. And then also, what was the other one that was weird? Oh, like a vacuum thing. And I'm like, no, ma'am. You know, and to the best of my understanding, what Jessica told me is that she gets, you know, about $1,500 a month for her expenses. And, you know, her rent is everything included, and that's $700. So that leaves her with quite a bit of money after the fact. And yes, she has to purchase certain things in order for AJ, you know, for his health wise. There's things that she has to purchase for her own health wise, right? So I know that even if you have extra money like that, there's still things that you're it's probably going to be tight and paycheck to paycheck. It's not like she's getting $1 million a month, but it can also be budgeted in a way that you can put a little bit back and buy those bigger ticket items or buy a microwave for yourself. It's concerning when, and I'm just going to be honest, I'm fair, unbiased, and reporting what I see. If AJ cannot eat anything, why would you buy a microwave for Christmas for AJ? If AJ cannot eat anything by mouth, why are you buying a crock pot or asking people to buy that for him for Christmas? That there's a major disconnect right there. And I don't want to promote that. I'm not okay with it. Seclusion is a female. Pervy. Holly. I mean, when I saw that, I was like, oh my gosh. And then he kept saying it. He's like, I'm not pervy. I'm not pervy. I'm like, what in the world is this? Yes, Holly, I'm so glad you're there too. And I think Discord's going to be super fun. Hey, Indigo, Lady Freedom, tell me about the server function. Tell them about the server function. Joe, you're probably better suited to do that because I mean, like, I get it. Like, I can add another server, and that's like a whole new link with a whole new it's a whole new Discord sort of a thing, right? Like, there's multiple ways to create forums for discussion. And tell me if I got that right, Joe. Help me out a little bit with that because exactly, Brenda Calvert, you got it. Motherly Catholic guilt voice. I have the same voice in my head too. That's great. That's great, Brenda. And I'm glad to have it because it is. It is something that keeps me grounded, and then also, when I'm insulting the good Lord above, I always think my mom's right there too. In my brain, like, you don't forget about me and my 2 cents. No. And I haven't, my mother hasn't been in my life since I was, like I told you guys, since 2006. I was in my early 20s when she passed away. So, I do keep her with me, and I have throughout my life. You know, that's right, Miss Ann. Miss Ann, you know about it. Cancer sucks. It is right, but God can heal you if you pray because prayer healed my husband. He's not supposed to be here today. Boom, Miss Ann. That's what I'm talking about. Prayer does so much, even though when we are in times that are hard, we don't think about doing that as much. Like, oh, what's it going to do? What do I do? Just pray. You don't feel like you're doing anything, but it's a tremendous I mean, it just does so much for a situation, and then also to have other people praying with you. The Lord is listening. And I agree. Thank you for sharing that, Miss Ann. Thank you so much. And that's right. And never believe a doctor what the crap they tell us, because they just don't know either. They're human just like us. But we have divine intervention, divine, power through God. Let them get there first to Discord, and then you can teach a class over there. Yes, exactly. We need a master class on Discord. And I'm still, Chi sent me a tutorial from YouTube, so I'm still working on doing that. Aloha, JH. Good to see you. I'm way into God. I'm a big fan. Joe. Oh my goodness. Oh, Clarksville. Thank you, Deanna. Sorry. Okay, so thank you. The Clarksville Culvers is going to be doing the chocolate malt, and like I said, Sebastian liked extra malt, so definitely order a scoop of extra malt. Oh my gosh, my husband was diagnosed with, I think you probably mean stage 4 melanoma cancer in 2006, and he should not be here at all. All the prayers I had for him. Oh, Miss Ann. Well, and your love healed him too. Love does everything. Love is greater than any of it. Brenda says, I wasn't sure how it worked, so I just put BC as my name. Brenda, I know we were like, uh-oh, do we know who BC is? And then I go, British Columbia? Is that one of our our Canadian friends? And then it was cute because then somebody said, "Oh, that's Brenda Calvert," and I said, "Oh, she's good. She's cool." But I knew that I knew you from somewhere. That's great, and I appreciate you being there. Everybody brought such great conversation into the picture, or into the conversation. So, and Blessed in Florida, thank you so much. She says, "Happy birthday and happy anniversary." Hashtag Huckleberry. Thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you, Blessed. And I'm so glad. Guys, I can't believe it's been a whole year since I've been going live. Like, it's amazing to me. Um, yeah. Devlin is your thing. I'm just support staff. Aw, thanks, Joe. No, I so appreciate you. I just think that we need to thank you, Kiki. Thank you so much, guys. It's not Hendersonville, it's Clarksville. Thank you. Um, make it by Seth. That's right. Thank you. Aw, thanks, guys. And see, that's why I love you guys because you guys aren't afraid to tell me like, lady, you got it wrong over here. You got it wrong. And that's what we need to do, guys. And I always try to keep the faith. Um, hashtag keep the faith. Thank you. Thank you guys. Yeah. I know many people do come off that vent. I know, Cece, exactly. That's why I just don't want to jump the gun. Little Miss Sharon says, live light and blessings wherever you are. Seclusion works. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Little Miss Sharon. That's right. That's right. And she did tell us that once she is up there, she's gonna be our angel up there. That's what she told us. So, hey, Shadow, so good to see you. I do take people at their word too, Mama. I do. And I trust people. I give them the benefit of the doubt. I can't say I trust them because I am very skeptical. But I will say that I always give them the benefit of the doubt. I really do. No, Kelly, nobody said that. It was Christmas for AJ, straight up. Straight up. But I will say that I was on the side on this behind the scenes. I was like, hey, I would like to send something to Jessica that for her, but I wasn't going to tell her that. You don't tell people about surprises. You don't tell people what their Christmas present is. You wait till they try to open it up and sneak a peek. You know what I'm saying? um but no, it's something special to surprise her. And I didn't realize that until I went over and I'm like, oh Lord Almighty. Really? I didn't know that smoking caused pancreatic cancer. Holy cow. I know, that's what I was wondering as well. And also, I don't know, like Jessica's never told me that she's done wood burning. I was very taken back about that. Oh my God. Joe said, Joe said AJ needs a power sander. Oh, for crying out loud. So I love you guys because you have my same sense of humor. Like it's not funny. Like, believe me, I was fucking pissed off when I saw that shit. But that is too fucking funny. Oh my God. We had to try and wean them off of the vents. It's a process, but many can come off. It's surprising that a hospice person chose the vet, but always changed their minds. Well, and that's the thing, Cece. That's why maybe she's not, responding, or maybe she's hanging on there and stuff. And I just hate to, you know, say something without knowing. Was it the last day to donate towards AJ's gifts? No, no, I was just gonna go do it because it's Cyber Monday, so I was kind of getting everything together in my head. And then I was gonna text Holly, and because we were working together on it too. And then some of the other people that I was working on it with as well. And so I was like, okay, tomorrow's a good day. Um, and then that way we weren't buying like doubles. I don't think you could do that on the wish list per se. But I just really did want to make an announcement about it and just say, hey, you know, I just don't feel good about that. Um, you know, you would think that there would be sensory items on there for AJ and different things that he would enjoy. And I was just very taken back by seeing that the list had been taken over by the majority of things that she wanted, or her household items and stuff. So I just felt like I should just tell you guys that, we'll just handle it, separately. Um, That's why I call it a B&E, Joe. And then whenever I was like, whenever I found out Lorraine and John work over at Burger King, I was like the BK Lounge, and people like, what's the BK Lounge? And I'm Joe says Dane Cook did a great bit about B&Es. Google it, y'all. I wish I could play it. He probably copyright strike me or something, but it'd be worth it. Um, I don't know, Miss Anne. I don't know. My ads shouldn't be totally crazy. I don't think I have them all turned up. Even though I probably should. Hey, Adam Forever 21. Hold on, let me get you. And I'm sorry we're a little slow going tonight, guys, but I wanted to make sure that I gave our friend Adam Forever 21 a wrench too tonight. Because I can do it from the chat on my phone. So there we go. Yeah, because we did lose a couple of mods, but then also, I always want to thank the people that have been with me for so long, and just people that make the community better, like all of you guys do. I mean, you know, oh, there you go. Turn the phone on and then off. Yes, thank you, thank you, little Miss Sharon. I know it does that to me too. I know, Chuchi. I was madder than I was a little. Yeah. I know, I know. I need a wet vac too. And I understand maybe that one wouldn't have been, maybe that could help keep the environment clean for AJ. I get that. But I don't know. I just I just found it, and many expensive items that were a little bit, and I thought, well, because Jessica had sent me a picture of AJ and he already has a tablet, so I don't know why that she needed a new one. Yeah. So I just figured I would just, because you guys are way smart, and I noticed that there wasn't a lot that was bought on there, I don't think. So um I'm just glad that you guys were leery of it before I caught it, because here I am just thinking, oh yeah, it's for AJ, and not thinking that she would add it. I didn't think she would do something like that, just to be honest. Because who does that? Just to be honest. Lord. Oh, sorry, hold on. All right, he heard something he did not like outside. Um, it was a lot. I was very confused, was expecting to see Snap Tools next. Holly, I don't understand what has happened in the last couple of weeks. But I don't know if the pressure is a lot or if something is not, the math ain't mathin', okay? And I was like very upset. And I'm such a weirdo because when I get mad, I laugh, and sometimes it's like a bad thing. It's like I just start laughing like Clark Griswold, and I'm like pissed as fuck, but I'm laughing because it's too much. My brain's on overload. Um Yes, thank you, Kiki, and thank you for letting me know, guys, because I have it posted on my thing, but for some reason I was thinking Hendersonville because that was the one that Sebastian went to. Well, because I'm guessing, I don't think he went to the Clarksville one, so but that makes sense because that way it's by Seth, and not in Hendersonville because we know that they don't like to do awareness over there. heaven forbid we do awareness where the child went missing. Oh my God. And I still have that too, guys. We're going to go over my final bit of footage, and you guys are going to be able to hear the neighbor come out and tell me that I have to erase the footage that I took from the neighborhood. That's going to be our main focus tomorrow as well. I already have that video pretty much ready to go. I just have to add copyrighted music behind it, so then that way they can't try to strike me or do something frigged up, because that's what they wanted to do. They're like, we're gonna strike you. I didn't get that part on video, but they were like, we're gonna strike your channel. 3 strikes, you're out. Like a bunch of dirty friggin' creeps they are. Cinderella says, I think they never made him help when he was young. Now they think they're going to boss him around. And I thought about that too, Cinderella. I was wondering why they were like trying to teach him life skills that should have already been taught early on. Like, especially with people who have autism, or people who are on the spectrum, or if they have special needs. That is always the biggest concern, right? For parents, is that you want your child to be able to be self-sufficient. You want them to be able to do things for themselves, because guess what? We are not meant to surpass our children in age, right? I mean, logically, just the way things are, that's a major concern for parents, because when they're not around, who's going to take care of their child who needs care, who needs someone to love them, who needs to give them extra love? And how much love can someone give a child or an adult with autism when they don't know them? Jen and I had that conversation yesterday, and it was a good conversation, and she was spot on with it. We love our families differently, and then when we see these horrific families and the way they treat their family, it does make us wonder. It makes us scratch our head. It's very out of the ordinary. Thank you, Chuchi. Thank you so much. Yeah, marketplaces, you are on a budget, is good for high dollar items. And that's what I was saying too today, Cece. You read my mind, because I was like, why not go to, a thrift store and get, and you can get some really nice, like, furniture from thrift stores for really decent prices. And sometimes you can find the older furniture, which I love, because they don't build it like they used to, right? Some of these cheaper put together things, a lot of times you have to be really careful. I remember there's a store back home in Chicago, and it's called IKEA. And they were selling these dressers that children were opening the dresser drawers, and they were climbing into them, and then the dresser would tip over on top of them, and it injured and hurt children. And so they had to start making these wall anchors and things, because the furniture was so shoddy and like cheap, and like I mean, it's heavy if it falls on you, but it was also flimsy too, so where it could fall back on the child. And that was a really big thing when IKEA, with IKEA. So they obviously, being a big company, that was a huge liability, and they had to put things in place, safeguards and things like that. So, yeah. Yeah, the struggle's real. The struggle is real. It really is, Little Miss Sharon. It is. AJ's public health or Arizona's public health for kids poor is not horrible. No, it's decent. Like, it was decent. Like, that's what I was like worried about her when the government shut down and stuff. And that was another reason we did the GoFundMe, is to take a load off of some of that, That's right, Denise. And you guys are very you guys are just expecting that out of me, right? I mean, you should anyway. You should be like, Lady Freedom, come correct, like, and two, sometimes I get things wrong. In Devlin's case, in the beginning, there was a lot of misinformation spread by a local person to me. But the good thing, the positive that came of it, the cup is always half full, is that we're talking about Devlin and we've deep dived into his case and we've understood what was really going on and what really happened to him. And I'm always going to present what I find. Thank you, Joe. Joe says servers are just click name invite. Okay, sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Miss Ann, Miss Ann. Aw, bless. Thank you. I can't forget the time that Ann said her full name in the chat. I know. Oh my goodness, Miss Ann. I'm like, Miss Ann, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't be mad at me for erasing your comment. I know. I know. Well, and because it's, I mean, people are cray cray. Hey, Witchy Mama. Thank you so much to Witchy Mama too, because I put the link in there and I realized that, how I could do that because you told me that there was the option for it. When I went in there, I was like, oh, cool. Cool. Aw, thank you, Kelly. I try. I really do. And I want to get the good story to you guys. And Devlin's story is very complex. And the people that we talk about are real people, and so it does put it into a different, it's not like I'm up here, gosh, what was that years ago on HBO? They had like the life in crisis, true stories, true families or something. Like that's all made for TV and stuff and it's dramatized. Like I don't like to do a dramatized version. I want to show you guys like the meat and potatoes, the rawness. I want to show you what I believe and how I see things artistically speaking and paint that picture for you guys, and then that way you guys can look at it and be like, wow, okay, and come up with your own conclusions. But I try not to like put too much of my own opinions in there, just kind of showing you guys, but then I'll also clip something from a different place and be like, well, this was said over here, so and we do a lot of comparisons here. And yeah, I appreciate that, Kelly. And there's some comparisons that I would like to do with Devlin and Sebastian's cases, and we're going to be working on that as well, getting those videos, out so people can see it, Yes, our loved ones definitely don't see us according to scripture. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, Denise. And, I mean, and that's the thing. I think that the most wonderful thing about everyone getting together, no matter what they believe, even if it doesn't matter, we're all praying together. It's still a good thing. It still really is. You know, Oh, Indigo says I lost both of my parents when I was a little girl. I never thought I would lose them. I thought they would never, or excuse me, I thought they would live forever and ever. I know exactly. We all think that. I really thought that too. I was devastated when I found out my mother had cancer. I was absolutely devastated. I fell to my knees, and I've never had that happen to me my whole entire life. It was devastating. It really was. Um, To be honest, I was offended by the GoFundMe comment Jessica made, basically that it was not enough to help her. Maybe I heard it wrong, Lady Freedom. I got you, Gail. I heard it loud and clear. And that was another thing that I felt like was something that, I mean, I took it the way you did, I think. Yeah, because it's like, here's my thing, and this is what I had said, and even reviewing, because what prompted my live with Sabrina was that the minute that I posted the GoFundMe for Jessica, Sabrina turned around and went to Facebook, and all of these people say that I'm drama, but if you look at what they pull on the internet and on Facebook, they're the ones that are drama. I'm not in the comments on Facebook. I don't do any of that shit. They're the ones in there. So I find that to be very interesting, as it is. And so when I received people sending me an ugly post from Sabrina, which when I repost these shorts for TikTok, I'm going to post I'll make sure to put that up as a receipt. I was pissed. I'm not going to lie, because I don't think that something that I do and my actions should reflect upon anyone else. No, those are my actions. I should own those actions. I should be accountable for those actions. And I don't think it was fair that Jessica was being held accountable on Sabrina's page for her stealing the money. And how dare she? Like, these people have no self-awareness whatsoever. Right? So I was pissed. And I will say that Sabrina did come up and have a conversation with me that day. But that's where it has to go for her to have a conversation with me. That should never have to happen like that. Right? And so when Jessica made that comment on my panel, Gail, I was like a little bit like, wow, okay. So you're not grateful for the GoFundMe and you don't want it anymore, or what? And not only that, like, it's a slap in the face to anybody who donated to it. Like, I don't know if anybody's ever heard the saying beggars can't be choosers, right? But beggars can't be choosers. So if you're asking for people's help, you can't be rude to those people, and especially not the people that are helping you. Like, I don't know if she's in self-sabotage mode because she's just beside herself. She's got a lot going on. I can't, discount that, but yeah, no, and I didn't have to do that, Gail. And that's the thing too. She actually like made it sound like I made her do it. The thing is she called me crying and upset. And she's like, they're taking my food stamps, or I'm not gonna get my paycheck, blah, 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 or my check, for her for the because the government shut down. And I'm like, I just think maybe it's time to revisit the GoFundMe, because I did ask her about that in the beginning, and she said no one's going to help me because of what Sabrina did, and she wants to latch on to Sabrina, and then Sabrina wants to latch on to Jessica, and then you got Tammy over there, Jessica. It's ridiculous, and they need to grow the fuck up, and they need to worry about where is Devlin. Every single last one of yous. Every single last one of yous. And I didn't have to do any of this stuff. I want to. I'm happy to. It makes me feel good. I want to help. But I'm not going to be treated like shit either. And I definitely ain't going to have you guys who donated. Well, that wasn't good enough. Well, it's not going to be good enough. But you need to show people that you're doing your part, and people will help you all day long, because there are so many people out there that are inspired. The saddest part in all of these cases, Summer Wells, Devlin Tate, they don't have a Seth. They don't have a Brandy Neal. Selfless, searching relentlessly for their child, doing everything they can, building a relationship with law enforcement. If you don't like them, too bad. They're the ones that are there to help. They didn't take Devlin. They didn't abuse Devlin. They didn't. I know. Well, and that's the thing, Holly. I mean, but it makes it hard when then I'm like, well, if you make a GoFundMe for somebody, they have to, you have to get their permission too. So then it was like, I really felt like, wow. And then also, I don't think that it's okay. I just don't think it's okay for us to facilitate a trip to Michigan where Jessica's going to be put in danger, or there's going to be this big friggin' family feud, or someone's going to get arrested, or somebody's going to get hurt. Like, that's not what it's for. You got to be kidding me. If you think that I'm going to facilitate something like that, I won't even let them have a cat fight on my panel. Hey, Trishy, thank you for having everyone hit that like. I appreciate you. But no, we're not doing that. Hey, Susie. We're not doing that. That would not help Jessica. That would not help her son. She's got a big dog, that she has and everything. you know, and who's going to take care of the dog? You know, that's right. Welcome to the mod squad. Thanks, Blessed. I was like, I'll look at this later. Holly. And please, guys, even if like I know and like if I don't notice these things, don't think I'll ever be mad at you for sending me like, you know, if somebody would have screenshotted and sent it to me, I would have known. But it's okay that you didn't. I'm just saying, don't feel like, oh my gosh, I don't want Lady to be mad at me if I tell her that I think this is sus. Like, definitely let me know. Because I mean, it's not a good look. And the thing is that, you know, there's been several things that haven't been a good look, and I've tried to help out a little bit with etiquette and manners, right? A little bit of manners, but it was not well received. Hey, Kylie's nail candy. You know, but you need to be grateful. You know, you can't just say, no, I'm never gonna do this, nothing's gonna ever happen. Keep the faith. Hashtag do your part. Hashtag act like he's your family. And if you're upset about anything I have to say about Devlin and the way that he was treated, that's something that's on you. And if you walked past that kid and knew that he was having a terrible time, or if you saw him in the dumpster diving, that's on you. That's not on me. Because I'm going to tell you, if I knew about it, someone like Devlin in my community, I'd have helped him out. I wouldn't just pass by him and say, damn, that sucks for him. Sucks to be Devlin. Now, I'm not saying that sometimes people want to mind their own business. It's an old-fashioned value that people are like, you know, MYOB. You know, children should be seen and not heard. But that's how a lot of trauma stays hidden and never brought to light. So, hey, Coffee, Crime, and Cats, good to see you. Hey, K9 Jules, so good to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. There was surely all kinds of programs out there for Devlin. You know, Kelly, boom. I have severely disabled son who I adopted, and he has a whole day program and caregivers in the evening. That's so fantastic, Kelly. And I bet you he benefits from that specialized therapy and one-on-one and all of that so much. It does wonders. But people weren't worried about getting Devlin the help that he needed and much deserved. They were too worried about disciplining him and taking his money and seeing if they could get him back in their guardianship. That's what they were worried about. And shame on whoever knew that this child was sleeping on the floor. And shame on whoever knew that Devlin had to use his bridge card every single day because he wasn't allowed to live at home. And in that same breath, I want to thank Penny's Pizzeria in Lake Odessa, Michigan, for feeding this child off the buffet. In case no one in the family has thanked you, I'm here to thank you. Because if that was my son, I'd be on the horn with Penny's manager as soon as I found out that he was missing. And I would say, what do you know about my son? Thank you for feeding him. I need to know more. To the best of my knowledge, that's never happened. And to me, that's a problem. And I don't have a problem saying it. If you don't like hearing it, too bad. It is what it is. I didn't do it. You did. Or what it was, maybe it's what you didn't do that bothers me. Joe says, Lady Freedom, I think the couple of things Jessica wanted aren't so bad. She needs to eat to care for her kid, and them shit's like $50. She didn't ask for an espresso machine. That's so sweet of you, Joe. Thank you. Thank you. And I do understand where you're coming from on that. You know what? That does put things into a little bit of a different perspective. Thank you. Yeah, it does. And I agree with that. I think I told you guys the one thing that I learned in counseling first off, which was, you know, a hard kind of I don't know, pill to swallow reality or whatever, is that, you have to put, if you're going down in a plane, you need to put your mask on, your oxygen mask on first, so that way you can put the oxygen mask on your child. So if you're not doing well, your child's not going to be doing well, right? If you're not there to take care of them again. So you're spot on, Joe. Thank you. You're spot on. Hey, Joe. I know. Joe comes in for the save. And see, that's why it's important for everybody to have your opinions. They matter. Just because it's different than mine. But there's different ways of thinking about stuff. There's not just one way, and two things could be true at once. And I think that's where we fall into that gray area right there. That short of him is all I know about him. He seemed well spoken. He seems so sweet, right, Cinderella? And here's my other gripe. If people are so worried about keeping this reward money in order to give it to Devlin, right? When he's found, because I'm not saying he won't be found, and safe and okay, and he may be in need of funds or whatever. But why didn't anybody lend a hand when Devlin wasn't missing? Crickets. He told everybody at Bob's, hey, my phone's not working properly. You think anybody, would have told him, hey, here's a little bit of money, go get you one of those other burner phones over at Family Dollar. They're like $20. Get you some minutes or whatever. If anybody truly cared for Devlin, they would have helped him when he was here. Hey, meow. And not one single person has come forward to tell me like a good story about Devlin or who he was as a person. Of course I talked to his mother about that. Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about all these other people that Devlin knew. None of them have ever come out and said, lady, I would, with the exception of one friend who's afraid to get up here and talk because the Tates are threatening people. They've threatened me several times with all kinds of different things, mainly to sue me. And, sue me for what? Lady Freedom, have you heard from Seclusion? No, ma'am. I have not, Kylie. I have not. Get out that colossal popcorn, Jules. Not letting Sebastian learn to navigate the internet or computer was a serious problem. You need those skills for adulthood. I agree with that, Coffee, Crime, and Cats. I think that they were holding Sebastian back most definitely. And there was a lot of things that they were hindering him from doing that, most kids, are allowed to have some sort of leeway. Like one thing that stands out in my mind is when Seth was saying, hey, I let Sebastian have his own account, but I monitor it. Right. And I make sure that he's not doing anything. Did he know that I was monitoring him? No. But see, that's giving him that freedom and that choice, that free will to make a decision. And then whatever decision he makes, there's a consequence, whether it's negative or positive. That's how we all learn. We have to be able to have space to make a mistake and learn from it. And it's not a mistake if we learn from it. It's only a mistake if we don't. And then we go off and make the same damn mistake. Well, sorry about your luck, pal. You didn't learn the first time. Now did you learn? Right? Some people take longer to learn than others. But it's not a reason to punish them, especially when they're autistic and they don't have, it's not their fault. They need extra time. They need extra love. They need extra care. Hope Floats, it's so good to see you. Thank you for being here. You're going to change your name, Miss Anne? Hello, good to see you. Just Stuff Channel. Sorry. I'm just going to call you Justin. Hey, Justin. Nice to see you. Thanks for being here. K9 Discord. Yes. SOP, TTP for us. Less allegedly better. I don't know what you're saying, Joe. Nice to meet you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. All right, guys. So we're going to get into this interview. With so much true crime, missing loved ones, deaths of loved loved ones in cold weather. I'm so ready to go live in Africa and help take care of the elephants. Indigo, that's awesome. I love elephants too. Um, I love elephants. Sometimes I wonder if the police avoid certain cases because of the family of the missing person. I've often wondered that myself, Holly. I can't lie. Like, I'm like, do they just don't want to like deal with this, right? Like, are they like afraid? Are they afraid of the family? I wonder. But then again, sometimes, well, then again, whenever we saw the probable cause affidavit for Michael Monkey Vaughn's case, it really opened my eyes. And like they knew who did it right away. They just had to wait till they had enough evidence. Right. And so, and then of course, Stacy was, going to go ahead and confess. And then they moved Monkey, right? And that's the thing that I worry about in Devlin's case, because people have been way too close with the Tates and giving them way too much information, in my opinion. You don't want to give them information. You want to get information from them. Exactly, Indigo. They're great creatures. Brenda Calvert says, in my opinion, the police are not looking for him because they think he is running from his court date. I think so too, Brenda. I think that's a big one. I really do. And that's based on when I processed through the conversation that I had with Detective Castle. That was my understanding of the conversation. Not that she came out and said that, you know what I mean? Thank you, Lori. Not that she just came out and said, Lady Freedom, I think he ran away. She didn't say that to me. But, and I'll be honest too, in my opinion, I think that people lie to the police, and so the police are very leery of people's statements. Even witness statements can be not credible, right? Because it's based on perception. And so I think that the police probably note, right? And I know she was noting what I was telling her because I could hear her typing. And she took all my information. So I know that she was noting all of this, but I also know that she's probably has, her expertise is keeping her from saying, okay, I believe this person, right? Or they can't jump the gun as well because they have to make sure that they don't mess anything up for the trial. So there's a lot of pieces, a lot of working parts. But it gave me a lot of new faith knowing that sometimes we might not think they're doing a whole lot of legwork in the background, but they really are. And, that was proven in Fruitland, Idaho. And, with Monkey Vaughn's case, it's a small area like Lingo. It's a small area. It's even, I can't remember it off the top of my head which one's bigger, but it's definitely a smaller area. So, we think, oh, they don't have the resources, they don't have this, they don't have that. Well, they do, because they do bring in other entities that we're not always aware of. Chi says, okay, I'm going to say it. This is true crime. We help because we want to help the families, but this is not the Salvation Army. They help families in crisis, in my opinion. I agree with that too, Chuchi. I do. And I don't want anybody's kindness to be taken for weakness. And I don't want anybody's kindness being taken for, stupidity or, oh, look, I can get one over on somebody. No. And that's the thing too. You catch more flies with honey than vinegar. And if you're going to get up here and act like a jerk when people are doing trying to do something nice for you, then it's going to take away the public support. So don't blame that on anybody but yourself. Period. And that's right. We do help because we see the need, but it's not to be taken advantage of, not to be trifled with. No, I'm just kidding, but golly. Kelly, thank you, Kelly. Lady Freedom, we got Social Security checks and we should have got her. We got a half of our food stamps, and then on the date that we're supposed to get it, Then we got the rest of them. Oh, so she lied. Oh. Well, I don't know how it works in Arizona, Miss Ann. That's interesting. Thank you for letting me know though, because I'm not as familiar with the way that all works. Um, I'm not, you know. Lady Freedom, I think with Jessica, we give her some grace unless she's interfering, but she doesn't need to go to Michigan. Yeah, I agree. No, and I do, Joe. I do. I was so taken back by that because like right before my live, I was like, okay, I better go over there and just kind of I'm a planner, so like I will like do a little at a time, and stuff. So I was kind of doing that. And also um I just wanted to make sure that we were not doing doubles and stuff like that. And then I was like, oh no, oh no. And um I agree. The thing about Jessica is I do not think that she had anything to do with Devlin's disappearance. I think that with her being all the way in Arizona, I think that it's a strong alibi, especially because it's not like, and she's been investigated by the police. Her place has been searched 3 times, and then also I didn't share it with you guys, but the her Google accounts were investigated by law enforcement as well, and she showed me proof of that. And so with that being said, I think that they, absolutely vetted her. I don't know that they cleared her, so to speak, but I think that they absolutely investigated and made sure that she didn't have Devlin hiding someplace or anything like that. Um, so, you know, but I do think that when the finger pointing starts, I think that everyone that's pointing their fingers outward need to be turning those fingers and pointing them towards their own selves. And then they need to go to the mirror that doesn't have all the timepieces on it, and they need to look at that mirror and take a hard look and say, "What was my part in this?" Right? Don't guilt yourself. There's no reason for that. We have to move forward, but I also think that the pointing of the fingers is been, out of it's just been out of control, you know? Thank you, Joe. That's fantastic. Joe says, and remember, I live in Arizona. I can Google resources for her, etc. That would be fantastic, Joe. Yeah, and I'll make sure I get those over to her because it's important. And and this is where I'm at too, Gail. They need to try adulting, or like I tell my peeps, pull your big girl britches up. Absolutely. That's right, Gail. And if they're being, if because who matters? The kids. Devlin, AJ. That should be it. You know? Yeah. It's nuttier than fruitcake around here with this crap. And it's every time I turn around, I'm like, okay, I got this one, I got this ball going, I'm talking to this person. Okay, we got a compromise over here. The community is gonna be polled. And it's gonna be a good situation, right? And it's when you think that you have everything at least at a manageable level, something else pops up and it's like, okay. So people with unhealthy boundaries do not like it when you're firmly set them. That's right, in my opinion. I agree with that too. And it's a very toxic situation that we're discussing with Devlin, and not everybody has their own part to play in the toxicity. What they need to be playing is the Find Devlin part, not their part in the toxicity. And I believe that too, Brenda. You're right. You're absolutely right. They want help, but they don't want to take advice, you know? That's true, Indigo. She could need a microwave for herself to heat up a meal quicker and faster as she needs to take care of AJ. I mean, my problem is why doesn't she have that kind of stuff though either? Because she has an extra $800 a month, and you could go and get again, even a microwave at Walmart, $50. So like just treat yourself. So and also I would have felt better if she would have said, "Hey, I put some stuff on there for myself. Is that okay?" But she didn't. She just put it on there, and it wasn't Christmas for Jessica and AJ. It was supposed to be Christmas for AJ. And honestly, I was going to ask her, "Is there anything that you would like?" And I was going to handle that and not put that, put that out there for the community to help out with. But just seeing that she put several items on there, and the wood burning tool, is that for like a boyfriend that I don't know about? Or because I thought that there was a boyfriend that she kind of was seeing, but he said something about, um, well, there was a psychic that's a local psychic that told Jessica that Devlin is no longer with us, and she did a reading with her, and that guy was there. And then shortly after that, he told her that you need to forget about your son because he's no longer with us. And it really upset her. And so they broke up. So I don't know if that guy's back in the picture, Mr. Forget About Your Son, but we're not buying you wood burning, nothing. And by the way, I don't even think that's safe to have that around AJ. Thank you to Pennies. Shout out to Pennies. Thanks, Chuchi. Jackie, thank you for being here. So good to see you. That's right. That's right. Our commission is to serve others. And it makes me feel so good to serve others. It really does, blessed. And that was another thing that I was taught growing up. You be of service to others. We're taught that in church, but we're also taught that like in scouts. We're also taught that, just in life in general, that rewarding feeling, you get by helping somebody out. It feels so much better to give somebody a hand and to pull them up, and help them up than it does to walk away or never, act like you're not seeing a need or kick someone when they're down is the worst thing, but no, you want to help. We want to help people. It makes us feel good. It makes us feel like we're being of service. We're doing God's work. We're loving our brother like ourselves, all of that. Well, and that's I'm not sure about that. And we did have that conversation as well about the GoFundMe. So I did set it at a lower um like at a lower bar for like a lower goal, excuse me. Um but I think also you could probably with the GoFundMe, I don't know that it would interfere with any of that because it's charitable donation and it's for a cause, because I know that, you know, like say, and that's the thing too, we were working on getting a private eye that might do some work for us. And so in that regard, Jessica was going to keep that money in a separate account, and then we could have paid out of that account. She could have paid out of that account to have someone working for her, because yes, there has been a private investigator that took this case on. I don't know if they did it because they're a local. I don't know if they did it because somebody asked them to. I don't know who hired them. I just know they're there, and they have been from very early on. But that doesn't help Jessica, because that private investigator is also investigating her and the family too. Hallelujah. But I also wanted her to feel like she could do something from Arizona, and she thinks that the Tates had something to do with, she's very firm on the fact, okay, I'll just say this. She's very firm on the fact that her son did not walk away. He did not run away. And if he did, he would have called somebody by now. She's pretty firm on the fact that he probably wasn't kidnapped or taken or hurt by anybody other than the Tates. She is absolutely firm and doesn't want to hear any other speculation or anything. In my opinion, from her reactions, she wants people to side eye and hold the Tates accountable. And to be honest with you, as a mother, the abuse alone should have the Tates in prison. There, I said it. The abuse that Devlin suffered, they should be charged for. Period. Sue me, be mad at me, hate me. The abuse that Devlin was put through, someone should be held accountable. That is good for you to do for Jessica, but I think she would prefer for you to set those services up for her. Yeah. Yeah, and that's another thing. She needs to do it. We cannot do these things, for her. She has to fill the form out. She has to take the advice. If she doesn't want to take it, that's okay too. It's up to her. She's grown. Devlin being missing has exposed so much, Jackie. So very much. Hey, Sandy. Good to see you. Meow, meow. Good to see you. So, okay, guys. So I might get a little bit behind in the chat. Good night, Miss Lori. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Had wild thoughts walking into big stores like Walmart without pants. I had lost everything. Then on top of it, all arrested twice for going number 2 outside of a catching waste. This person, Vinny kind of out. You sound like you're having a rough time of it. I was in a dark place, would come home depressed, had taken my trouser off. Oh, interesting. Grabbed a fork and stabbed around your private area. Oh boy. Well, I don't know that you belong in this chat there, Vinny. I think maybe the mods might have taken you out. I agree with you, the microwave. They aren't that expensive. Yeah. That's just I'm having a hard time with it, No worries, Jules. It's all good. Lady Freedom, when I rewatched Sabrina's interview, she said those SA allegations were proven not to be true, so they have brushed that off. Yeah, well, that's it. They know that that's the thing that Tammy was saying that she was going to sue me over, but the problem is that you can't sue for somebody telling the truth. There you go. Hope let's get some popcorn. Oh gosh, we're gonna get into it. And actually, I'm just gonna speed it up just a little bit, but also I'm going to go ahead and skip over the part where I called Sabrina out, but I just wanted you guys to know, like, preface it for whoever wasn't here, that Sabrina was absolutely calling this GoFundMe out for Jessica instead of just saying, like, hey, oh, sorry, hold on. Instead of understanding that she took the reward money, it was kind of like, the audacity of it. All right, so because it is a long interview. Give me 1 second. Let me pop it up on the screen for us. All right, so the title of it actually was, where's Devlin Tate Sabrina? New GoFundMe set up for Jessica, calls out the thief, or draws out the thief, excuse me. I still hold firm on that because that's exactly what happened, right? She was talking all this crap, big bad, and making her post to her community out there upset that Jessica had a GoFundMe. But why? Right? It's weird. So here we go. Are you still there?
Yep. There. That work?
Is that you? Okay, hold on. I see it. I see it now. Hold on. It's probably because I have it on a solo layout. Here we go. There we go. There you are. All right, fantastic. So everyone in the chat, this is Sabrina. This is Devlin's, what are you, his aunt?
I'm biologically his aunt. I am adopted his niece.
Okay. So, and guys, we did a family tree. Devlin was adopted by the Tates. This is Tamra's daughter. You were living with Devlin at the time of his disappearance, yes?
Yes, along with my mom, my boyfriend, and my 2-year-old son.
Okay, and how did that come to be?
Devlin went to jail. I moved in while he was there because we weren't sure if he was going to be allowed to come back. And I needed a place to take my son. And that's my mom.
Okay, right. And your mom said that you moved in over there after Devlin had left for jail, and he was in jail for what and this is her side of the story, guys. So we're getting Sabrina's side of the story. That's why we're going to let her talk. But what is your side of the story when it comes to Devlin being put in jail, or do you have knowledge of that?
To be honest, I can't remember which time it was for him going to jail. I know I moved in February. I don't remember if that was when he was locked up for the B&E or if he was locked up for the stolen money and larceny.
Okay, because he had taken money out to pay for a fine that he had previously.
Yeah, he stole from my mom.
Right, right. And we did go over that. I'm just trying to kind of get everybody up to speed on what was going on, what the dynamics were, because I'm just going to be honest too. There is a lot going on in the family that maybe Devlin would run away, that he was having issues with other people bullying him. There's a lot of things that have been really muddled up over the last 6 months. So I'm just trying to kind of get everything in a order, so to speak, coming from everybody's point of view. So I appreciate you being up here and answering questions. So Devlin is in jail and you move in with your boyfriend and your son with your mom, and then Devlin comes back to the house. Can you walk me through what that looked like? Because it seems like you guys had sort of a tumultuous relationship.
I mean, Devlin didn't want to do anything. Yeah, I made a chore list. I'm the one that did that, not my mom. I did that. Why did I put cat litter and feeding animals? Because, yeah, I got paid to take care of my mom, but 2 of the tasks were 4 days a week. And it was to teach him responsibility. Yeah, not everybody sees eye to eye with that, but everybody that has kids has them doing something that isn't their job. I'm not going to lie. And to me, I don't see a problem with it. He did, when he lived with me and my ex-husband, he was doing chores. He had to help with, feeding the animals. He had to help.
Okay, guys, so Sabrina doesn't see anything wrong with the abuse because she's never been charged with the abuse, and that's a major problem for me. In my opinion, what they were doing to Devlin was not right. I will, when I cut this interview up and repost it, I will be including the chores list so you guys can see all of the things that were put onto Devlin. He's not your slave. He's not your whipping boy. He's not your puppet. He's a person. And the way that you were treating him was not right, in my opinion, especially when he couldn't even lay his head down in a bed or have any type of a private space. But yet you wanted to treat him like he needs to pull his own weight. Last time I checked, if you have your own bed and room in a place, then yeah, maybe you should contribute to the household. But when you're sleeping on the floor and you have all your stuff in garbage bags or whatever you had it in, a cabinet or whatever you called it, because she's going to talk more about that, that's wrong. Yes, and we already got a full dossier on Vinny. Vinny, we got a full dossier on you, Mr. 2013, joined YouTube.
With dishes, like stacking them or putting them into the dishwasher. He had to do his own laundry. He had to clean his own room. Like,
But he didn't have his own room at Tamara's, Sabrina. That's the problem.
I don't see a problem with that.
Well, a problem with it, if he had his own room when he was staying with you and your ex-husband, is different than him not having his own room with Tam Tam. It's a big problem. And as a matter of fact, I don't see any type of adult protective services thinking it's okay to make him sleep on the floor and not to have his own personal space in a house that had an extra bedroom, but you filled it with storage instead of giving it to Devlin so he could actually feel like he had some kind of responsibility to how do I well, let me reword that. You gave him nothing to look forward to, nothing to work towards, and you made him feel like an outsider, and there were occasions where he was locked out of the house. There's proof of that. And it's posted on my channel, some of it. And that shit was going on in 2024.
Don't know why everybody else sees an issue with helping teach this boy some responsibility.
And that's using distancing languages, helping teach this boy some responsibilities. His name is Devlin. Say his name. This is Sabrina. This is Devlin's. Let's listen to that again. What are you, his aunt?
I'm biologically his aunt. I am adopted his niece.
Okay. So, and guys, we did a family tree. Devlin was adopted by the Tates. This is Tamara's daughter. You were living with Devlin at the time of his disappearance, yes?
Yes, along with my mom, my boyfriend, and my 2-year-old son.
Okay, and how did that come to be?
Devlin went to jail. I moved in while he was there because we weren't sure if he was going to be allowed to come back. And I needed a place to take my son. And that's my mom.
Okay, right. And your mom said that you moved in over there after Devlin had left for jail, and he was in jail for what and this is her side of the story, guys. So we're getting Sabrina's side of the story. That's why we're going to let her talk. But what is your side of the story when it comes to Devlin being put in jail, or do you have knowledge of that?
To be honest, I can't remember which time it was for him going to jail. I know I moved in February. I don't remember if that was when he was locked up for the B&E or if he was locked up for the stolen money and larceny.
Okay, because he had taken money out to pay for a fine that he had previously.
Yeah, he stole from my mom.
Right. And we did go over that. I'm just trying to kind of get everybody up to speed on what was going on, what the dynamics were, because I'm just going to be honest too. There is a lot going on in the family that maybe Devlin would run away, that he was having issues with other people bullying him. There's a lot of things that have been really muddled up over the last 6 months. So I'm just trying to kind of get everything in a order, so to speak, coming from everybody's point of view. So I appreciate you being up here and answering questions. So Devlin is in jail and you move in with your boyfriend and your son with your mom, and then Devlin comes back to the house. Can you walk me through what that looked like? Because it seems like you guys had sort of a tumultuous relationship.
I mean, Devlin didn't want to do anything. Yeah, I made a chore list. I'm the one that did that, not my mom. I did that. Why did I put cat litter and feeding animals? Because, yeah, I got paid to take care of my mom, but 2 of the tasks were 4 days a week.
Okay, so I want to stop it right there again, guys, and I'm sorry, but here's the thing. She was getting paid. Sabrina just admitted that she was getting paid to take care of her mother and her mother's house. Typically, when you're being paid by the state as a family member to take care of someone's house and to take care of them, that is personal care, that is hygiene, hygiene care, but that's also keeping their house clean, making meals for them, all of that kind of stuff. It just depends on what type of extra help the family member needs. So Sabrina was being paid by the state to do these tasks, and then she was pushing them off on Devlin, is what I just heard.
And it was to teach him responsibility. Yeah, not everybody sees eye to eye with that, but everybody that has kids has them doing something that isn't their job. I'm not gonna lie. And to me, I don't see a problem with it. He did, when he lived with me and my ex-husband, he was doing chores. He had to help with, feeding the animals. He had to help with dishes. Like,
Okay. So really quick, I just want to pop in because I know that there's confusion, of course, with the family dynamic. So Devlin was adopted by Sandra and Bill, who are Tamra's parents. And Jessica was married for a time to Tim Hatfield, who is Tamra's son. And he signed the birth certificate. There has been no DNA to prove who Devlin's father is. We have some dude named Ed Mansfield who has been adamant that he is Devlin's biological father, yet we have had no DNA on that. Uh, Jessica alleges and is adamant that Adam Nolan is his father. Again, nothing confirms that. And then we have Tim Hatfield, who signed the birth certificate. So it's all alleged. Thank you, Chi-Chi. It's all alleged.
stacking them or putting them into the dishwasher. He had to do his own laundry. He had to clean his own room. Like, I don't see a problem with that. I don't know why everybody else sees an issue with helping teach this boy some responsibility. And nobody knows Devlin the way that our family does. And y'all can sit there and say that, it was a bad situation for him to live in with trying to teach him responsibility, but it really wasn't.
Oh, I think it was beyond a bad situation. I think it was utter and very textbook abuse that Devlin endured. Any type of abuse that could have been endured by Devlin was endured by Devlin.
I mean, was there arguments? Yeah. I mean, every family argues.
Yeah, I understand that. And I will say that chores, in my opinion, and I know that some people might not agree with that, but chores are an important part of getting people ready for just life skills in general, right? You have to clean up after yourself. If you don't make a big mess and you just clean as you go, you really shouldn't have to do very much cleaning. But the problem that I had, and I'm just speaking for myself, is that when I was asking your mom Tamra about the chores and stuff, she didn't just send me the list that you made, right? Instead, she left out a bunch of chores that were on the list, and that to me shot up red flags because you're not being completely honest with me when you tell me that these are his list of chores and then I get a completely different list. See what I'm saying?
Well, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I rewrote that thing like 3 times. And I'm not gonna lie. Even I don't have pictures of those chore lists anymore because I didn't feel like it was a necessity.
Well, too bad, because guess what? We have pictures of them and they're up for everyone to see. Absolutely, Andrea. Thank you for being here. So yeah, they're for everybody to see now, and it is sad. It is poor Devlin. It's not poor, Sabrina. It's poor Devlin, and it's not right. And with the chores list, you probably didn't think anybody was going to see those chores lists, and in my opinion, it was a lot to put on to Devlin, especially when he couldn't use the electric in the house unless he did the chores according to you. It's a major problem. It's a major problem.
Like, it's not that, it's not a necessity to, people to know that, we were having him do chores around the house that,
And here's Jen. She says now she's not gonna lie. And Brenda says t-shirt idea here. I'm not gonna lie. These are the things that people say, not even gonna lie, right before they tell you a lie. And if you don't know anything about statement analysis, then you can watch any of the experts and they'll tell you that that phrase is often followed by a lie.
Animals didn't belong to him or whatever, but it's the simple fact of, like, I didn't see that it was relevant to, I guess, put it out there that he had a chore list.
Well, it's the simple fact that the state was paying you, according to your own statement, for services and doing these cleaning and doing this care for your mother, but you were pushing it onto Devlin and calling it teaching him responsibility.
Like, if you get what I mean.
Well, and I mean, I understand, and it's not something that you typically think is going to get out to the public, right? I mean, I understand that.
Honestly, I don't have a problem that it got out to the public. It's more people are downing my mom for taking the electricity, like telling him that he can't charge his phone when we couldn't get him to do anything. Like, we couldn't ask him to take the bag of trash out and on his way out to go to town. We couldn't ask him to feed the animals before he left. He would just be like, no, I'm going to town. And I'm going to do it because I'm 18 and I can do what I want.
That's right. And because he needed to go charge his phone. So if I'm Devlin and I can finally make my own decisions, and I'm tired of being ordered around and pushed around, and you're getting paid by the state, and he's responsible for doing your job, even though you're collecting money from the state, making Devlin do your job, putting your chores that are given to you by the state and putting them on Devlin's chore list. That's absolutely a problem, Sabrina. That is absolutely a problem. So if I was Devlin, I would flip you the bird and I would be out the door as well. And I would go charge my phone wherever I needed to charge it. And I would go over to Penny's where they welcome me in there and give me food off the buffet. You're damn tootin'. You're damn rootin' tootin'. So, you're in the wrong here, in my opinion.
That was the mindset that he got into when he turned 18 is, I'm 18, I can do whatever I want, and I don't have to tell you anything.
I understand
no,
that.
I'm not saying that Jessica had anything to do with it, but that mindset came after he started talking to Jessica.
Well, but you have to understand where she's coming from, because honestly, there's a lot of things that was being said by Devlin to her that was not making everybody look in a good light in terms of the way that he was being treated. Like, he thought that he was being mistreated. And, one big elephant in the room yet is that there was some SSI that Devlin was cut off at 18, but then you were going for guardianship. So again, that kind of makes things look like you guys were trying, and making him feel like he was being controlled, in my opinion. And then the judge says that he, that he can't make his own decisions. So, I mean, from Devlin's point of view, I can see where he would feel like he's being pulled in all these directions, and then he also has developmental delays.
So about that. So Devlin lived with me and my ex-husband because he was being violent to my grandma, and cops got called and were told that he was no longer allowed to be there without somebody else because the fact that he literally left marks on my grandparents. And so I got the phone.
Okay, so if he literally left marks on your grandparents, why have I never received one iota of proof or receipts on that? Because when Tamara was in the chat, I said, Tamara, if you have proof of there being bruises or something that Devlin had done to your mother, please send it to me. And it's not that I need to blast that everywhere, but it's that I don't believe it. And there was a lot of speculation that that never happened. And you guys are adamant that it did. So show your receipts. Because y'all say you have receipts, but then you don't show your receipts. Don't just talk about it, be about it. Show me.
Call. I went and picked him up. My grandparents didn't want me to keep him. They wanted him to come home. I went and fought for guardianship, yes, because that was what I was advised by the CPS worker to do. So I went and got guardianship of him. He lived with me. He had SSI. When he turned 18, he lost his SSI. He was supposed to refile. That did not happen. At that point, he was already at my grandma's. He went back there after he turned 18 because I got told that I couldn't stop him. I did file for adult guardianship of him. So did my grandma. And we were told that because he was 18, at the time he had a job, and he told the judge that he was refiling for his SSI, that he did not need a adult guardian. And at that time, he had a guardian ad litem that felt like he didn't need an adult guardian. But that was because he was doing everything that he was supposed to be doing.
Like he had a job at that time. What do you think changed? What was the major change that happened, or was that because he broke in to use the phone at the barn?
That was a totally different job. He was working at McDonald's when we went to court.
Oh, okay.
And
thank you.
He ended up no call, no showing, and they fired him.
And did he have to walk to get to work every day? Like was he working at the one on Fry Lane?
No, he was working at the one in Hastings because he was living with my grandma at the time. And my grandma was sick.
Okay, so how could an ex-coworker of Devlin see him from McDonald's dumpster diving in the Family Dollar? Because that's what I was told by Tamara. So did that employee transfer from the one in Hastings? Because I've been waiting to review this. I've known all this. I've been holding back. The lies just never end, and you give them a platform, you give them your ear, you give them opportunities to help find Devlin, and these are the lies you get.
Him. Fought for guardianship, yes, because that was what I was advised by the CPS worker to do. So I went and got guardianship of him. He lived with me. He had SSI. When he turned 18, he lost his SSI. He was supposed to refile. That did not happen. At that point, he was already at my grandma's. He went back there after he turned 18 because I got told that I couldn't stop him. I did file for adult guardianship of him. So did my grandma. And we were told that because he was 18, at the time he had a job, and he told the judge that he was refiling for his SSI, that he did not need a adult guardian. And at that time, he had a guardian ad litem that felt like he didn't need an adult guardian. But that
Well,
was
and,
because he was doing everything that he was supposed to be doing.
like he had a job at that time. What do you think
He had
changed? What was the major change that happened, or was that because he broke in to use the phone at the barn?
That was a totally different job. He was working at McDonald's when we went to court.
Oh, okay, thank
And
you.
he ended up no call, no showing, and they fired him.
And did he have to walk to get to work every day? Like was he working at the one on Fry Lane?
No, he was working at the one in Hastings because he was living with my grandma at the time. And my
Oh,
grandma
gotcha.
was taking him. I do believe at one point he was walking, but that was his decision.
Right. How far of a walk would you say it is? Just roundabout, I mean, I'm not going to hold you to, you told me 4 miles and it was 3 or whatever. But
I
how
couldn't
far
tell
away?
you, to be honest. Maybe a mile and a half, 2 miles,
Okay, so kind of the
if
same
that.
amount that he's used to. Like because he's pretty
Yeah.
used to walking, and it seems like he, would walk. Did he ever think about getting a driver's license himself, or was that something that he would like in terms of the courts and things like that? Did they ever suggest him doing something like because it is odd to me that Devlin has these set of issues that he deals with, but then they were saying he didn't need anybody to kind of help him.
He talked about getting a driver's license, yes, but they also told him that because of the medications that he was on, that he wasn't going to be able to get a driver's license because he was on lithium and Clonidine and Risperidone. He was on like 4 different medications at that time.
Okay. And was that because of like the behavioral health? Because I know
Yes.
Matt had sent me over, okay, like when he was evaluated in 2011, I guess it was.
Yes.
Okay. And do you think that him going off of those medications caused issues, or I mean, because something had to have changed. I mean, I get that, maybe your
I
first
mean, I
couple
think
jobs.
that it made him more aggressive, more, his demeanor was, I don't want to say jeopardized, but like he was more, what's the word I'm looking for? More vocal, more aggressive, more.
Yeah, because lithium is a pretty heavy duty drug. So, when people take it, it kind of puts them in a really, really mellow, state of mind and, kind of mood. Um, do you know why he was taken off of those medications, or what happened there?
He wasn't taken off of them. He stopped taking them. And they told him that he couldn't just stop taking them and then jump right back onto them without getting reevaluated, which is what he did at my mom's house before he came up missing. He was working with the Right Door.
Is that the lady across from Penny's Pizza?
No. The Right Door is counseling therapy in Ionia.
Okay, so according to Sabrina here, Devlin was seeing a counselor for therapy at this organization. Now, I will say that the reason why I asked about who was helping him over by Penny's Pizza is because Matt said that there was a woman over there across the street that was helping him out with services, so to speak, or just mentoring him and that sort of thing. So that's why I asked about that. So, according to what Sabrina is saying here, Devlin was seeing a counselor or a therapist, um, and I can't imagine what was told. Oh, I see. Okay. So, and they were letting him know, look, you can't just go off of those heavy duty medications. And then you noticed a change in him, or how did that go?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I mean, and I'm sorry if I asked a compound question. Um, when he was off of the medications, you noticed a change. Like how did that all transpire? Like he's living. Is that when he was getting violent with your grandparents, or? And thank you guys also for letting me know in the chat. Miss Ann and Witchy Mama says, according to Google, the use of lithium, excuse me, does not mean you can't get your driver's license. And Miss Ann says she keeps lying about the medication because my sister-in-law did the same thing and she took herself off the medications and went right back on them. No evaluation at all. Boom. Exactly, Miss Ann, because it's part of your medical history once you're on stuff like that, you know. And also, Miss Ann says that's a lie about the driver's license with being on lithium because my sister-in-law, my ex-sister-in-law, I would say, is on lithium and she has a driver's license and she drives. Boom, shakalaka. And that's the thing. You can't fool us over here. It's amazing. Jackie says mood stabilizers should have regular blood work, powerful meds, no allowances made for him, it seems, in my opinion. I agree, Jackie. Absolutely. Absolutely. Gigi says, yes, correct, in my opinion, Jackie. You know, and that's the thing. It's like you could say all of these things, but it doesn't make them true, right? And there's people out there that have the experience with it that, you know, understand. And, you know, I will say that I've never taken lithium. You know, I know it's a pretty heavy duty medication, but so I'm not is familiar. I know there are certain medications that they, you know, say, you know, don't drive if you take this, or hey, eat before you take this, things like that. But thank you guys for letting me know that.
He was on the medications still when he was getting violent with my grandparents.
Okay.
And when I got him, I was taking him to Berry County Mental Health where he was going to see a psychologist. I talked to her about switching up his, you know, getting his meds regulated to a point that he was, you know, he was doing great when he lived with me. He was working on chores. He was going to school on a daily basis. I mean, the only issues that we really had when he was at my house is that, mine and my husband's house, is that he wouldn't get up by himself for school. Other than that, he did great. He was an A to B student. We had, you know, an agreement. You come home, you do your chores. You want to go and go to, there was a group of school students. I'm trying to think of the name of it. It was right down the road from my house. That it was a group that the teachers put together for the kids after school to come and, you know, work on schoolwork, play video games, get to know one another. And I let him know, you know, you do your chores, you can go to that. Like when he was with me, he got to go to his first dance. He got to go to homecoming for the first time. Like,
that's good. That's good. Those are good things. Like those are good things for him to be involved with his peers.
We allowed him to go to football games, basketball games by himself. You know, we just told him, you know, you bring your phone with you. when we call you and let you know that we're here, that means it's time to leave.
And he was following the rules and things like that. That's good.
Yeah. And then when he went back to my grandparents after he turned 18, and just before he left, he's gotten to that mindset of, I don't have to tell you what I'm doing. I don't have to, I can do what I want.
Yeah, I mean, I can see where he would have had that mindset. I mean, a lot of teenagers do. And then also through the courts, if he's being told by the courts, like, you're old enough to make your own decisions, and then, it makes it harder, to enforce rules then, and understanding that even though you're 18, you're always going to have a boss, so to speak. I mean, we have God, he's our boss, right? No matter what, no matter if we're the boss of anything, we still have people that are going to be over us,
Right. And we tried getting him to realize that with jobs. Like, if a actual boss for a job tells you, I need you to do this, you can't give him attitude, and you actually have to, do it.
Right. And that's understandable.
All the odd jobs that Devlin was doing, he started that with me. Like, I started when he was living with my grandparents, going and getting him and taking him to go shovel snow for money, rake leaves. Like, we were doing all that stuff together to teach him responsibility, to teach him, money responsibilities.
And why did he drop out of school?
To be honest, I don't know. Like, I don't know. He was doing good going to school where he was at Maple Valley, and then he left, went to my grandparents' house, back to my grandma's, and he decided that he didn't want to go to school anymore.
Was it because of being bullied at school?
No, because at that time he was going to Berry County ISD.
Okay. Yeah, because I know that it was said that he wasn't he was being bullied at times, but that wasn't the whole reason why he decided not to go to school anymore. Okay, guys, and then I just wanted to chime in here. Tammy says he was in charge of his money, meds, and EBT. So that is something that they have been, consistent with, that, he was in charge of his own money, his own meds, and EBT. So, and I agree too with you, Mama. Those are some heavy duty meds, and there is that does run the risk of lithium toxicity, also the serotonin syndrome. Both can cause death or comatose states, right? Yeah, because some of those medications helps release some serotonin, and we only have a certain amount of that, not to get too far into it, but thank you for putting that into perspective too. Oh, good to see you, Cheryl. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that you have a stomach bug. My goodness, I'm glad you're here. Aw, goodness, there's been a lot of sickness going around with all this, I know. Julie's always, hey Kiwi, Julie's always crying about something. That woman is so dramatic. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. Or to drop out,
He was being bullied by kids that didn't even go to the same school as that he was going to. He was being bullied by students from Waco. Those bullies were kids from Waco school, and at that point he had already dropped out of school.
So how many high schools did he go to? Well, okay, I guess I should back up. So another issue that I had with what Tamara was telling me versus what, I was hearing then also on the other podcasts and stuff like that, and then, in the Facebook groups, I was under the impression that Sandra and Bill raised Devlin, but about the time he was like 10 years old, he went and lived with Gordon, and then now I'm hearing that he lived with you for a very, a substantial amount of time. It sounds like, what, 3 years?
No, he lived with me for a year. So he moved in with me in June and in of 2023. And by May of 2024, he went back to my grandma's.
Okay. And then he came and lived with Tamara.
Yeah, after he lived at a place, I don't know how he found the people, but he found these people that said that he could move in with them and that they would pay his court fines for him. And he was living with these people that claimed to be Michigan Mafia.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't know how he met these people. I know that he said that he had met one of the guys that lived in this house at a store, and they offered for him to move in and pay his court fines, and he was really upset because of the fact that the check that the guy had given him.
And Little Red wants to know how he hooked up with the Michigan militia. I know Matt had said that he heard about them from somewhere in town, but I don't think anybody actually knows how he got hooked up with them, because I do think
he told me that a guy approached him at a store or something and offered for him to move in. Like, to come hang out, and then he ended up talking to him and he moved in with him. Because him and Matt were having issues getting along.
And why do you think that they were so, like, what did they want from Devlin? Because I always wonder if somebody's trying to give me something, what they want from me. And maybe that's not the way to look at life, but I've had to do that to survive. So I'm just wondering what is he getting out of it?
Honestly, I don't know what they were getting out of it. It was to the point that they were telling him that he wasn't allowed to talk to Jessica. He wasn't allowed to have anything to do with our family. And I showed up at their doorstep and I knocked on the door and asked to talk to Devlin.
Okay, so right here, I just want to kind of, pause and reflect on what Sabrina's saying here. She is saying that she doesn't know what they wanted out of Devlin or why they were trying to help him, but they were isolating him, according to Sabrina, from Jessica and the rest of the family. So anybody that he looked at as family, they wanted to isolate Devlin. Now, is that because they could see that Devlin needed love and support and he in that family was so toxic? Or were they trying to do something to recruit Devlin, isolate him, and make him into one of their militia members? Just a thought, definitely would love to know what you all think of that. And Jessica says over here, he met them after he left Tammy's house the first time. He was living with Tammy 2 different times.
Like, and I took him to McDonald's. I went and bought him food. And then I sat and talked to him and I was like, bro, like, these aren't the people that you want to be hanging out with, because people that lived in that house, I have connections that know people that were living in that house and was told that they weren't good people. So I was trying to get him to leave that situation.
Okay, really quick, I need to stop and pause here. I want everybody to listen how Sabrina says that she has connections that live in that house and she knows that they're not good people. So she just made a contradictory statement, but she also placed herself in connection with the Michigan militia. Insane.
My mom told him that he could go back to her house to get out of that situation.
Right. Well, and and I do agree with Bonnie here. Bonnie says, what bothers me is that his family kept him from basic necessities like hot showers and electricity. I just cannot. It bothers me so much as a mom of a 17-year-old who's autistic.
So he wasn't kept from showers. Devlin didn't like to shower. You could tell this boy nonstop that he needed to take a shower, and he wouldn't even change his clothes.
Right.
Like, I don't know if it was like, he felt comfortable that way or what, but literally, like, you couldn't get him to shower, even if you had to remind him. Like, my grandparents, I'm not even gonna lie, like, there's many police reports, that state, like, he was getting out of control, like, and most of it was because of the fact that they told him that he needed to go take a shower and he didn't want to, so he'd start acting out.
And my question should have been, do you think that Devlin wasn't taking showers because of a trauma response? Because a lot of times when people are SA'd, they do not want to make themselves appealing to the ones who are SAing him. You also have Devlin around someone who has already sexually assaulted one of your family members. And then you have Lorraine, who is also in connection with and convicted and registered SO, going after the people in the family. So you expect Devlin to take a shower for the predators? Yeah. But, I also, this was a conversation I wanted to let her tell her side.
Devlin did not like water. He definitely didn't like water on his head.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was a sensory issue, because I know that children on the spectrum sometimes do have certain, things that they really don't like. Like, it's like nails on a chalkboard, basically. So, I can understand that. Going back to the Michigan militia guys, did they take him seriously? Like, what did they say to you when you showed up on their doorstep? Were they mad that you were there? I mean, what was the end on that?
The guy opened the door, asked me who I was. I told him who I was. He asked me if I had any affiliation with the family down the street, which was talking about my grandparents' house. And I lied to him and told him no. And he went and got Devlin, and Devlin came outside, and I said, let's go for a ride.
Okay, and I also want to address another comment in the chat. I wouldn't take a shower for them. As a matter of fact, being a girl, I'd probably shave my head and make myself very unappealing, and I would probably make sure that I was never a target of theirs. Kiwi. How about you? If someone was SAing you, would you want to, get all dialed up for them? Or would you rather make them repulsed by you?
Other than that, I had no affiliate, like, I had no, not affiliation, no, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, communication with the people that lived in that house.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I know that I've done a little bit of research on them, and they're basically a group that would recruit people. For lack of a better example, it's like a gang of people, right? Like they recruit people who are in need of whatever. I mean, a lot of gang activity starts there from a kid that's poor that doesn't have money, and they're impressionable, and they think they're old enough. Was Devlin? Did he think that he was good with the militia? Like, what did he think of them? Did he talk to you about that when you guys were at McDonald's, or?
He thought they were his friends. He thought they were helping him.
Sure. He seems like he's pretty trusting.
A little too trusting, if you ask me.
Yeah, and that does bother me. And and just to be clear, well, and he has to be in order to find places to stay when you guys kick him out. Right? So he has to put himself in vulnerable positions in order to survive. Sounds like they were protecting him at that house, in my opinion, keeping him away from the people in the house where he was SA'd, in my opinion. I believe that too, Brenda. Yeah, and I'm in no way, shape, or form, really side-eyeing the Michigan militia, but I have to consider them because those were people that took Devlin in and knew him and were, people who had access to him. Could they be hiding him out to save him, right? For 7 months, maybe that theory doesn't hold a lot of water after 7 months. But it absolutely will be examined. And Jules, it's absolutely horrible. It really is. And also to the fact of Kiwi said, hard to say, I don't walk in those shoes. Well, empathy will allow you to put yourself in those shoes. Empathy will allow you to understand it from someone else's point of view. So if someone was to do that to you, like Devlin had it done, a dirty old geezer, I don't know what gender you are, it doesn't really matter. Nobody wants a dirty old geezer who's supposed to be their adoptive father sexually assaulting them. I'd eat until I blew up, so I would never be attractive. I wouldn't shower. I wouldn't shave. I'd shave my head bald if I was in those shoes, which I've never been in those shoes. But if I was, you're damn right, I would make myself undesirable to that fucking geezer. I mean, we're still looking at every angle here. Like, what could have really happened to Devlin? Where is he? Where is he?
Every possibility that could happen to Devlin has went through my mind. Like, I don't know if, like, the kids that were bullying him, if they had something to do with it. I don't know, if somebody just randomly seen him walking and was like, oh, maybe he needs a ride and took him somewhere.
I think those are valid theories by Sabrina. I really do. The problem I have with this statement is that she absolutely knows, understands, and recognizes bullying, although she was bullying Devlin herself, because we're about to hear about it. And so was Tammy, and so was Matt.
I have went through my head asking myself, like, what could have happened? And I know one of the girls that he said was his friend that lived in town didn't actually live in town. I found that out after searching for Devlin. I later found out that she lives in Nashville. And he was going to bring this person to our house. So I don't know if it's not the same person. Because he didn't tell us a last name. He just told us a first name. But he was going to bring her to the house. He was adamant, because it was one of the times that we were arguing. Said, I'm going to go get her and she can tell you everything. And he left the house and he goes, well, she can't come. Her parents are coming down from, it was like Lunnington, I think. And, like after that, we really didn't hear anything about this girl again. Well, when Devlin went missing, I, started tracking down different friends that he had and was looking for, that person. And I went to the place that he gave us the address to, and there was no girl under that name that lived there.
So do you think maybe he was catfished? Like in terms of like, say I'm texting you and you think that I'm like, a guy, but I'm really myself, I'm, me.
No,
But you're
because he
thinking
said
I'm
that
a guy.
he had said that he hung out with her. He could have misunderstood her name and got it wrong. And didn't just, and just didn't tell us the right address because he didn't want us to know exactly who he was hanging out with and where they lived, which is a possibility. Like, anything is possible.
Right. And I agree with that. I think anything is possible. And I think it's good to work together, and we're going to agree to disagree on things, but it's just the process. It's not like anybody has any type of malice. I don't think you have malice. I don't think anybody does. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what could have happened. And, I understand that you probably are too, or you wouldn't be up here. So I appreciate you being here. Could you walk me through the day that, well, actually, I just want to go back a little bit because there were some text messages that were shared and I made a video and it seemed like there was an altercation between you and Devlin. Okay, guys, I just want to pop in here and just, ask you guys to, listen in really quick, or excuse me, listen in really carefully here. Excuse me, to this part because this is where Sabrina starts talking about the chair, the incident. Now there's a be on the lookout. We got a full bolo on the chair. We're missing a chair. We're missing Devlin Tate. We need to find the chair to make sure that there's no connection with his going missing in this chair, right? Because it's been a hot point of contention. And I also did share the text messages where Devlin said that Sabrina had pushed him into said chair. But let's listen to Sabrina's point of view and her story. A couple of days prior to him going missing, and he was also talking about the guardianship to Jessica. So that's where I'm a little bit hazy. And that was like right before he went missing.
You guys you're talking about when you guys keep saying that I pushed him into a chair, into a recliner.
Yeah, well, before that there was here, I'll just let me see if I can't find it and I'll play it. And of course this is Devlin telling his mom, what's going on. And so let me see here. Because I have the dispatch too, but I know he was talking about the guardianship papers, and you
Was it when he asked
specifically.
his mom? Was it when he asked his mom what she said to me about me getting guardianship?
Yes.
Well, I just told him that he needs to make that decision and that it's not up to anybody but him to make that decision on who he wants, to have guardianship or to help him. I never really fought with him over that. I literally told him that is up to him. Did I give him the option and did I tell him that because he was talking to me about, well, my mom wants me to go down there to Yuma, and I was like, okay. I said, if I have guardianship of you, I said, there's nothing saying that you can't go down there. I said, but I don't want you to make a rash decision to up and move away from everybody up here that where you have your support, and then get down there and things not work out and you decide, I want to come home because we don't have the money to bring you back up here. I said, so if I get guardianship of you, I'll help you get back on your SSI, and then we will take that money and we will allow you to go down there, so you can meet her, you can spend time with her. I said, and it doesn't even have to be, you come home right away. I said, you can go down there, spend a week down there, get a feel of it, and then see how it goes, and then come back, and then we'll do it again.
I mean, I can see that being a legitimate concern. I mean, I've talked to Jessica a few times, many times really, and she's never changed her demeanor. If that makes sense, it's always, kind of what you see is what you get. I know that she's very distraught over Devlin and she wants to find him, but I don't know how the dynamic would work. I don't think anybody would unless you try, right? It's like if you're, if you move in with a boyfriend or something like that, not that that's comparable, but I'm just saying, like, we never know how it's going to be living with somebody, especially when, Devlin is 18 and he does have a say-so in his own life, and that can be hard to navigate for any of us. I mean, I remember being 18 thinking I knew everything. My daughter thought she knew everything when she was 18. Okay, guys, so I just want to pop in here and I just want to say that I still stand by, even if I don't agree with some of the selections that, Jessica, or some of the things that Jessica has done, that will never change the fact that I want to make sure that we find Devlin. And I still stand by what I said, where she's always been pretty consistent. Now, has she been hateful and argumentative as of late? Yeah, but I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that I was letting the Tates speak, and she thinks that they did something to her son. And from my standpoint, I have to be fair bias and I have to report the facts. So, yes, I was giving Sabrina a chance to speak. But I also think that, when, thank God for KJ Mack here, says lied about what, right? Lied about what? Because that's what I said in the chat too. I typed it in and I said, lied about what, Tamara? And she's never told me anything exactly that he's lied about, So again, you're making accusations without producing receipts. I find that to be an issue, especially when we're talking about a child who's missing. Typically, we don't see, the family members trying to disparage unless they're victim blaming for a reason. Yeah, he did not have a bed. Hey, IML. Good to see you, hun. So he was essayed by his adoptive father. And if you guys want to see him, it's on this family tree. That I have back here. Give me a second. Let me pull it up. Again, that old geezer Bill Tate. Like, no. Mm-mm. For anybody that doesn't understand, think about that guy coming after you and essaying. Okay? Grape, whatever. So yeah, so, and again, it's very up in the air. And I will agree with Sabrina here on how the relationship would have transpired with Jessica and Devlin. And I just think that they at least deserve that chance. And Devlin definitely doesn't deserve to be missing. So, I think they could have facilitated a healthier relationship. But then again, when you're toxic, you don't know what a healthy relationship is. And this family is extremely toxic, in my opinion. I also think they burned the recliner in the bonfire. They had two days in a row, allegedly. Yeah, see, in Detroit, that's an issue. That's an issue. The bonfire is an issue. Absolutely. what were they burning? And did they have permission? Because I know you were telling us that too, up in Michigan. There needs to be permission, even if you have, a nice piece of land of your own. Yeah, if the grandpa, yeah, Grayper did that to Devlin, he did it to others, in my opinion. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. No.
Well, and not to mention, like, Jessica already has enough going on with AJ. But she also, like, I don't want to say she doesn't know Devlin, because they did speak a lot, okay? But she doesn't know everything there is to know about Devlin when it comes to having him live with you. And so I felt that it would have been better suited that he just, go down there, spend a week, and then come home and then, do it again. So then they could get basically gradually, move to that point. So then they both got a feel of each other. So then they could make sure that it was going to be okay, I can handle, all of this, instead of just throwing yourself into it and saying, well, I can't do this after it's already done, and then him be stuck down there with nobody.
I agree with Sabrina here. I just want to say, in the spirit of reviewing this interview and making sure that, I give you guys my point of view here, I agree with what Sabrina's saying, and I think it's one of the most mature things she's ever said. Right there. Well, and I understand that too, and I understand funds going back and forth. It's expensive, and that's why I was trying to help Jessica with this GoFundMe, because I realized that it's more for her to get there than it is, just a regular person, like, say, if I just was traveling or if she was traveling alone, because she has AJ. So I see those all as legitimate concerns. Is there a way that you guys can mend things in order to find Devlin, or what do you think about that?
I have no problem with Jessica. I think the only thing that I have problems with is all of the false lies that are going around. Everybody's pointing fingers, but when you point a finger, you have 3 fingers pointing back at you. And I just feel like, so many fingers have been pointed towards our family, yet, no offense, she really hasn't been there enough to know everything that's been going on. Yeah, there's documents that were, that have been brought to even you, about Devlin's childhood, but that's not everything. Like, literally, like, the whole situation with my grandpa, that was all dropped. And people just keep bringing up things and then just making it look like we're bad people. But, like, I don't have a problem with her. I really don't.
Okay, just a couple of things here. I understand that when somebody says something bad about your family, or there's something that's embarrassing that's happened, or maybe you don't think it's the truth or something like that, it can be very difficult. And I was not going to bring that piece into it. But since Sabrina did, we kind of did go into it a little bit here. With that being said, it just makes me so sad to know that there was so much more that went on with Devlin. Children model behavior, and I'm sorry, but again, when there's an accusation like there was, because Devlin was having accidents, which is uncharacteristic of somebody who is 10 years old, right? Unless there's trauma or an issue. We don't see that type of regression. And so because that regression was happening and Devlin was hiding underwear and Devlin was exhibiting these behaviors, he was taken to the doctor, right? It's a big sign, Brenda. You know, it's a big sign. Hey, Ann Brock. And, you know, the problem is that they want to act like it never happened. But the reason how they knew that Bill was the one that did it was because Devlin had contracted a VD from Bill, allegedly. And that right there, when confronted, was said that he got it from a toilet seat. I'm assuming, because it's such a crock of shit that I will not entertain it. I'm assuming that Bill did have genital warts and that they're insinuating or trying to convince me that he contracted them from using the same toilet as Bill did. Again, it's not that's not how it happens. It's from contact. It's called a sexually transmitted disease for a reason.
When I went to go look for Devlin, I was on the phone with her.
Yeah, so if you don't mind,
go find my baby, go find my boy, and guess what I did? Like I was already getting around because it was 10 o'clock. I was already getting around to go look for him when I called her.
But the problem, Sabrina, with your statement right there, is that Matt called Jessica at 7:30. You called her around 8 or 8:30. She texted Devlin around 8:44 telling him it's an emergency, I need to find you. So you're skipping over a big part of when you were searching and all of this, when you got worried, all of that. He was 10 years old, Cece. 10. So if you could just, I am interested to know about your guys' altercation, because I know that is a subject that, you know, does bother Jessica, and it could be a lot to do with the fact that Devlin's missing now. You know, it could have been something that wasn't a big deal, but now that he's missing, it does bother her, and I want you to have a chance to say, because that was right before he went missing. And then, you know, of course, there was Easter. So if you don't mind just walking me through that time, like from your perspective.
To be honest, there are so many altercations, I don't even know, can't even explain which altercation it was or why it started. I know the day that you're talking about. If you're talking about the day that I supposedly pushed him into a recliner that doesn't exist.
Okay, it doesn't exist anymore, but at one point it did exist. It is a black recliner, a really heavy black recliner that is also missing, and that was supposedly, allegedly purchased to assist Tamara after she had a hip surgery. Okay, that's number one. And number two, here's Chuchi with Sabrina. So you were on the phone while you're looking for Devlin with Jessica. Where was Will, in my opinion? Where was Will? I think that's a valid question, right? And I also think that the timeline absolutely does not add up. Absolutely does not add up. Because Jessica told you to call the police. She also told you to please find my baby. And I will tell you that is exactly what Jessica told me. So thank you for corroborating at least one part of the story. there was multiple altercations. There were so many that you didn't even know which one I was referring to until you realized that it was the one about the non-existent, right, but did exist at some point, recliner. Sabrina, there shouldn't be no altercations, and if so, should be only one? Why so many? Well, and we know that there were altercations going on even in 2024, right? Because we posted all the text messages of Devlin telling Jessica about those. And then even when Tamara sent me these other ones from January, those two were text messages because there was altercations going on. Every family fights, yes, but this much and so many you can't even, you don't even know. It's absolutely sick. It's absolutely sick. Years of SA. Well, that's what I'm referring to.
Well, he was standing not even an inch away from my face, screaming at me and was spitting in my face, and I didn't push him. I kind of backed him away, and there was a folding chair. It wasn't a reclining, it was a folding chair that he tripped into.
Okay.
Because that was what Devlin sat in the living room.
Okay, so a folding chair that Devlin sat in the living room, but you're also telling me that Devlin tripped, which would cause forward momentum. And then soon here, you're going to tell me that you pushed him back, which would create backward momentum, right? So you can't trip and be pushed back at the same time because that's not how it works. Scientifically, it's just physics, right? It's gravity. It's science. And when he got up, he tripped over it, or he was coming towards you and tripped?
He tripped into it. When I backed him away from me, he had tripped backwards into it and sat down in it. Because it was folded out. So then he was sitting down. Actually, I do remember what it was about. That was the day that he had all of his stuff out in the living room. I had pictures of it. He literally had stuff all over, and he had been complaining that stuff was coming up missing of his. And it wasn't coming up missing. He was misplacing it. And I had told him that if he picked up his stuff, he would know where it was. And instead of picking it up, he decided that he had a black cabinet that had doors on it. And that was where all his stuff went. Well, he decided, instead of picking up the stuff I had asked him to pick up, that he was going to get more out.
Okay, really quick, guys. I'll rewind it just a tad. This cabinet that Sabrina is speaking of in past tense made me wonder where Devlin's belongings are today. There was this cabinet that he had where his stuff was.
Reclining. It was a folding chair that he tripped into.
Okay.
Because that was what Devlin sat in the living room.
And when he got up, he tripped over it, or he was coming towards you and tripped?
He tripped into it when I like backed him away from me, he had tripped backwards into it and sat down in it. Because it was folded out. So then he was sitting down. Actually, I do remember what it was about. That was the day that he had all of his stuff out in the living room. I had pictures of it. He literally had stuff all over, and he had been complaining that stuff was coming up missing of his. And it wasn't coming up missing. He was misplacing it. And I had told him that if he picked up his stuff, he would know where it was. And instead of picking it up, he decided that he had a black cabinet that had doors on it. And that was where all his stuff went. Well, he decided, instead of picking up the stuff I had asked him to pick up, that he was going to get more out. And I had tripped over stuff, and he said I did it on purpose. I did not. I went out because my mom has a refrigerator on her front porch, a big one, because her kitchen is small. She's got a normal size refrigerator outside. I went out to go get milk, and I literally tripped over 2 garbage bags that he had put in front of the door and accidentally kicked them outside. And I told him it wouldn't have happened if he picked up his stuff like I had asked him to. Well, at that point, he started calling my grandma. Well, my grandma didn't want to hear it because of the fact that he was nonstop calling my grandma about everything that went on at the house. Every time there was an argument, it was I'll call my mom. If he didn't call my mom, it was he would call Matt. Well, we were all trying to get him to realize that you have to pick up your stuff. Like, you can't just leave it around. I have a 2-year-old. You have to pick up all your stuff. And I tried to tell him that to begin with, is that you got to pick up your stuff, because I have a 2-year-old. He's got sticky fingers. If something comes up missing, it's not my fault because, you left it out.
Who has sticky fingers? Your little baby, the 2-year-old?
My 2-year-old. My 2-year-old will pick up anything and take it.
Aw.
Any 2-year-old will pick up something and take it.
Yeah, that's cute though. I'm not blaming him. So this altercation happens, and then that was like the day before Easter, yeah?
That was a couple days before Easter.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm trying to listen to you and I want to give you my attention, so I wasn't looking for the video because I appreciate you just telling me from your perspective. Thank you, Lacey Pear, for becoming a new member. And so with that, we have, did you guys mend it? Did you guys mend things, or were you guys okay with each other? Did you guys finally say, or whatever, or Devlin picked, after that happened?
Yeah, he ended up taking care of his stuff.
That's good. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. Did I bag up some of it? Because I told them, I said, if you're not done picking up your stuff by the time that me and my son get done eating, I'm gonna grab a garbage bag. Did I say I was gonna throw it in the trash can? No. I just told him that I was gonna grab a garbage bag and start cleaning it up for him. Did I do that? Yes, I did. I grabbed a garbage bag. I bagged up some things because he had started instantly. As soon as I started grabbing a garbage bag, he started like hurrying up to pick up his stuff. And I picked up what he hadn't gotten to yet. And I went and I sat it on the front porch. And I said, and when you get done picking up the stuff that you have right now, I said, you can go out and grab it. Was that wrong of me? Probably a little bit, but I wanted him to know that I was I was being serious. I wanted to be taken seriously when it came to, you need to clean up your stuff and not sit there and get more out, because it's just, to me, it was in the way of my mom getting through to the bathroom, because he had it all sprawled out throughout the living room. Would I have been so upset about it if it had been in like one spot? No, because at least then it would have been, contained into one area. But this was my mom's whole living room. Floor was covered.
Right. And then, and I mean, I'm not. So I'm like, right, because I'm like, Dr. Evil, right, right? Because, no, if he had one cabinet that held all of his things, how could all of his things take up the entire living room? Just curious, right? Because that's where I have questions. Here to judge like who's right in that situation, who's wrong at all. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out kind of, if there was still animosity involved at that point, or if you guys kind of were good, because I know that like on Easter, Devlin went to the church, but I know that was kind of like back and forth. Do you know what church he went to?
I don't know the name of it, but I know exactly where it is. I don't really go to church, so I don't really keep names of them.
Yeah, no, I understand. And I know there were a couple of churches that he went to for dinners and stuff like that. Like, I don't know how frequent that was, but I know that
I know it was Pastor Marilyn's church that was like, it's like kitty corner from Carl's. That's all I can tell you.
Oh, great. Okay. Yeah. Because I mean, it's such a small area. It's a little bit easy to navigate, especially like from Carl's. And it seems like he stayed in the general area when he was out. I mean, he had his little area that he was in town. And then, of course, I know you guys are buddies.
After Devlin came up missing, we didn't know it, but apparently he was, he'd walk out to Clarksville Road off from Jordan Lake. He'd go out that far, and that he'd go out to Bliss Road off M50 and walk out that way. I didn't know this. My mom didn't know this because he didn't specify, but he did a lot of walking, so it wouldn't, I wouldn't put it past him to walk that far.
Yeah, I know that your mom said he went to like another county even so, or Matt had said that
he had walked all the way to Berry County out in Vermont. Well, I think it's Berry Eaton County over in Vermontville.
Yeah, and that's a far walk. I mean, just walking in general, it would be far. So
driving it is 20 minutes, let alone walking it.
Yeah. So yeah, that's quite a walk. And then round trip, he'd have to come back. Did he ever ask you guys for rides, or because I know you have a truck?
He asked me for rides, and I told him that I will take you if you can help with chores. That was my stipulation. You help do the chores that are on your list on the days that I have wrote down for you, and I will take you. But he didn't want to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, so the chores list is a big one. That's a big part of it, that he wasn't wanting to do the chores on the list, because, and I get that you're trying to incentivize him with a ride, or, the electric really gets me. I mean, I can't stress that enough, that I think that's wrong, but that's my opinion, right?
Well, I grew up nothing's free. Okay. I grew up nothing is free. So in return, you want to use the electric, you want to use my gas, you know, to go to your appointments, to go, you know, to your court, to your, you know, your therapy, your counseling, whatever it is, then you need to help do something that helps me, because
Okay, really quick, guys. You need to do something that helps me. So IML says, you know, what does the family think that gave him up for adoption? So he was not given up for adoption. He was taken away from Tim Hatfield and Jessica Peckham. Back then she was Jessica Hatfield. I believe they were married at that time. And there's court documents to support this. And it was for medical neglect. And what a perfect time for you to ask that question, because we see the modeling of behavior, right? Children model after what they've known and who they've been raised by and all of that. So with Sabrina putting these stipulations on Devlin, I'm not going to get you to your court date, which would get him in trouble. Sounds like the same shit that was pulled on Jessica and Tim back in the day when they were young people, 19 years old, babies having babies kind of a thing. And they were not being brought to the medical appointments, and people who had vehicles were straight up not allowing for them to go, allegedly. But we can see the cycle. So it's not like, you know, it's not visible right here, you know. Brash but respectful Joe. That's hilarious. And you know, well, I mean, that's what she makes him sound like, you know, little fuck go to church, poor little guy. You know, I was really taken back by that comment too. I was like, you're talking about the little one he's only like 2, you know, and yeah, she's like, he's got sticky fingers. And I'm like, well, he's obviously learning that somewhere. I mean, you know, it's not like Barney shows people how to steal or Sesame Street. So he's learning that from the adults around him, I would imagine. Just, you know, guessing, in my opinion. But yeah, so we see this dynamic where if you don't do anything for me, I'm not going to take you to court, and then you're going to end up in jail. Boom.
I'm helping you, you help me. And that was supposed to be his way of paying for, you know, the gas, or paying for, you know, the electricity to live at my mom's. Or I shouldn't say to live at my mom's, to use the electricity at my mom's. That was how, you know, his payment, because you didn't have money to help with the electric bill, then you have to help do chores around the house to help pay for your stay. Because he didn't put food into the house. Everybody says that he put food into the house and that we were in control of his food stamp card. We were not.
Okay, but you also just said earlier in this interview that your mother has this great big refrigerator on her front porch because she's got a small kitchen, but she needs a great big refrigerator. So they had a great big refrigerator, but Devlin wasn't allowed to eat out of it. Abuse, abuse, abuse. Abuse. Don't you sit there and tell me that I'm a liar. Don't you sit there and say that that's not abuse. Don't you sit there and say that I'm being mean. For someone to have a great big refrigerator and not give anybody else any food in the house is mean, abusive, and uncalled for. Taking away someone's basic needs. Disgusting.
Devlin has his food stamp card. Devlin was in control of his food stamp card. I even talked to him and told him, hey, let's sit down, make a grocery list, and I'll take you to the store and we'll get the things on your grocery list. I even talked to him and told him, I'll teach you how to cook. You just have to be home at a decent time. And I told him, I said, I start dinner anywhere between 4 and 5 so Julius can eat. Julius is my son. So Julius can eat by 6. So then he has a couple hours of playtime before bed. I said, so I want you home before these hours if you want to learn how to cook. He would not come home before those or by those hours.
Right. And you're also dealing with a teenager who is on the spectrum, and you're expecting him to understand what it's like to be a 2-year-old. It's just like our friend in here. I don't know if they got pissed because, I wasn't putting up with their bullshit, um, or they're victim blaming or not understanding a victim of an SA event that continued on and on for years, allegedly, in my opinion. But just like that person couldn't possibly put themselves into Devlin's shoes, how are we expecting Devlin to put himself in Julius's shoes? I mean, as a mother, I understand where Sabrina's coming from. Sure, I do dinner, between 4 and 5. That way it's cooking, depending on what she's making, right? If she's making homemade stuff or from scratch. So, and then that way he can eat, he can get his bath time. He probably wants to, so he can get some playtime in, whatever they do, whatever their routine is. But you're asking Devlin to come off of his routine as a person who has autism, which their routine is everything to them. And then you're punishing him when he doesn't. So again, you guys were like, "Hey, this is, CP vibes over here." Yeah, it is majorly. Majorly. It breaks my heart. Jules, it just breaks my heart. Absolutely. And, you know, having no idea who they're dealing with, she wanted to have full reign and responsibility of telling Devlin what to do and when to do it. When she can't even understand his different ability, which is autism, which is a rare chromosome deletion. She is not meeting him where he needs to be. She's not thinking about his feelings. You know? Yes, Devlin's adopted dad passed away from cancer in 2023. May God rest his soul.
So he didn't get that ability to learn how to cook.
Yeah, well, and sometimes, I know it's tough, and I know that you guys were trying to teach him, but I think just with kids on the spectrum, you really have to meet them where they're at. And that's really difficult. And I understand that. And anybody that has loved and cared for Devlin, it is an important person in his life, and so I don't want to ever discount that. And like you said, you do know him better than I do, but I do think that maybe it might have been too strict of a schedule, maybe for him, or maybe he was just rebelling against, everything because he's a teenager. But
because he even set alarms to know when he had to be home. He had alarms set.
Oh, on his phone?
Yep.
Okay.
I watched him set them.
Okay, so maybe that was a stipulation, or she made Devlin set those alarms. But the thing is, too, is if Devlin's preoccupied with something and the alarm goes off and he's sitting there talking to a buddy or hanging out at a friend's house or doing something, he could be sidetracked. And that goes for anybody. That's not just somebody who has a spectrum disorder or who has a chromosome deletion syndrome. So he was pretty regimented. So he goes and he eats, at the church. He talked to Sandra as well, on Easter. Can you kind of walk me through like that night, or like anything to your knowledge that morning that Devlin went missing? Because it's my understanding that we only know he used his bridge card at Carl's at 8:21 a.m.
Yep. My son woke up. I went and woke Devlin up. I told him, "Hey, I need you to get up. I need to make food for Julius." It was a normal thing for me to wake him up, get him up so then he could, do chores, do whatever he needed to. Because I asked him to do chores, some of the chores before he left to go to town, and asked him to do some after he got home. That way he had time, you know, to go do what he wanted, but also to be able to, get the things done that, you know, I asked him to do also. He got up, he went to the bathroom, he come back out, and he left. Literally just walked out the door, didn't say bye, nothing.
So was he still mad about something? Like, did something happen the night before, like on Easter? Did something happen the day before, you know, on Saturday? Like anything that weekend? Did anything, I mean, were you guys still like fighting, or was he still kind of being, I don't know, like, I know it seems like teenagers can be oppositional, so I'll just say the word oppositional for lack of a better word.
To be honest, I don't remember what happened that weekend. I could barely tell you what happened last week, let alone 6 months from today. Other than, you know, I have, that day has not left my mind because he literally, there was no argument first thing in the morning. There was no, I don't even remember him saying a word. Like, not even saying, you know, anybody got to go to the bathroom or anything. He just got up, went to the bathroom, walked outside, got his shoes on, walked outside.
Well, and why would he have to ask if anybody else had to use the bathroom? Typically, if someone needs to use the bathroom, they say, I need to go use the bathroom. They don't ask if anybody else needs to use the bathroom. So I'm a little bit confused about that statement. Also, was he supposed to ask everybody before he used the bathroom like a second-class citizen? Because that's kind of what it sounds like. Also, I have a big issue with just the whole thing. I mean, you know, it's odd, right? And even Sabrina's about to say it was unusual. I'm trying to kind of get to what could have caused Devlin to be in a bad mood, and then Sabrina's like, "Well, I can't remember that weekend." And I tried to ask about that weekend several times, several different ways, and I could never get a straight answer out of Sabrina other than, you know, that she can't remember, that she has a bad memory, which I don't believe that either, because it seems like she has a pretty good memory when it comes to specific dates and details of other things, like what happened with her grandpa, or, you know, when it comes to when Devlin lived with her and her husband. All of that is crystal clear until we get to that weekend and that day. Okay, so he wasn't, he didn't seem like he was angry, but he was just kind of quiet that morning.
He was really quiet. Which, I'm not gonna lie, that was unnormal, because normally there was, you know, at least a little bicker of, you know, we'd ask him, hey, before you leave, can you, you know, take the trash out, or, you know, just something little, and he would just go off on a rampage and then take off. That day, there was nothing. It was just, he was quiet, silent.
Were the rampages caused by like him not being a morning person? Like, was he just like grumpy in the morning?
No, it was just a normal thing. I mean, Devlin always seemed cheerful and happy-go-lucky and outgoing, but he was also very outspoken and, like, blunt at times.
Yeah, no, and I understand that, and you know, I get that too. So thanks for sharing that. So it's 7:28 a.m. and then Devlin leaves out, and then you and your boyfriend leave out because you guys have a job, like an odd job in town. You were saying in the chat, or I'm sorry, in the comments.
Yeah, we went. Well, my son's dad came to pick him up, And then me and my boyfriend left, and we went to Sunfield to do an odd job.
Okay, and then you guys were doing that at 8. Really quick, before I play on, I did look to see how far away her odd job was, and it seems like it's about 10 miles away, give or take. 9.5, 10 miles. 21 a.m. Devlin makes it over to Carl's, and he uses his bridge card. He buys like food and drinks, or some food and a drink, and then he heads over to Laco Laundry because he's going to go charge his phone, and he calls Sandra.
From what I've heard, yes.
And then Matt answers the phone, and Tamara said they had like a pissing match, or they had pissing matches, and so that was kind of like something where they would, hang up on each other, call back, or what have you.
Yeah, frequently they did.
Do you think that that probably happened that day since he didn't get a chance to talk to Sandra?
I couldn't tell you. I can't, I can't see the past, so I don't know what happened, and I wasn't there, so I don't know what happened, and I'm not gonna assume, because that's just, it's wrong to make an assumption that I know nothing about.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that too. Absolutely. So Matt says that he talked to Devlin from about 9 to 9:30 a.m. is what he was saying. They talked about like a half hour. So by the time Devlin made it over there, I don't know if he like was charging his phone, he was watching reels or something, or catching up on social media. And then, because I guess he would do that when his phone was plugged in, according to what Tamara's saying. Yeah, so he was probably doing that for a little bit, I'm guessing, and then, or maybe he saw somebody up there that he knew. Do you guys know of anybody that he saw over at Laco Laundry, or anybody that he talked to other than Matt? I mean, because Matt said he talked to him.
I know I know he's seen the cleaning that he would see the cleaning lady at the laundromat, but she didn't see him that day. But I don't know who would have seen him that day up there at the laundromat. No. I did contact the laundromat people, owners, to find out, if they had camera footage from that day, and they said that they were doing maintenance on the cameras that weekend, and they weren't up until Tuesday, back working. So that's why we say that, Devlin was last seen at Carl's, is because of the fact that there was no camera footage from the laundromat stating that he was there. He said he was there, but I mean, I can say that I'm in China right now and not actually be there.
Right. Well, and it's difficult because I know once the police obtain that data, it's usually not shared. And I talked to Detective Castle, and they're keeping everything close to the vest because it's still open and ongoing. The investigation is. And then also, I just want to kind of chime in, because again, we're kind of seeing how Sabrina is detailed in a lot of her accounts, but then when it comes back to the actual day and everything, she's really sticking to that story. And then also, I will say that I've heard from other people and sources that the reason why Devlin wasn't on camera at the laundromat at Laco Laundry is they were in fact doing the system update. So again, I would have to just go by corroborated information in order to navigate who's being truthful and who's being deceptive, because I'm not a human lie detector test. Cheryl says, so Lady Freedom, can you explain about how they found out about the STD? I think a lot of people here don't know that part. Sure. Yeah. So because he was taken to the doctor and examined, that's how they found out, to the best of my knowledge. And then the Michigan State Police called Jessica and let her know about it when it happened. And what they told her was that it had been going on since he was 4 years old, per their investigation. And then when she did tell me that, I was taken back, obviously. It stopped me in my tracks. I was very heartbroken. I was disgusted. And then I also felt for her because even though the police were so gracious and did such a wonderful job of telling Jessica this, she was stuck in the position where there wasn't a whole lot that she could have done about it. And so that must have been absolutely horrific to have to hear this. But then he was subsequently taken over to Gordon's and given to Gordon Tate. I don't know if he was working as a corrections officer back then. I don't know if that poll changed the view, or how it was that Devlin essentially fell through the cracks like a lot of times kids do, people do. And justice was not served as it should have been. And I don't know if that has anything to do with, the connections, or the family knowing a lot of people. I don't know why they would have failed this child, knowing that he now is stamped with that. That is something that is not curable, that you can't get rid of, that continues to come back and back. And then also, if you transmit it to your wife, your child can have that passed down to them, just being delivered into this world. So the depravity, the demented and twisted nature of everything involving what happened to Devlin while he was in the care of Bill and Sandra Tate, is just, what horror movies are made out of. It's a true American horror story. He was seeing the cleaning lady. Is that what she was about to say? Then quick switch to see the cleaning lady. Am I understanding that part right? Yeah, she does do a quick evaluation, changing her. You could tell that she caught herself. Yes, Chuchi, I picked up on that. Thank you. Good catch. And also, there's another person that supposedly lives over by the laundromat that teamed up with a local psychic and has been telling Jessica that she goes and sits in the same spot where Devlin charges his phone, and she gets weird auras and vibes and weird shit like that. I don't know. It's psychotic. Really, it is, to tell that to the missing child's family. So, to me, people that do that, and especially with them being local, yeah, there's a lot of sketch around that laundromat and all the people that would hang over there and all the people that knew Devlin was struggling over there and nobody helped him. But they're real quick to say, I'm psychic. Let me tell you, let me swing the friggin' pendulum, or whatever their, thing is. And it doesn't help find Devlin. Right. And they keep on telling the mother of this missing child that he's no longer with us. To me, I would never dash somebody's hopes like that. That's like telling somebody when they're first born, telling their parents, oh, this child will never walk. Why would you do that? And who the hell are you? Who do you think you are? Is what I think. Just my opinion. Joe Neal says finding STI in kids is major element of SA evidence. Boom, Joe. And that's why I'm wondering what happened exactly. Because there's been a lot of stories, as to how that went. but nothing has been confirmed as far as why they would allow for Devlin to go back into that environment or be around the Tates. They should have completely taken him away from the family, in my opinion, because ultimately he ended up back with them, right? The bad side of them. Clinics and hospitals have to report STDs to the health department, so they do contact tracing. Boom. Thank you, Cece. Exactly. It's horrific, Jackie. And it's sad. Where's Jessica been? Haven't seen her in here a bit. So Jessica is not probably going to be coming in anytime soon. You'll probably have to rewind, Andrea, just because I'm sure she's not going to be happy with what I've had to say tonight. And it looks like just from reviewing this too, I'd have to go back and look into the chat. I think she was extremely upset with me for having Sabrina on the panel because she's like, I got to talk to you, Lady Freedom, later on today or something. And I saw that I popped that comment up. She has to understand, Andrea, I'm here for Devlin. I'm not here for anybody else. I want to be a support system, but I'm also not going to be taken advantage of. And I'm also not going to allow for people to verbally abuse me. I was already dealing with verbal abuse from Tammy. I don't need to have verbal abuse from her and getting upset with me for talking to people who were last with her son. If she, in fact, thinks that they had something nefarious to do with his disappearance, then she should probably want me to talk to them, right? But she doesn't understand what we do here. So HPV can hurt men badly. Also, various cancers down there. Yep, throat, mouth, throat, neck also. Absolutely, Joe. Thank you. Thank you for putting that into perspective, because it's not just about the annoyance of something like that coming back and back and back and back. It's about how it affects somebody long term. And think of the psychological damage that was done to Devlin, which is very apparent. And there's things that I know that I have not shared. Why wasn't Devlin vaccinated against HPV? They start these around 9 or so, or did they have them before? That's a good question, Coffee, Crime, and Cats. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I am not sure. Yeah, it's HPV, and it's not a requirement. Okay, yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. Matt and his wife were convicted of SA, allegedly a family member, so I wonder if they hurt Devlin. I cannot confirm or deny that, but I think it's probably a good bet that, with them being predators, that they might have tried something or done something, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out a timeline, because then we're fast forwarding to 11 p.m. where his phone pings, to the best of our knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, at 11 p.m. at the trailer park where he does know like a parapro in there.
Yes. That is correct.
So, and the police seem to have talked to the parapro and at least confirmed that she didn't have contact with Devlin that day.
So I'm not sure on that. So during the search and rescue, they had me stay at the fire barn to help with any information that I could give. I was told that they had went up there to talk to her, and she did not answer the door. But then later, like right after the officer left, called them to find out why they were there on her doorstep.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I would think just with his phone pinging over there that they would check it out. I mean, why do you have any speculation on why the phone would ping over there?
I have no idea. I do know that the day that he disappeared, when they went to go talk to her, because they said that the address, the cops said, because, okay, so that night when I went to the police station, the Laco officer, he drove around, because I went to the Laco police station first, and I was like, I can't find, my nephew anywhere. And I was like, I don't know what to do. I was literally freaking out because literally I checked everywhere that he normally goes, like that's public, that he goes. And I was, searching, bathrooms and driving around the streets, to see if he was walking down the street. And I could not find him. So I was literally freaking out. And I went up and I told the officer, I said, I have a question. And he goes, what's that? And I said, I can't find my nephew anywhere. I said, what do I do? He goes, well, call 911. So that's when I called 911. My mom had already called 911 before that. Okay. And they
Oh,
sent
okay.
an officer out to my mom's house to talk to her. And I was out looking. I met up with the Laco police officer coming out of the trailer park, and he said the address that I provided didn't exist. And I was like, well, I didn't give an address. I don't know the woman's address. And so they ended up getting it, and they told me that they went and knocked on our door and asked if they could come in and look, and she denied access. So they thought it was suspicious. I don't know if anything came of it. I do know when they took search and rescue dogs out, that the dogs circled around her trailer, and they said that that would be probability to be able to get a search warrant, but I don't know if that was ever followed through on, or if she just allowed them to come in.
Okay, so I see. Well, if the dog scent hit there, that would be probable cause for. I mean, they would have to pursue it. Obviously, they would have to go to the judge and get the warrant.
Right.
So I know that you were frantic at that time. Do you remember what time you just like? I mean, obviously, going back it is difficult, but um, in terms of when you decided that it was kind of odd that Devlin hadn't made it home, or what time were you going, because you said your mom had called as well, but what time were you guys calling around? Because I think Jessica confirmed that it was 7:30 p.m. Michigan time, because of course she lives in Arizona.
Yeah, it was around 6:30ish, because it was like in between 6 and 7, because my mom had asked me if I had heard from Devlin. I'm assuming my grandma had asked her, and I was like, no, I haven't heard from him. So I started calling like his phone, didn't get an answer. So I started calling people to find, like, relatives and people that he talked to in our family, to find out, hey, have you heard from him? Like, nobody's heard from him since this morning. And then I got, after everybody's like, no, haven't heard from him, I was like, okay, well, he's normally home by 8 o'clock. Said I'm going to wait till 8 o'clock, see if he comes in. Well, then the thought that came into my mind is, okay, well, when he didn't come home at 8 was maybe he, found a friend, got sidetracked, lost track of time. He has a curfew of 10 o'clock through the courts. We'll wait till 10 o'clock, see if, he comes home. And when he didn't come home at 10 o'clock, it was like, I think it was like 9:45. I started getting around, and I was out the door by 10 o'clock. and I went to town and started looking.
Right. Was his phone going to voicemail? Sandwich is asking. That's a good question. Like
So at that point in time, he had my number blocked. So I couldn't call him on his phone. I could only call him through Facebook Messenger.
Oh, I see. So, but he just wasn't answering on Facebook Messenger either.
No.
And was Tamara trying to call him or Sandra? Because I know he was trying to get a hold of Sandra earlier, and I understand he was calling her a lot, and it was, you know.
I know my grandma tried to call
Devlin,
a couple
right?
times.
You know, he called.
I know my
people.
grandma tried to call him a couple times during the day. I'm not sure who all was trying to call him, that night. But I do know that during the day, my grandma was trying to, call him because she missed getting to talk to him in the morning.
Right. So that kind of tipped you off a little bit too, that there was something up if he hadn't talked to anybody. So then you guys decided to call Jessica around 7:30 and just let her know that, or just I guess you asked her if she talked to Devlin, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So Tamara says I didn't call the sheriff's department until 10 p.m. At the time I knew something was wrong because he was always in by 8 p.m. The 10 o'clock curfew was court imposed. That's what they kind of gave him as a curfew. Were there other stipulations on Devlin through the courts? I mean, I understand he was on probation.
I mean, he had certain rules, like, he wasn't allowed to get in trouble because he was on probation. But the only reason he got the 10 o'clock curfew is because he was told nothing good happens after 10 o'clock.
Well, and I understand that. I think that's a good time for him, at least, because especially if he's on foot. If he was driving around, it might be a little bit different, because he'd have, protection around him and things like that. But being on foot, 10 o'clock, it's dark outside. Was Devlin afraid of the dark? Or I know there was some talk about that.
Yeah, a little bit. That's why he carried a flashlight.
Okay. Because I mean, he could just be using it to be able to see better and stuff like that. So, so he would try to get in at least around 8, but his court imposed curfew was at 10. So let's see. So the dispatch audio when you called in was at 10:32, I believe, p.m. And then the phone, at what point, does anybody know at what point the phone went to voicemail? I guess that's a better question.
I have no idea.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, because I know that on the dispatch audio, they said that his phone went straight to voicemail when they tried it. And the officer was like, darn, because it's harder to find then, right, and track. Hey, Scranton, good to see you. So let's see here. At what point did the police make contact back with you and everybody at the house?
I couldn't tell you. I was out searching for Devlin when they showed up at my mom's.
Okay.
And that was when I met up with the LACO officer in town.
Okay, so they had one person go over to the house and talk with Tamara. And were you with, or excuse me, was your boyfriend with you at that time?
No, he was at home
Okay, and he
with
was
my
taking
son.
care of okay, great, taking care of your son. And then so you were out looking, but you went out looking pretty early.
No, my son wasn't even there.
Oh, he was at his dad's house.
Yeah, I had to think about that for a second. Yeah, he just stayed at home, and I went to go look for Devlin.
Okay, perfect.
But
I'm just trying to
Julius was
brief
with
everybody.
his dad. Yeah, sorry. Like I said, 6 months ago is a long time to remember, but Julius was with his dad because of the fact that Mondays are his dad's days.
Okay, I see. So you're out there looking, and then they kind of send an officer out there to kind of assist you with looking. Which places did you go to? Did you head over to Penny's? Because like for me, I would think, okay, if
Well,
he
I didn't check
made it.
Penny's because Penny's was already closed. I drove around the
Oh,
trailer park. I drove the way that Devlin walked. So the way that you have it mapped out, Devlin didn't walk 2.7, I think it was like 2.7 or 2.4 miles. Devlin didn't walk that way. That is if you're driving. So Devlin walked the back way to town. He would, and
I wish I could give you my screen to share. Um, well, because
he would walk
I was.
on, I believe it's Tupper Heights. And it would lead
Oh,
him
I
straight to
gotcha.
the trailer park. Because there's a guardrail up now. But next, like, there's a little wooded area, and they cut a path through, a walking path out, and that is the way that we walk to town. You walk through that little trail, and you walk down, I believe it's Tupper Heights, and that would take you to town. And it's about a mile and a half walk. It
Okay,
made it
great.
a lot faster than that 2.7.
Well, and you don't have to go all the way around Tupper Lake if you go that way. And I don't know
Exactly.
why Google won't let me do a shortcut on it, because I was thinking that
That's
too,
because
like why wouldn't we go?
those two roads don't connect anymore.
Oh, I see. So just want to, say thank you for that information, Sabrina, because I know that for a while we were trying to figure that out. The different routes that Devlin could have taken, and Google kind of showed us a route, but it wasn't that one. So I'm glad that she was able to kind of clarify that for us. I appreciate that.
When they took that barricade out, they don't want people going to that barricade and being like, "Oh, well, I can't get through." So they stopped that from being a thing on Google Maps that you can go through there, but there is a walking trail that you can walk to go to town.
I see. And that would be the most, I mean, because obviously you guys weren't with him that day. So, but that's usually the route that he would take. And I know that, I talked to a friend of his, and she said that he was very much into, going the same way every time.
Yes.
Yeah, because people might ask, like, okay, well, how do you guys know that he went that way that day, or, something like that. Um,
But
so,
he was also known to go to Bonanza Road and walk Tupper Creek. And if he does that, then there's another 2-track out there that leads from our house to Bonanza Road without having to go all the way around, and that's not even a quarter mile long.
and Canine Quinn
And that
hit over there, is that correct?
you said the canine unit went over there?
Yeah, well, I had some SAR maps sent to me, and it looked like,
The canine unit did go over there, yes. After they left the trailer park, the canines took the person out to Tupper Creek. Yes.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's
Because
what I was
I
thinking.
was watching the tracking map while they were walking with the dogs. Like I was
Okay.
in their building with them, you know, watching as they were walking around and watching where everyone was searching.
Right. And and I'm sure that had to be stressful, and obviously they didn't find anything of Devlin's, right? I mean, they didn't find I mean, and what do you know what was used for a scent article that was given or that they used to kind of give to the dogs for scent?
So they came into the house and they put a gauze pad in between his pillowcase and his pillow to get the scent. And then the woman stuck, with gloves on, stuck the gauze pad into a Ziploc bag to keep the scent fresh.
Okay, yeah. And so that was what the dogs were going off of when they were searching, and the dogs hit off of Bonanza and Tupper Creek.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so at what point did they decide that they were going to scale back the search and everything? I mean, how long were you there with them? I get that it was probably over a course of a couple of days, but
So Tuesday I was there all the way up until dark when they decided that it was getting too dark to continue searching. And Wednesday, I was back there to search again, and I was there until I want to say it was like 2 in the afternoon. I could be wrong. And that was because they hadn't and that was because the fact that they hadn't found anything and didn't have any leads to go off from. And they did say, if we found any leads, that they had no issue coming back. And then they did end up coming back. I want to say it was a Friday or Saturday they came back because they thought that they had a lead. And at that point, I was involved in the search. I had went to a house off from Huddle and asked them if they knew who owned wooded area next to Beer Can Bridge, the channel that leads from Tup.
Okay, guys. So really quick, I just texted Canine Jules. Oh, there you are, Jules. So I'm gonna rewind this really quick, guys, because that really kind of hit me, and I kind of forgot about it until she just said that. So just give me 1 second. Yeah, and that would be the most. I mean, because obviously you guys weren't with him that day. So, but that's usually the route that he would take. And I know that, I talked to a friend of his and she said that he was very much into, going the same way every time.
Yes.
Yeah, because people might ask, like, okay, well, how do you guys know that he went that way that day, or something like that. So,
but he was also known to go to Bonanza Road and walk Tupper Creek. And if he does that, then there's another 2-track out there that leads from our house to Bonanza Road without having to go all the way around, and that's not even a quarter mile long.
And Canine Quinn
and that
hit over there, is that correct?
You said the canine unit went over there?
Yeah, well, I had some SAR maps sent to me, and it looked like
the canine unit did go over there, yes. After they left the trailer park, the canines took the person out to Tupper Creek. Yes.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's
Because
what I
I,
was
I
thinking.
was watching the tracking map while they were walking with the dogs. Like I was
Okay.
in their building with them, you know, watching as they were walking around and watching where everyone was searching.
Right. And and I'm sure that had to be stressful, and obviously they didn't find anything of Devlin's, right? I mean, they didn't find I mean, and what do you know what was used for a scent article that was given or that they used to kind of give to the dogs for scent?
So they came into the house and they put a gauze pad in between his pillowcase and his pillow to get the scent. And then the woman stuck, with gloves on, stuck the gauze pad into a Ziploc bag to keep the scent fresh.
Okay, yeah. And so that was what the dogs were going off of when they were searching, and the dogs hit off of Bonanza and Tupper Creek.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so at what point did they decide that they were going to scale back the search and everything? I mean, how long were you there with them? I get that it was probably over a course of a couple of days, but
So Tuesday I was there all the way up until dark when they decided that it was getting too dark to continue searching. And Wednesday, I was back there to search again, and I was there until I want to say it was like 2 in the afternoon. I could be wrong. And that was because they hadn't and that was because the fact that they hadn't found anything and didn't have any leads to go off from. And they did say, if we found any leads, that they had no issue coming back. And then they did end up coming back. I want to say it was on a Friday or Saturday they came back because they thought that they had a lead. And at that point, I was involved in the search. I had went to a house off from Huddle and asked them if they knew who owned Wooded area next to Beer Can Bridge, the channel that leads from Tupper to Jordan Lake. It's a wooded, mushy area. I figured, I don't know if he walks over there, but I figured it's an area that wasn't covered. At least it wasn't covered, like, actually trekking through it. So I went over there to ask if they knew who owned it. She said that her dad did, gave me the number. I got permission from him to go on his land and search it. And that was also permission for the Great Lakes Mounted Horse and Rescue for them to go and search around the field and wooded area as well.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So, because those were the main areas that he would frequent, and then also going off of what they were finding. And then, I mean, what do you think could have happened to Devlin? And I mean, at what point? Because I know he has a girlfriend, Marie, that had pinged him at 9:30 around the McDonald. Well, I guess it would have been around the
it's
Family
considered
Dollar.
French Fry Lane, yeah.
Thank you, French Fry Lane. I mean, what do you make of that? Because it's weird that there's such a time gap, and then sometimes he'd go to Penny's for lunch, but he didn't make it over there. It just seems like I hate to say vanished, like, but after 8:21, or maybe we could say about 9:30, because that's about what time Matt said he talked to him. So I'm kind of going off of Matt there, because he did say that he talked to him for that time.
Yeah, but what I don't understand is how she got him at 9:30 on French Fry Lane, and how my uncle talked to him at 9:30 at the laundromat.
Well, I was stuck there as well, because I mean, it's a little bit of a walk.
But I'm not gonna lie. Laco is a very much dead zone depending on the phone carrier. So Life 360 that she has could possibly have not been correct. It could have been that it was like a lag or something. I don't know. I don't use Life 360. I don't know how that works. I don't know if it works when you don't have service. But I'm stuck at that point. Like, how did she get him on French Fry Lane? It's not that big of a walk. No. But if my uncle talked to him at 9:30 and he was on French Fry Lane at 9:30, like, did he already leave the laundromat and was, headed to French Fry Lane when she got the last pin on Life 360, or what? And I can't
Okay, so I'm just gonna pop in and say I would agree right here that he can't be in two places at once. But I do also want to read some of Jules's comments on here. So she says, Lady Freedom, how many days was this after he went missing? So this is when they were initially searching in the first week. I'm not exactly sure which day she was referring to, but I'm guessing it was the initial searches that I sent you the SAR maps on, because that's when the dogs hit, and I asked her about the question about the dogs hitting and everything on Bonanza and Tupper Creek. And so, or, them, that was his last scent, so to speak. And, she said about the gauze pad being used to absorb the scent. And Joel says, a freaking gauze pad? That's such BS. And I mean, right when I heard that, I was like, oh my gosh, let me ask Jules, well, what we got her here. Lord, I'm about to have a bird over here. She says, sorry, that was a good question, Brenda. Do innocent families watch you and track you while you're working, Jules? And Jules says they would be lucky for a scent to be retained strong enough on a pillowcase itself. Why the F would they use a gauze pad to absorb a scent? Absolutely. I agree with that, Jules. And that makes, I should just say that just makes total sense to me. So, and then Canine Jules answered Brenda back, cadaver dogs, yes. Tracking or trailing, absolutely not. Thank you. Chuchi, cough, cough, bullshit. Yeah, so, and then I don't know if cadaver dogs were brought to the house. I would hope so. Because that would just be doing the due diligence, right? Cece, it would be pointless, honestly. No odor would be retained. She's an idiot. A gauze pad isn't a sponge. Right. Thank you. And, I said, boom, Jules. But yeah, Jesus, take the wheel. Yes, Jules, I know it's hard to listen to this, right? I'm not gonna lie. I think we would turn this into the drinking game. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna, Brenda. KJ, that's what I have done. Oh gosh, in my opinions, dogs need to go out again and go further and wider. Something isn't right. Well, and is it a Freudian slip when Sabrina says a dead zone? That was one thing that kind of stuck out to me too. Not saying that it's, everything, but I'm wondering, Indigo says the scent dogs didn't follow his scent back home. They stopped at the creek. That's right. Up off Bonanza and Tupper Creek. Yeah. And I saw your question too earlier, Indigo. I'm not sure how long Tupper Creek is, but it does go into Tupper Lake, and then it goes even from Tupper Lake to Jordan Lake. So it kind of connects them through, and you can see that on the map right now. And you guys might have to like pinch to zoom in a little bit. Yeah, thank you, Jules. Thank you so much. Well, I did learn that from you when you were first come to Sebastian's case. KJ. Yeah, and I mean that's the thing that is, thank you so much, Jules, for listening in and helping us out with this, because it's so confusing, right? Especially when somebody says that, it's like I've never heard of that ever, and so I didn't know if that was a new technique. But also gauze pads, I don't know. I think of gauze pads like EMTs carry those, not necessarily like a law enforcement detective or officer. So, that was just where my brain went.
Like I said, I can't tell you because I wasn't there. I don't know.
Right. Well, and is Marie his girlfriend that he wasn't really supposed to be seeing because she's 16?
She was. Yes. He actually was hyped because he was going to ask her to marry him, but they weren't allowed to speak anymore because of all the legal trouble that Devlin was getting into. Her mom didn't want her to be susceptible to that.
Right. Well, and I get that as a mom. I mean, you got to get your act together, and because that's important. And Lacey Pear wants to know, did he work at the auction?
He did at one point work at the auction barn. Yes, he did.
Okay, and that's where he broke in to use the phone.
Yep.
Which wasn't a good decision. But
he lost that job because he decided to walk off.
Okay, something upset him and he decided to just take off.
Yeah, he told us that him and a guy that worked there got into an argument. But when we talked to the guy about it, the guy said that there was no argument, that he didn't even know that Devlin had left until he went to go check on him to make sure that he was doing the task that he was asked to do. So, and I'm not gonna lie, Devlin was, or is, he does like to play both sides. He likes to tell you one thing and then it actually not be the truth. But I don't like the other person. I've known them for so long too that I don't know if they're telling the truth either, to be honest. So there, I have no idea what actually happened. I just know that he came home and was like, I don't have a job anymore.
Yeah.
And then said that he was going to go back and see if he could get his job, and then was told that he was not allowed there because I'm not gonna lie, my mom informed the auction barn owner that Devlin had broke in to call his bio mom off their phone.
Right. Well, and I mean, it's clear that he was looking to to Jessica as kind of, if he was upset with you guys, he would go and talk to Jessica, which is normal, right? Because he's venting. It's healthier to kind of blow steam off that way. But, what are some good things about Devlin? Like, what are some of the like good memories, or just things that a positive about Devlin?
He was outgoing. I loved that he liked helping other people like I did. Like, he was so excited to go when I would go get him from my grandparents' house and ask him, "Hey, you want to go to work with me? You want to go, help shovel snow?" Like, he was all for it. And it was, we had so much fun. I mean, there was a time that we took a tarp and was raking leaves onto a tarp, and I mean, we had this big yard to do, and we'd sit there and chit chat and work, and it was really fun to just be able to sit there and do that with him, and bond that way. One of the funniest moments that I remember, or that I can think of right now, is we were sitting at the kitchen table, and he had told me that he wanted to get in touch with his bio mom, and we talked about it, and I told him, I said, if that's something that you want to do, I said, we can't stop you. You're almost 18. We can't stop you from doing that. And he asked me why I didn't go after him, like adopting him, when he was taken away. And I told him, I said, Devlin, I was 9. And he goes,
Yeah.
oh. He goes, that makes sense. And I was thinking about that yesterday, to be honest. And it made me tear up, because the fact that that shows me that I wasn't in the wrong, that I, was doing something good for him when he was living with me. If he was able to ask me that question, like, why didn't you, adopt me when I was taken?
Well, and to put that on you is tough, because you are, a younger person yourself, and that had to have been a little bit overwhelming. And then especially with Devlin realizing, okay, I'm 18, and then he kind of does the math. All right, Sabrina's not that much older than me. But I mean, I do think
he didn't do that math. Like, he literally just, like, he didn't realize. I don't know if he realized how old I was when I got him, like when he was 17 and I got him. I don't know if he thought I was older, like, or what, but it was just that, and we had an unbreakable bond when he lived with me and my ex-husband. I used to take him out to, she's no longer my friend, but I used to take him out to her farm, or the rescue that she ran that was on a farm, and he would help do chores out there. And we would have, bonfires. And so there's just a lot of memories that I have, that and things that, were good, and then there's things that, were bad, like the attitudes and the violence. But I'm not gonna say that the bad overpowered the good, because the good was really good when it was good.
right. And I mean, I understand, there's going to be, I mean, ups and downs in any family, especially if you live together. It's a different relationship altogether. Um, Someone was asking about if, or who was receiving money and food stamps before Devlin turned 18. I mean, he was obviously not overseeing those funds for him.
I received his Social Security. I didn't get food stamps for him, because at that time we didn't need them. but the
Oh, okay.
Social Security, I was receiving them, and I was giving him $300 a month to spend on whatever he wanted. His first Social Security deposit that we got, I went and spent $800 on him with it for new clothes, because all of the clothes that he came to my house with from my grandma's and grandpa's, they were all hand-me-downs. He had nothing. He didn't have anything that was, new. And so I literally, when I got it, took him clothes shopping, and we spent $800 on, new shorts, new underwear, new socks, new shirts, new t-shirts, new tank tops, new sweatshirts. Literally everything he needed, especially to go back to school, so then he felt comfortable going to a new school, fresh, a clean start.
Right. Well, and everybody needs new school clothes because that's the time everybody gets new clothes for the year, and you got pictures and things like that. You know, so you were getting, how much would you say that you were getting for Devlin, like when he was living with you, like minus the food stamps, and then when did he go back on them? Because I know people are asking.
I received, it was like 900 and something a month for his SSI. And he went on food stamps after he left my house. So after May of 2024. I'm not sure exactly when, but I know it was after that, because he didn't have them at all the whole time he lived with me.
Right. And then he goes back, well, I'm assuming that just wherever he was living, then that's where he would get money sent there. Or, I mean, were you still controlling his money when he was living at Tamra's?
No, he didn't have any money. He didn't have, other than, him working at the auction barn, he didn't have any money. And even then, he had control of his own bank accounts. He had control over, his food stamps, everything. After he left my house, I had no control over anything. I was still on his bank account for a little while after he left. I don't remember when exactly I got taken off of it, but I was still on it where I could see, how much he had. But I didn't touch his money. That was his money.
Right.
And
So he would
the money that I was supposedly stole from Devlin, I just want to throw this out there. The money that I supposedly stole from Devlin or borrowed from Devlin, I didn't borrow that money from Devlin. So my ex sent me money for my son, and it was sent to my savings account. Well, because of the app, all of my accounts are listed. Well, instead of sending it to my checking account, I sent it to Devlin's checking account, because at that time I didn't have them labeled whose account was whose. I didn't have it, Devlin's account, my account. And I accidentally sent it to Devlin's account. And I took that money and instantly put it from Devlin's account to my account. And that was last year. That was when Devlin wasn't even living with me.
Okay. And in terms of the reward, because I know that, that was the reason I was fired up, because I'm like, hey, I'm trying to help Jessica get through and get over to Michigan so she could talk to the police herself, right? And it's tough for her. We kind of established that it's tough all around for everyone right now. Financially, Christmas is coming up, things like that. I just don't want her to get hate if, you know, I decided to put a link out there to help her get some Christmas for AJ or something special for her, because I think it's terrible what's going on with her. But the reward fund, what happened with that, hun? I mean, that, you know,
So
I get a lot of it. I'm more understanding than I come off as sometimes. But
yes, hold on. Yes, I used some of the money to fix my truck. That was
okay.
not only for my son, okay, because as we were driving down the road, my tire flew off and I had to replace a rim, a rotor, and studs. And I had some other things that went wrong with my truck. Okay, I had to replace the starter. Yes, I used money to replace those parts on my truck. But it was not only for my son, but it was to find Devlin. Like, that was my main and only way to get around to continue searching for Devlin. I also, the reason I used it was because I added money to that reward myself. Because when Devlin came up missing, I had $4,000, okay? And I had to use it for food and flyers. And I helped with the t-shirts and the signs. And I had, you know, necessities that I used it for. So yes, I used some of it to fix my truck, but that was so that I can continue to look for Devlin. And I had already, you know, I brought signs out here to Lansing. I brought signs and shirts to Ionia, and I took flyers out to Yankee Springs to get his picture out, because we didn't know how far he went. We didn't know if he was in town. We didn't know if he traveled to a different town. So I was trying to get his name as far and wide as possible, with hitting every little town and city that I could, with flyers and signs and t-shirts and whatnot, to help spread the word. I even went to a gas station, Pilot, on 66. Well, it's not Pilot anymore, it's 19. And asked them if they could put flyers at the counter. They told me no. I said, well, do you mind if I, hand them out to the truck drivers? Because my biggest thing is, if he's traveling, whether, if he's walking, maybe they'll see him, depending on what roads they take, they might see him. So I went and I handed out flyers to semi truck drivers. And and I did all this. Like, I had to have gas money, so that's where part of my money went. I had, and so I got so much hate from, using that to fix my truck, but yet nobody realizes how much I actually did to be able to put his name out there, not just on social media, because, social media doesn't get to everyone. It's the
I agree with that. Social media doesn't get to everyone, but the problem is that everybody is acting like they're doing some sort of a favor to Devlin, like they deserve a friggin' award or something for doing exactly what the family members are supposed to do. Right, Jules? I mean, WTF. So, like, no, you're not going to get that pat on the back, and here's the deal. There's $6,000 left of that money. I'm not good at math, but I can add. So if you put in 4,000, Sabrina, another close source to this family told me that you put in $5,000. Where's the rest of the money? Cough it up. Because I'm sick of these lies. I'm sick of this crap. There's more than $6,000 that was raised. Period. Come for me, hate me, do whatever. It's simple math.
Visual. And so I wanted to get his name out there. So I was traveling to all different towns and cities to get his name out there, And that put a lot of wear on my truck. And yeah, I had to use some of it to be able to fix my truck so that I could get back out there and continue to do what I was doing.
Because you spent like 900
Sure.
fucking signs and shirts.
And so that explains it. And who started the reward fund? Because I think someone asked that too. And I know that there was a lady involved in it. We don't have to like say her name. You know, don't give anybody hate, guys. That's the reason for the reason why I was so upset today was because Jessica was getting hate. We don't need to have the hate. We just need to figure out what happened to Devlin. That's all. That's the problem here. That's everybody's problem.
So I started the reward fund. I put $500 of my own money into it before I added more to it. But
Okay.
I started it with $500. Then another woman matched that $500. And a guy mentioned that if Devlin was found, he would match that 1,000. But we didn't receive that 1,000 because Devlin hasn't been found. And then after that, a woman decided to get together and do a bake sale to raise more money for his reward. And that's what we did. We raised more money.
Okay, so now she's saying that she put in 500. So first she put in 4,000. Then we're talking, and as I'm, you got to draw the truth out. You got to pull these people's teeth, right, to get them to tell some semblance of the truth. Then she's like, "Oh, well, I only put 500 in." Well, gee whiz, that makes the math maybe a little bit more self-explanatory, right? That explains more. That's being more truthful, and that makes more sense. If you only put 500 of your own money in, Sabrina, not 4,000, not 5,000, 500, 2 zeros, and somebody matched you another 500. I know who matched you. And then some other dude who gives a crap about that dude. I shoulda, woulda, coulda. I could be like, oh well, I'm gonna donate. Yeah, okay, maybe his heart's in the right place, but he still didn't produce no money. So no, you're not gonna put that into the fund. I get it. So why even bring that, guy up? He didn't give you any money. He certainly didn't help with the fund. He said, when Devlin's found, I'll give it up. Well, that's not the point of a reward. A reward is designed to entice somebody to speak up, to talk, or for people to search. And in that case, when they find the person, if they find the person, they're entitled to the reward money. It's not hard. I don't know why these people are making it so hard. And the only reason they would be making it so hard is because well, we'll see. I'm just going to leave it there, and we're going to see what happens. But again, don't sit there and tell me that you put in $4,000 and then turn around and tell me you only put 500 in. Do I look like a clown to you? Really? Do I amuse you? Are you trying to amuse me? Are you being a clown? Come on. Sick.
We raised $4,000 at that point.
And that was just all local people that were helping?
That was all local people that came out to buy baked goods and to buy any of the auction items that we had.
Okay, that's really nice. I wasn't 100% on that. And, I know that there were people even, telling me information that is only half of maybe what's going on. Everybody has their own perspective. So I appreciate you clarifying that. So yeah, Lacey's asking about how much was there after the bake sale, because she bought a shirt after that. After
the bake sale, there was $6,000 altogether.
Okay.
That was
So that's
with
what,
the shirt. That was with the shirt money, the money that I put in, the money from the signs. Then another woman matched that $500. And a guy mentioned that if Devlin was found, he would match that 1,000. But we didn't receive that 1,000 because Devlin hasn't been found. And then after
right.
that, a woman decided to get together and do a bake sale to raise more money for his reward. And that's what we did. We raised more money. We raised $4,000 at that point.
And that was just all local people that were helping?
That was all local people that came out to buy baked goods and to buy any of the auction items that we had.
Okay, that's really nice. I just wasn't 100% on that. And, you know, I know that there were people even, you know, telling me information that is only half of maybe what's going on. You know, everybody has their own perspective. So I appreciate you clarifying that. So yeah, Lacey's asking about after the how much was there after the big sale, because she bought a shirt after that.
After the bake sale, there was $6,000 altogether.
Okay,
That was
so that's
with
what,
the shirt. That was with the shirt money, the money that I put in, the money from the signs, and the bake sale.
right. Okay, so then, you know, and I get it. If your car breaks down, it's an unexpected expense, and I understand that, and I appreciate you being honest about it and you know, answering, because I know it's not easy. You know, none of this is easy. So,
But I also hold on. I also that the money from the signs and the shirts. So what I did is
Get out of the window.
I'm trying to think of how this how it worked. Because I took and put the money away in the lockbox. I didn't okay, so I charged more than what was supposed than what the shirts and signs came out to, I guess. And that money went back into the shirts and signs, like to be able to pay for the shirts and signs, if you get what I'm saying. I think I kind of jumbled that.
I know what you mean. Like, so there was, I mean, obviously you have to buy the shirts and the signs, and then you were selling them for cost, or were you selling them for a little bit more, like in
A
terms
little bit
of
more to put into the lockbox to raise that extra $1,000, that $6,000. So technically, if you think about it, the reward would be $7,000, but we didn't guarantee the $7,000 because we weren't sure if that guy was going to hold up to the $1,000 that he matched. So we left it at $6,000 because
Yeah,
we
that's
weren't.
smart.
That wasn't a guaranteed. That wasn't, you know, we physically had it. So we wanted to leave it at $6,000, but it technically would be $7,000 if you think about it, because if that guy actually, you know, holds up to his word. But we weren't sure if Devlin was going to be found right away or not, so we didn't want to, you know, lose contact with that person, or, you know, that person decide, oh well, I don't have the $1,000, you know, to give. So we left it at the 6,000. But that extra money from the t-shirts and the signs that went into the lockbox to create that extra $1,000 from that 5 that was already there.
Sorry guys, that's my brain. That's what my brain is doing right now. So, right, because it just shouldn't be this hard, right? It's simple math, right? If you give me numbers and letters in the same equation, I'm screwed, right? But if you give me money, right, I can easily count it. I can easily add and subtract, right? And if I can multiply, and I can say X amount of shirts cost X amount of dollars, which would equal this, right? So what's the big confusion? And why does she keep bringing this guy into the equation when it's not guaranteed, right? I told her that's smart, right? I wouldn't trust that guy either. He could say that he's going to do it. He's going to give you $1 million until you see it. It's non-existent, as you would like to say. Coffee, Crime, and Cats, this is nonsensical. Nonsensical. It's completely absurd. It's completely deluded. Because she's lying, in my opinion. Cece, I know. I mean, it's just Detroit. I'm like, come on. You want me to believe this mess? But I'm just listening, right? I'm just trying to give her the platform and let her speak, right? Because she wanted to bring up this reward. She wanted to clear her name. She wanted to clear the air. So I said, go for it, right? Live it up, toots. Because the problem is that the math ain't mathin'. The problem is you didn't only sell shirts, you sold yard signs. And it's a little bit hazy whether she was selling the color copies of Devlin's poster to people. Right? His missing flyer, if you will. And then she says that there was $1,000 in a lock box. Why would you put it in a lock box? Why wouldn't you just put it in the account that you had open for Devlin, that you were having people funnel money into that as well? And you were having other creators like on TikTok and things like that who have a good heart, right? Who want to help you out. Also sharing your Cash App, because that's what we do, right? Because we want people to feel supported and it's an unexpected situation. So there might be some unexpected costs, right? Reward fund is for reward fund is for the reward. Donations for search is completely separate. Right, Witchy Mama. And also she forgets to include hers and Tamra's posts from May 15th and 16th and 17th. Or I'm sorry, no, it was the 15th and the 16th of May, where they were posting for people to donate because they were thinking about putting some of the funds towards a private eye. Right? So what about that? If it was on the up and up, a fund account would have been set up at the bank, in my opinion. I agree, Brenda, completely. The truth is easy to say. The truth is easy. You just say it. Lies get complicated and her memory isn't sufficient for that kind of lying. I agree with that. I agree. And she was being very careful the way that she was wording her statements. And by this time, I would imagine that her story would have already been straight if she was being honest, right? Because she's had to tell this story to many, many people. I'm not the only person that's ever asked her about this. As a matter of fact, that's one of the reasons she's about to tell us that she had to move out of Lake Odessa, is because she was having so much problems with the locals being upset with her about this money. Money, money, big bags of money, money, money. IML, I know, and we always got to follow the money. Money talks and BS walks, right? Has there been proof from Mary that the money still exists? Not to the best of my knowledge. when I was on the TikTok live the other night, she was supposed to produce receipts, but she never did. So no, they did. They, to the best of, I'll just say it like this: to the best of my knowledge, Mary said that she would compromise and poll the community about using the funds for billboards for awareness. So she did say that she was going to do that, but she never produced a receipt that the money is still there. So I don't know. She did produce a receipt when she put the account back up to where it was supposed to be, right at the $6,000 mark, but that was the last receipt that I saw for the money actually being in the account untouched. She had no boundaries with the SSI money, according to her. Why trust her with cash? Exactly. And maybe that's why she had to get a lockbox to keep herself out of it, or someone else, in my opinion. LE, are you listening to this BS? I mean, I would hope so. Like I said, I'm gonna be cutting it up and sending over pieces. Sorry, but it sounds like one big grift. It does. No, totally, Witchy. It does. It sounds like a big grift. Like I said, and if you put a specific amount of money in, you know how much you put in. It doesn't change. You know, if you put in $551, you're gonna say 551, not 552, not 499. You're gonna say 551, right? Because you're being honest. It's easy, as our friend KJ Mac just said. CC says, Lady Freedom asked Sabrina to produce a printout of that account and expenses associated with the funding efforts. Well, I know, and I would love to see that. Somebody was supposed to send me a receipt of the of Sabrina putting in the 5,000. I've not gotten that receipt, but I also haven't asked that person about it since, so I don't know if they forgot or, I wrote every single penny down in the case there were questions. Right, just in case, because you want to make sure that people don't think that you are on the grift or that you're going to misuse the funds. And then once the funds are misused, then it gets really hazy and all of this stuff. It's ridiculous. Who does Mary B? Joe grifting in 2025 America? Oh my gosh, right? Oh my gosh, this is like a new concept. What? Holy cow. Mary supposedly donated to the fund and sold an ugly mirror at the bake sale silent auction. Right, CC. And this is the thing. When I was on the live stream the other night, that creator was under the impression that Mary put $2,000 in. So she told everyone that Mary put $2,000 of her own money in there. So here's the thing. If Sabrina put 500, someone matched her for 500, and then Mary put in 2,000, right? That's $3,000. Where did the 6,000 come from? It's very convoluted. And then on top of that, if the other source is correct and Sabrina supposedly put, or if Sabrina's first statement was correct and she even put $4,000 in there and Mary put $2,000 in there, are you guys getting what I'm saying? That's $6,000. Where's all the money for the t-shirts? Where's all the money for the signs? I'm going to stand up for what's right. I'm not putting my head in the sand. I'm not sweeping anything under the rug for anybody. No one. I don't screw my integrity for no one. Get your own integrity, because you're not going to take mine. IML strangers care more for Devlin. I agree. It's so sketchy. Money handling, canine searches, treatments, etc. All of it sketch. All of it sketchy. But according to the community, they're mad at us, but they question Sabrina about the money. So which is it? They only can question things, not us, because they're in the community, in my opinion. Right, Chuchi. I think that's valid. I think that's more than fair to state that. I think that's well stated, well said, because that's the whole thing. How dare you talk about the money? Well, guess what? When I look into this case, that's a major part of it. There were full-on wars on full-on wars on Facebook about this very subject. And you think I'm not going to talk about it because I'm going to, sweep it under the rug because you guys don't want it talked about? Not a chance. Donated her own money. It's a flippin' shell game. KJ. IML says if you're broke and you need money, clearly you're going to use that money. Devlin got money. They used it. Devlin goes missing. They still are using his money. Boom, IML. Exactly. Lady Freedom, was any of that money our money? Like, of the honest folks involved? Yeah, a lot of people were very like, there were good people that donated to this, Joe, and that's what I'm trying to explain in terms of why I'm upset with this, because only good people will put their own money in for a cause like this. People will put money into a cause like this and they don't even have it to give. That's how much people care. And when you're taking advantage of a situation, I don't care who you are or what role you play in this story of Devlin's disappearance, I'm going to call everyone out individually on their bullshit as I see it. Right? Everybody gets it. And like I told Jessica when she came on my panel and she was upset about me grilling her, nobody gets special treatment because this is about Devlin. That goes for the community. That goes for Sabrina. That goes for everyone. I see. So, and then now Mary's got the $6,000. So there's still a $6,000 reward out for Devlin.
Yes. As far as I know, she has it. I couldn't tell you because she doesn't talk to any.
Wow, Sabrina, I think she's being truthful here, and I would have to hand it to her because that's how I feel. I will believe it when I see it. When I see the poll for the community, I'll believe that when I see it. When the money is produced for these billboards that's supposed to have been sitting here to help Devlin, I'll believe that when I see it. And I agree with Sabrina right here. So, because I said to her, I said just point blank period. I said, so there's a $6,000 reward that Mary has, because I'm not adding it to the flyers that I make. No way. Not if it's not a real reward and somebody's already used it up. So I say, Sabrina, so there is a reward for Devlin. It still sets at 6,000, even though I know there was more made on this. But I'm still asking her, so just to be clear. And she goes, well, I can't tell you that. Valid, Sabrina, valid. I appreciate that. I would appreciate somebody telling me I don't know than to make up a fairy story to me, because the fairy story is going to piss me off.
Give us anymore.
Right. Okay. No, that's understandable. So, and again, I don't want shirts and the signs, and then you were selling them for cost, or were you selling them for a little bit more, like in
a
terms
little bit
of
more to put into the lockbox to raise that extra $1,000, that $6,000. So technically, if you think about it, the reward would be $7,000, but we didn't guarantee the $7,000 because we weren't sure if that guy was going to hold up to the $1,000 that he matched. So we left it at $6,000 because we weren't. That wasn't a guaranteed. That wasn't, we physically had it. So we wanted to leave it at $6,000, but it technically would be $7,000 if you think about it, because if that guy actually, holds up to his word, but we weren't sure if Devlin was going to be found right away or not. So we didn't want to, lose contact with that person, or, that person decide, oh, well, I don't have the $1,000, to give. I'm trying to think of how this how it worked. Because I took and put the money away.
Yeah,
that wasn't a guaranteed. That wasn't, we physically had it. So we wanted to leave it at $6,000, but it.
Because I want to make another flyer with the routes that he could have taken, like his two most common, you know, the one we were talking about.
Pay for the shirts and signs, if you get what I'm saying. I think I kind of jumbled that.
I know what you mean. Like, so there was, I mean, obviously you have to buy the shirts and the signs, and then you were selling them for cost, or were you selling them for a little bit more, like in
A
terms
little bit
of
more to put into the lockbox to raise that extra $1,000, that $6,000. So technically, if you think about it, the reward would be $7,000, but we didn't guarantee the $7,000 because we weren't sure if that guy was going to hold up to the $1,000 that he matched. So we left it at $6,000 because we weren't.
Smart.
That wasn't a guaranteed. That wasn't, you know, we physically had it. So we wanted to leave it at $6,000, but it technically would be $7,000 if you think about it, because if that guy actually, you know, holds up to his word. But we weren't sure if Devlin was going to be found right away or not, so we didn't want to, you know, lose contact with.
Okay, really quick, guys. I did rewind that for a reason. So Tamara says no. There is $6,000 for the reward money. Mary Much has that money, right? So she just contradicted what Sabrina said, and she does this through the whole live. If Sabrina says it's the sky is blue, Tammy's in the chat saying no, it's not, it's green. And then if Sabrina's saying, oh, you know, Devlin left with this, and then she's back there doing no, right? So which one is it, you guys? And then Tammy's trying to coach Sabrina as well throughout this process. What the hell? And where's the money from the lockbox? Right? Crazy.
That person, or, you know, that person decide, oh, well, I don't have the $1,000, you know, to give. So we left it at the $6,000. But that extra money from the t-shirts and the signs, that went into the lockbox to create that extra $1,000 from that $5,000 that was already there.
I see. So, and then now Mary's got the $6,000, so there's still a $6,000 reward out for Devlin.
Yes. As far as I know, she has it. I couldn't tell you because she doesn't talk to any of us anymore.
Right. Okay. No, that's understandable. So, and again, I don't want her to be, you know, harassed or anything like that, guys. It's just we're just trying to make sure that, you know, because I want to make another flyer with the routes that he could have taken, like his two most common, you know, the one we were talking about. And somebody was asking about, did they check the trail cams on the way on those routes, or do you know if there was any trail cam footage or anything?
Well, I know that when we searched over by Beer Can Bridge, we found a trail cam, and they were gonna locate they were gonna look at the owner of it and get the trail cam photo from it. I don't know if there was any more found while they were out doing searches, but I do know that at least one was found, and they were gonna, the fire chief or firefighter I was with called it in, and the police were gonna look into it.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, because I mean, I do think, you know, as far as I could tell with Detective Castle, she's definitely working the case, keeping things close. So I know that, you know, the public wants to know, and then also, you know, just you guys as the family want to know, but a lot of times they won't divulge that information because, you know, it's open and ongoing, and they're still investigating everything. And there are possibilities here. You know, I think it's a good thing to get at least the truth out on the table, because that's the best place to work from. Otherwise, you know, it's already difficult enough knowing that Devlin hasn't used any of his accounts. So he didn't have any money left over in his SSI account because he stopped receiving it at 18. And then he just had the little bit of food stamps. Is that the only money that he had?
He had 2 different bank accounts, but that I know of, there was no money in either one of them.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, because I'm just trying to figure out if he did decide to take off, but a lot of people are saying, even close, family members, Jessica has said, he would have reached out to someone.
Yeah, there was not one person that he talked to on a regular basis that literally heard from him, and that's not normal. Like, Devlin does not just stop talking to people. I mean, yeah, talking to one person, but to just cut himself off from everyone, that's not something that Devlin would do. And that's why I said there's lots of possibilities out there. Like, and every possibilities went through my head because I know that that's not Devlin.
Right. Well, and I mean, I think it's valuable to get your feedback, especially because you know him so well. And his routine is a lot, especially with him being autistic. When I spoke to one of his close friends, they told me that his routine was very important to him.
Yes.
Very important.
And I tried to keep the routine. So the same routine he had at my house when I lived with my ex-husband is the same routine I was trying to put him back onto when he moved in with my mom. Because of the fact that routine is best. And even talking to his therapist when I would go, because I would go in with him when he'd go see his therapist. I'd give him the option. You want me to go or you don't want me to go? Like, counselor, therapist, or psychologist, not therapist. I would give him that option. Do you want me to go? Do you not want me to go in? And, there was some days that he's like, oh, well, I just want to talk to him alone. And, I'd sit out in the waiting room, and then, at the end of their session, they'd be like, oh, well, he wants to talk to you about this. And I'd go back with him. And one of the things that me and his psychologist and his counselor talked about was, that routine is best for him. And so, when I lived at my ex-husband's house, I had literally everything wrote down for him. I had, his chores wrote down. He had them on his bedroom wall. I also had them on the refrigerator because, those are the 2 things that he looks at the most. The one was above his dresser and the other one was right on the front of the refrigerator. So then, when he opens up the refrigerator, he sees, oh, well, I have these chores to do. The other thing was, like, on the bathroom door, I had
when he opens up the refrigerator, he knows what his chores are. She posted them on the refrigerator so that way when he goes to eat, he is reminded that if he doesn't do these chores, then he's not allowed to use the electric, he's not allowed to eat, he's not allowed to use the water. See what I'm saying? Just my interpretation, just my opinion. Leakage. We have leakage, folks.
Schedule of, I need to remind myself I got to take my meds in the morning. I got to, shower after school. I had him showering like every other day.
Shower after school.
I got to take my bedtime meds. Just different things that he had to do. And that was, I was trying to get him back in the same routine that he had when he lived with me and my ex.
Yeah. Well, it seems like you had a little bit more room. Did he have his own room when he stayed with you guys?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. And then of course when he was with Gordon, he had a room. Did he have a room when he was staying at Sandra's?
Yes.
So just bigger place, because I know Tamara's place is a little bit smaller, and I understand that when Devlin came back from jail, they weren't you guys weren't exactly in the know about how long he would be in there for.
Well, it wasn't even that we weren't in the know about how long he was in there for, but we also didn't know if he was even going to be allowed back at my mom's. Because we weren't sure if the judge was going to be like, oh, well, you know, you have had charges pressed against you, and you're already on probation through this county. This is another offense. We don't know, we didn't know if he was going to be allowed back. So it was pretty much wait and see.
So really the judge had the final say over where Devlin was ultimately going to go, because this is the same judge that had overseen Devlin throughout his life, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, and there's not much that you all could do in terms of controlling that, other than, of course, your witness testimony. But I mean, that's taken for whatever the judge's judgment is. So because Rosebud said, if you were his guardian, then why did you let him move back to the grandparents' house, or that was an unfit place for him? And it sounds like the judge was really overseeing where Devlin lived.
That was because the fact that I got told when he turned 18, I didn't have a choice but to let him go wherever he wanted. So when he turned 18, I lost my guardianship was up when he turned 18.
I see. I see.
And that's why I went after adult guardianship of him, and then got told that he was 18 and that he was doing everything that he needed to be, and that the judge didn't see that he needed an adult guardian. But I did try to, go after adult guardianship, so then I could try to keep him on the right track that he was going down when I had him. But our adult guardianship court date was a couple months after he turned 18. So he had already been at my grandparents for a couple months after a couple months before the guardianship hearing.
I see. Okay. And then at that hearing, okay. So Rosebud's question was, why, as his guardian, would you allow him to go back to the place where he was being abused and what was an unfit environment for him? And Sabrina said, I didn't have any choice after he turned 18. Then she turns around in the same breath and says he was at Sandra's a couple of months before turning 18, or before they gave him guardianship over his own self. So which one is it? Just trying to clarify. I mean, it's confusing, and it doesn't make any damn sense. Come on. They just said, hey, he can take care of himself, but they put some stipulations, like the curfew was set into place, I'm assuming after he was 18 too.
No, the curfew didn't happen until after the B&E in Eaton County.
Oh, I see.
That was just this year.
And do you know why he decided to do that? Because Matt said that he went to a friend's house, but he couldn't get into the friend's house, so the friend told him to break in, and he was in there sleeping, is what I heard.
For breakfast, he ended up walking to Vermontville, got there early, like super early in the morning, he called his friends. They said, well, you can't stay here. Go find a house or a car to sleep in. And so that's what Devlin went to do. And he ended up going into a business that had an apartment either upstairs or behind it. And they called the cops, and then he got in trouble for a B&E. That's what I was told. Do I know if it's true? I don't. I know that Devlin told us that there was multiple kids involved in that, but we were told by police that no, Devlin was the only one there.
I gotcha. Yeah, because it did kind of read that way in the report, as in that Devlin wasn't like the only one involved. And so I was thinking that maybe people told him to do it, you know, and he just agreed to do it, you know, type of a thing. So yeah. Which, you know, that's bad advice. Sometimes friends give you bad advice. So that happened, and then you ended up, that happened, and then the judge was kind of thinking, hey, he needs a curfew that might help. Like you said, nothing, I guess he said, you know, nothing good happens after 10 type of a thing. Makes sense.
Yep, that's when he ended up telling him that nothing good happens after 10 o'clock because he had gotten into the B&E after 10 o'clock.
Right. And that's a 5-hour walk to Vermontsville, says Lacey Pear. Yikes. Yeah, it's a long walk. And he got the cowboy boots were given to him by a guy named Sam. Is that right?
I have no idea where they came from.
Because Jessica was telling me it was like one of the guys from the militia that had given Devlin.
I don't know.
Yeah, Rosebud says you have to show the court's adequate information and proof that this person can care for themselves, especially if they've had guardianship all along. I do find it odd that really quick, I just wanted to pop in. A Coffee Common Cat says, did he have a lawyer at court? Was the court informed about his needs? They could have gotten him an advocate. So he did have a guardian ad litem, which is a court-appointed lawyer for the minor or someone who, it's usually for kids, right? And a lot of times during divorces, both parents will have their lawyers, and then the child has a lawyer who is representing them in the courts in order to make sure that child is, kept within the rights and everything. Some of these guardians are real pieces of shit, though. I just have to say that. And then also, and I'm not sorry, and I'm never going to apologize for that statement. So if you come for me, just know that I'm not going to apologize for that. And also, with that being said, it was the same judge, Coffee Crime and Cats, that had been overseeing Devlin for the last 18 years. So I think that the lawyer falls into the same category as the guardian ad litems that I just mentioned. And again, I'm not sorry, because that's an epic fail. Epic. And when did you go back for guardianship again over Devlin? Was that after the B&E and stuff? Where you just kind of?
No, that was before. That was before,
okay.
And that was before Devlin got into any of his recent legal charges.
Okay.
That would have been about September of last year, I think.
Okay. Because I know he was still talking about it, around the same time on that recording with Jessica, or how he.
Well, I had talked about, trying again. I had talked about trying again, because he started getting into all the trouble and whatnot, and I wanted to see him get back onto the right track. And so yes, I did mention it again to him about, hey, do you want me, to try and get adult guardianship so then we can get you back on the right track
So I have text messages that actually prove that you were using that as a punishment and saying that, I'll put you back under guardianship since you're getting in trouble, which honestly, I can understand why one might do that or think that that might be a route to, make Devlin understand that he's not to keep getting in trouble. But in the same way, you were absolutely threatening him. So why are you lying? Tell the truth. The truth shall set you free, and it will make you a more credible source.
Because he was getting into all this trouble. And that's not what I want for Devlin. Like, nobody wants their kid or their niece or nephew or anybody to be sitting there getting into all this trouble. And so I wanted to get him back onto the right track. So yes, that I did again,
Sabrina, but you're only 8 years older than Devlin. You could never be his mom, even if you tried. Like, biologically, again, science, there's no way that you could ever parent this child or mother this child or be old enough to do so. So I would think anybody who was a crazed lunatic would give a 19-year-old to a 27-year-old. I mean, I just have to be logical and rational and reasonable in the statement that I just made, because it makes absolutely no sense why you would say, I wouldn't want that for my kid. Well, Devlin's not your child, for one, and it's physically impossible for you to be his mother, right? And I know that you said that Devlin didn't do the math on that. I'm sure he did, actually. I think you're not giving him enough credit with that. Yeah, he was only getting in trouble because he did have a safe place. He didn't have a safe place to live. I agree with that. I agree. Little Miss Sharon. Yeah, he didn't have a safe place. And that's what's sad, and then she's saying, I was trying to be a parent to him. And when you're only 8 years an elder to someone, that nobody in their right mind is going to look at you like their parent, because you're not.
I'll mention it to him, but I also told him I won't go behind your back and file for adult guardianship without your blessing.
Well, and what did the judge have as evidence? And again, I just have to say that is not how it went down. Not even close. To say that he could adequately take care of himself. Do you know what the judge was kind of?
Well, Devlin had a guardian ad litem at that court hearing, and because he had the paperwork showing that he was filing for his SSI again. He was going to his appointments like he was supposed to. He was, he had his job at McDonald's. That was his proof of adequacy, that he was, able to be his own guardian.
Okay, thank you, because I know you talked about that earlier. Okay, and then also with the guardian ad litem business, right? That is a lawyer for Devlin. So obviously the lawyer for Devlin went to bat for him and said he's got a job, he has means to take care of himself. And at that point in time, another close source to this family has told me that Devlin was trying to get out from underneath their thumb, right? And they didn't say it to me in those words, but that's the way I took it, right? So this guardian ad litem, who is a lawyer, it's a fancy Latin term for lawyer, for a minor or for someone who needs extra help, right? And that's court appointed. And this person got up and they said Devlin's doing good. He has a job. He's reapplying for his SSI. He's doing all these things, and he, you know, deserves to get a crack at it. And Devlin said, I don't want to have nothing to do, with these people. I don't want them doing this to me. I don't want them having, me under their thumb. Right. I just want to be my own guardian. And so the judge said, okay, fine. Excuse me. Okay, fine. And granted that. Right. So there was nothing that Sabrina could do about that at that time. And she wasn't trying to get Devlin's blessing. She was hanging it over his head and threatening him with it. And I have text messages to prove that. So try and call me a liar. So thank you for repeating it too. And that makes sense, right? I mean, Devlin is showing him that he's able to kind of keep up with things on his own. So that makes sense. That he was, he was showing the judge that he could take care of himself. And then things went kind of south, well, and I agree with Rosebud here too. You don't ask a disabled person whether or not they want someone or who to be their guardian. They don't have the capability of making that decision, and that's why they had a guardian all this time. And that's where I get stuck too, Rosebud. And for those of you that don't know, a guardian ad litem is Devlin's lawyer. So it's different from guardianship, just so everybody knows. It's a lawyer for the usually it's a child, but in this case it would have been, because Sabrina, what would you say Devlin's mental capacity was? I mean, I know it's a little bit behind, but
in some instances, so the 7 to 12.
Oh, and KJ Mac, I'm really, really glad that you said that. And so here's the skinny on that. Little Red and I have been working on getting this FOIA. It takes 60 days in order to get that information. So the Freedom of Information Act is going to allow us to hopefully see some of that court stuff, some of the documentation that will help us piece this together that no one can, deny, because it's all, collected information, so to speak. So once we get that, we will have a better insight, and that way we can weed out a lot more lies and deceptive phrasing that's being used in these interviews. Just tell me the truth and we won't have to do that. It pains me to have to do this. It really does. I mean,
was my doing. So in some instances, he has that mentality of a 7 to 12-year-old. In other instances, he is very smart, like smarter than a normal adult smart.
Sure.
So he, like, I would put him between, like, roughly, like, 15 to 17-ish.
I think this is accurate too. What Sabrina is saying, I think that would match up with what I've heard. I don't think she's fibbing over here on that, saying that Devlin was about 15, because that's what I've heard, corroborated. Joe says, couldn't he have made it on his own with his McDonald's money? Joe, he was a janitor at McDonald's, so I think they get paid a little bit less than like the people who like work the window or the cash register, or even the cooks. So I'd have to Google it real quick. But yeah, I'm thinking that, I just can't see him being able to. And then if he needed reminders, if we're to believe Sabrina, what she's saying here, and I do, because it makes sense. He's about 15, and so then he also needed reminders like to take the showers and to take his medications and stuff like that. So, either she's making him seem like he can't take care of himself because she wants the guardianship, or she's being real and she's saying, yeah, like He absolutely needed somebody. So could you imagine if he forgot to pay his rent and then, he got a letter and he didn't understand what was in the letter, and then the next thing you know, they're knocking on his door to evict him, something like that. But that then again, I think the courts are shitheads, okay? In this situation, they are. What a bunch of shitheads. Why didn't you get this child, this young man, if you're gonna give him the big boy britches, why are you not allowing him and setting him up for a success? And why wouldn't you help him out? Get him some Section 8 housing where he doesn't have to pay as much. Get him a helper, right? Someone to come in and check on him once a week. Something like that would have done leaps and bounds over what actually happened to Devlin. If they would have just cared, right? Sabrina's not dumb, Joe. Oh, no, she's not. She's not dumb. She's immature, and I think she is a little bit stunted in her, I think she might have some autism or something going on. But other than that, she's not dumb. I treat people with special needs like I would anybody else. Right? And if you ever worked with somebody with special needs, you would understand that. Because you might underestimate them when you don't understand. But I don't, because I understand. I never underestimate them.
Mindset. But that he also had that childish mentality where he would, run around with fake guns and
pot kettle,
play like he was a cop. I mean, he used to do it at my house. He had, gotten into having police, pull guns on him because he was, walking around with a fake gun tucked in his waistband. And so,
Yeah, I remember that being said. I remember that's one thing that, and, again, the police knew Devlin needed help. The community saw him walking around, knew he needed help. Bob's Barn knew he needed a phone. Everybody knew he needed help. And no one was willing to help him when he was here. And now they're hoarding this money back and saying, well, we're not going to do anything with it, which we did have a compromise. But this is why that's why it's important to examine this, because this is not normal behavior. Right? Do you feel bad that you didn't help him while he was here, and now you want to keep that money and give it to him because you think he's going to come back miraculously without trying to build awareness or find him actually? Because it's never going to happen. I hate to burst your bubble, but it will never happen if you don't look for the kid. It'll never happen if you don't raise awareness. It'll never happen if you don't put pressure on. It'll never happen. So keeping that money to give to him, we need to find him. Let's just do that first, right? Let's not think about when he's back. Let's find him first, because he needs to be found. No, and they didn't teach him the life skills because he wasn't playing by their rules. He didn't come home on time to get taught how to cook. He got in trouble if he breathed wrong. I'm surprised they didn't have a fart box where he got in trouble for farting. You know what I'm saying? That kid could not live, breathe, or anything in that household without being in trouble, in my opinion. Hey, Miss Fairy 007, thanks for being here. Lady Freedom, maintenance at McDonald's will make $1 to $2 per hour, but the money is shit regardless. What? 1 to 2? What? KJ says they did right by Devlin not allowing them to have a guardian over him. He needed a better, more responsible group of people to guide him. I agree with this 100%. The family is a mess, in my opinion. They need to sort themselves first. I agree with that. But yet they wanted to oversee Devlin because of the money that was involved, in my opinion. And, none of them had adequate space for Devlin. None of them. And when I say none of them, I mean none of them. Not a single soul. none of them have space for Devlin, but they want him to come stay with them until he does one thing wrong, and then it's we're kicking you out. We're doing this. No, you know. So, Miss Fairy, do you mean the cunning and deceptive part? Oh, yes, the part that where they flip the script and blame the victim. Yeah, it's terrible. It is terrible. No, I know. I think it's really difficult to assume anyone's IQ for sure. And I'm not saying her IQ is low. I think the manipulation tactics are very high, and it does take someone who is cunning to pull that off. Yeah, you know, it just does. So Joe says his guess is 100. Of average, maybe 90 to 100. I'm just guessing there's more to whether you know, because I don't want to disparage anybody, but I'm just gonna say that my perception of Sabrina is that she is immature, but she wants to act older than she is. I think that she feels obligated to take on that responsibility. I'm sure she's had the same amount of trauma as anyone in that family has. And I think that Sabrina's been programmed to lie, so that's what she's gonna do, right? So I'm like, I'm not trying to hurt her feelings or be mean to her, but in the same way, when we're analyzing these statements, I can't help but notice that there is major manipulation. I mean, she's trying to manipulate me. Little did she know it wasn't working, but I wanted her to be able to tell her side of it. So I just asked her questions. I wasn't gonna um, grill her a whole lot. I mean, I asked follow-up questions, but I wasn't gonna be like, "No, Sabrina, I know you're lying to me," because what's the point? She could just hang up and end the whole interview, right? So I'm just listening to her, allowing for her to tell me. But when I went to review the video, you know, this interview, excuse me, myself, I mean, it was like all of that times 10. And then I listened to it again, and then I find new things. And then I swear, even though I've listened to it a bunch of times, that gauze thing, because I would have asked Jules about that. For some reason, I missed that, you know, and the dog said that was a huge red flag. I'm like, wait, what did she say? Gauze for the scent? And I'm like, it wouldn't absorb. And why? And they always take personal items. And I remember asking Jules on my panel with Jen, I'm like, so what's the best scent item, scent article? And she said the soles of your shoes, right? And I want to say the other one was a ball cap, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, Jules, I do listen to you. But, you know, when you tell me things, I listen to you. No, but I mean, no, it's just, again, like, they do these things. Guys, people are trained militarily. People are trained, the police forces and things like that. They train people pretty much across the board. You know, there's tried and true methods to these things that they do in the military, in the police, everything. That's why this is so hard to believe that the police are kind of, they haven't, I don't know why they didn't question Sabrina or give her a polygraph. I'm sorry. I don't know why, you know, and I'm not blaming them, but I'm just saying why not? And people have kind of confirmed that Devlin liked to pretend like he was a cop, but then he also didn't realize that, like, it looked like he had a real, you know, firearm on him, and that's never good because you don't want him to get hurt in that way. Do you think that, I mean, and that kind of just leads me to, like, with the militia house, Matt said that it was raided and that they did find, you know, firearms, and that's what they're big into. I mean, you know,
as far as I know, it wasn't.
Yeah, see, that's what Matt had said, and he said that they were raided and they found, you know, drugs and stuff in there and firearms. And I'm like, oh, well, what if Devlin decided, you know, that he was going to play like a cop? And I don't know, you know, I mean, as far as I know, the Michigan militia isn't anti-police or anything. A lot of them are involved or they're retired. So, I mean, I'm just kind of trying to go over every option.
Yeah,
know,
as far as I know, the house was never raided. Everybody got kicked out. I know that. And my boyfriend says that house was full of ex-cons, is what it was full of.
well, and see, that's what makes me a little bit worried that somebody would take him and hide him out or something like that for a period of time, such as, the 6 months that we've been in. But, I also don't want to blame anybody that's not involved. But I do think that, anybody that was directly involved with Devlin or around the time of his disappearance are, important to kind of speak to.
Well, that I know the police went to that house. They went to all family members, friends that lived in Berry County as well. As talking to, the people that he knew in Laco. But I also know that house still sits empty till this day, and most of the people that live there are now homeless, like living on the streets, homeless.
And did you guys pass out flyers at the homeless camps and stuff like that?
I did not personally, but I do know somebody that did. And that went down and talked to.
I mean, be careful if you do go those places, and even the truckers, some of them are weirdos. But just be careful if you do go to those places, because I mean that. But I do think that it's a good thing to let people at least know, because if Devlin is kind of surviving out there with a group of people or something, I mean, that is. I mean, I personally think he would have gotten hold of any one of you guys. So that's where I get stuck too.
Yeah, especially because he has my grandma's home number memorized. He has a lot of numbers memorized, and that's something.
Really quick, Miss Ferry says, unfortunately, polygraphs are unreliable, and I wish they were. Wish they were reliable. People out there would be more cautious about lying. I agree with that. I think there is definitely a way to like skirt the poly, or make it inconclusive, and there's lots of ways to do it. Also, they're not admissible in court, but I will say I do think it's a good roadmap to start out with, and especially if it's done in the correct way. I think they can be as reliable as they can be, for lack of a better way to say that. And also, the reason why I'm wondering, Joe's being terrible. Coffee, Crime, and Cats. I saw it. I looked at it. I looked at it. And yeah, no, we don't do the R stuff in here. And as a matter of fact, I have a few words only that are blocked in here, and that one's one of them. Because no, we don't call people that. And also, around here we think of people as, we're not better than or worse than anybody. And as Sabrina was saying earlier, and as a lot of parents out there and people who have autistic loved ones know, that autistic people can be way smarter than the average bear, right? Even though some of the things that they need special help with, but they can also be, very smart at other things, savants, or even is a word or term that people are kind of familiar with, or also an exceptional intelligence, right? So yeah, like I said, and I never underestimate people. I never do, because, well, for one, who the hell am I? And then also, it's amazing if you know, same thing goes for, anybody. We can all have our strengths and our weaknesses.
That I say Devlin is smarter than the age range that I gave, because most adults remember, numbers off the top of their head, And that is something that Devlin was very good with. He was very smart with numbers. He could tell me my grandma's license plate number.
Yeah.
And I was like, bro, I don't even remember mine. And he's like, oh, it's this. And I'm like, how do you know that? And he's like, I remember it.
Just has a really good memory. And, you know, that's something that, you know, a lot of us were used to that growing up. But now I can't tell you anybody's number, you know.
Well, and that's why it's really weird that he, you know, he hasn't contacted my grandma, at least, because like that's the main number that he called, that he had memorized. So it just, yeah.
I mean, I do think that that's one of the most concerning things to me, is that he hasn't tried to reach out to her, because I understand that, you know, Devlin was close with her and would call her a lot. So, you know, it is concerning to me that he didn't. And, you know, in terms of the guardianship too, and I'm sorry to kind of bounce back and forth, but did you still want to be his guardian, or were you glad when he turned 18 and the judge kind of made the decision to kind of let him make his own decisions? Like, how did you feel about that?
I wanted to be his guardian. I wanted to help him stay on the right track, and, you know, help him, you know, better himself. Because when I got him, like I said, he had the domestic on my grandparents, which is why he ended up with me, and he wasn't doing any of that at my house. There was no violence. There might have been a couple pillow fights, but other than that, but no, I wanted guardianship of him. I wanted, you know, to help him help himself. I wanted to keep him on the right track of doing what he needed to be doing, like going to school, getting a job. We had talked many, many times about, you know, where he wanted to work. He was working through the school. When he was going to school, when he lived with me, he was working at Tractor Supply and Good Times. He got a check from Good Times every week, or I think it was every other week. And, you know, he was so excited. You know, I'm working on making a paycheck. He was so excited. And I wanted to keep that excitement going, to keep him, you know, keep him going.
Yeah, well, because work becomes work, right? It's kind of mundane after a while, and especially when somebody is on the spectrum, it can be, you know, a good thing, but it also can be something that, you know, like if he gets frustrated, he might walk off of a job or something like that, you know, and that's understandable. You know, because it's tough to try to kind of find his way and his niche and things. It sounds like he did enjoy like physical work too. So that's good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He absolutely loved that. I mean, you know, going to the farm, feeding the animals, and, you know, playing with them, and raking leaves and shoveling snow, and just all of it. I mean, even when I had him living with me at 17, I went and we went out shoveling snow.
Yeah, there's a lot of it in Michigan too. I mean, you know, there's especially when it really comes down.
For sure.
You know, so that's good though. I mean, and those are all good things and positive things. I just wish we kind of knew what happened that day in terms of where he could have went if he would have gotten a phone call and somebody said, "Hey, I'll give you a ride to your girlfriend's," or something like that. I can't really discount that either, although I think that the police would have traced because they do have the phone records now.
Yes.
Yeah, so Rosebud says, yeah, there's a very big trait with autistic people, uh, and it's in regards to memory function, not so much what numbers are meant to be or what they are for. So yeah, but he's so good at remembering the numbers. Um,
And no offense, not to go back, but back to the guardianship where the person said that it shouldn't have been left up to him. I left that up to him because, he had talked about going to Yuma and being with his mom. And I left that up to him because I am a very big person on, if you feel like you can handle something on your own, you should be able to do it no matter your disability, your age. Like, I shouldn't say age. Your age as an adult, okay? Because obviously children, which he was legally an adult, okay? So I wanted to leave that up to him as a person because I don't want to overstep. Because his feelings mattered. They still matter. I wanted his approval because I didn't want to cause any bad turmoil between us. If I went and fought for guardianship and then, him, not get his SSI back and then me not have the funds to be able to send him to Yuma. Like I had told him that, if I got guardianship to be able to do, I didn't want to, basically give him that false hope. Because as you know, I don't have a lot of money, but I don't want to make that, promise of, well, you'll be able to go down there if I get adult guardianship and stay for, a week at a time or whatever, and then me not have the funds, and then that create turmoil, and not only turmoil, but like, bring him back to, I don't know if it would in the long run make him start acting out violently towards me like he was my grandparents as well. So I wanted to get his blessing for that. And I mean,
okay, really quick, I have to pop in here, but you yourself admitted to getting physical with Devlin when you backed him away from you. So you physically made contact with him and backed him, which in my opinion pushed him. And that created backward momentum and he fell back into a chair. So how is it always blame Devlin? Blame Devlin, blame Devlin. It's not blame Devlin. It's what's your part in this? And why was Devlin fighting others? And another thing too that we have to remember, and thank you, Little Miss Sharon, for sharing, because we talked about this last night on the Discord. When you have an individual who has autism and they are on that spectrum, right? Sometimes they do have a meltdown and they do exhibit behaviors, right, that can hurt other people. But again, it's about helping him and giving him those tools to cope with that. And I've yet to hear that anyone has ever really tried to help him with that, especially as he's experiencing, layers and layers and layers of trauma. He's got one layer trauma, he's got another layer. He has that layer down pat, then all they put on another layer. When those traumas are layered, it exacerbates any type of a diagnosis, like PTSD, for instance. If you keep experiencing those types of layered trauma, that's when they have, and I'm not sure when they added this to the DSM-5, but it's called, excuse me, it is called complex PTSD or CPTSD. Sorry, getting a little bit tired. This has been a long live, but it's important. That means that you have multiple layers of trauma, and so it's more complex than just PTSD itself, which is already very, very difficult and can be very debilitating to live with. I live with that, right? But I've had so much counseling and so much time away from it, and even moving to Florida and not having to be in that trauma and that um, overreactive state all the time, that hypervigilance has done wonders for my PTSD as well. Just being away from far, far away from my abuser has been fantastic, and is why that I could do this and see these patterns and behaviors, because I'm also not a doctor, but I've been through it. So these layers and layers of trauma exist in every single one of the complex human beings that we're talking about in this case. Make no mistake. And I was chatting with Joe and KJ Mac in the chat because we were talking about Sabrina about her kind of immaturity, things like that. And again, it's that layers of trauma, probably, right? I don't know exactly what Sabrina's story is because I didn't ask her about her story, and she was here to talk about Devlin. But I'm sure there's reasons behind that, right? And if there wasn't such a toxic level, we wouldn't be even talking about that right now. So we know how toxic this family dynamic is. Yeah, no, I understand that. I mean, and you can't really go back. It's just trying to understand, where everybody's heads are in that space, because, it's concerning that the judge would not see him getting in trouble as kind of a red flag in terms of, let's take it back to maybe, having somebody oversee him, or but I understand he's got to also do it for himself, and that's tough, right? Because he doesn't maybe have all of the tools to use to do that. And Carrie was wondering about where your little one was when you guys left out for the job. Was
He was with his dad.
Yeah, he was with his dad. I thought you answered that earlier, so thank you.
Yeah, my boyfriend's not his dad, so he went with his biological dad.
Okay, yeah, and then you guys left out for the jobs, and then around 6:30, nobody had heard from Devlin. I guess the last person to speak to Devlin was Matt. Just from who we know. I mean, that he could have talked to other people. He certainly could have.
I mean, other than a woman saying that she's seen him at 2:30 at the trailer park, which we don't even know if it's valid or not, because there's no there's no video proof. It's just just hearsay that she said that she's seen him. But it could, that could have been, oh, well, I seen him that day and it really have been Sunday. So we don't know for sure that he was actually at the trailer park on Monday petting her dog. So yes, the only person that had communication with Devlin that we know for sure of is Matt.
Right, and he lives in Hastings, like about 20, what is it, like 20 minutes away or so, like driving wise?
About 25-ish, yeah.
And how long were you at work, or how long did it take you guys to get your jobs done that day? Because I know you were doing odd jobs, so sometimes they take a couple hours, you know.
Oh, we were there from like, I want to say it was like 10:30 until like, I think it was like 2 or 3 ish. I couldn't tell you exactly what time we got done because I know we came home a little bit earlier because Will was supposed to go to work that night at a job that he was supposed to start.
And really quick, guys, I just want to chime in because I know Will was earlier in this in the conversation. I could hear Will at one point kind of try to verify some information with Sabrina, and I don't know if he was maybe, you know, not listening at this point because we had been on there for a long time and everything. But I wish he would have kind of helped her with that time because I am trying to nail down a time frame. Like that's why it's so important. You know, what time were you got? You know, what time was your baby picked up in the morning? What time did you and Will leave out to go to the job? You know, how long does it take you to get to that job? I don't need to ask them that. I can Google it, you know. So but I would have really liked to have him maybe chime in and help her out. Like, yeah, I remember that we got home at like 2, or you know, hey, it was like 1:30, whatever. But oh well.
And we came home a little bit early so he could go to sleep because he was going to be on third shift.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But I
And
can't rightly tell you exactly what time we got home.
Okay, not a problem. And then I know there was some confusion about Devlin's ride to court because, you know, he had court scheduled the next day, but he just, you know, his disappearance happened, so he didn't show up to court. But was John supposed to be giving Devlin a ride to court? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And then and he had court in which county was it again? I'm sorry.
Berry County.
In which one? I'm sorry.
Berry County.
Berry County. Okay. Great. And at that court date, that was for a probation violation.
Yes.
Okay. And were they giving Devlin leniency because of his different abilities?
I think so. I really do. I think that's why he didn't spend much jail time in any of the counties that he was in.
Right. Because they kind of understood that he probably didn't realize what he was doing, I guess. I mean, you know, it's hard to say, but I mean, obviously he knows right from wrong. I'm not trying to give him a pass. I'm just saying, you know, because of all things considered, or like a mitigating factor, you know, coming into play.
Right.
Oh, you're welcome, Rosebud. Thank you guys for asking questions. Thank you very much for answering questions, Sabrina. I really appreciate you taking the time to come up here.
Yeah, not a
and
problem.
because you know, I think the more that we have facts, you know, we can really kind of get down to what could have happened, right? Like in that time frame. It's just, and I also want to say too that I don't think that Sabrina is like an awful person or whatever. Like I don't. And again, I have no malice whatsoever. I am just analyzing this with full honesty of what my opinions are. So, you're woke as fuck, Joe. Joe. Oh my gosh, you're killing me. You are just killing me. Such a large time frame from you know, one, you know, the 8:21 a.m. and then we'll even say 9:30-ish, you know, there's some activity from Devlin, but then after that there's nothing except for the phone ping at the trailer park, which is just, you know, it's odd because I think there's a lot of cameras and stuff too. We kind of went the route, and you know, there's just, you would think that somebody would have caught him on camera.
You would think so. And I do know, not to throw it out there, but I do know that a lot of the businesses that I talk to, they only have interior cameras, not exterior.
Yeah, I noticed that I think it was at Penny's. When we looked at the Google map, you know, and sometimes you don't know because they might have added stuff to it. It might be an older, you know, picture, but there wasn't. I don't think there was any cameras out that way. Just inside.
Because, like, I even asked, like, there was, like, the pawn shops and just different, you know, different places that Devlin walked by on a regular basis to find out. And they were like, yeah, we just have, you know, interior cameras, not exterior. So it wouldn't have caught, you know, him walking by.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Right. No, that makes sense. And I know there's cameras all over at the Sunoco outside. So the lady that said that he walked towards there, I just wonder if it was really him because he wasn't caught on camera over there either, was he? But he was in the morning, but not in the evening.
See, and my mom says that he was caught on camera in the morning, but I was told that they hadn't seen him on Sunoco's cameras since Sunday. But I don't know if that was, they only looked at like the morning, like from like 8:30 before, or what time they actually, I don't know what time they looked at the cameras. I just know that he was in Sunoco Sunday night.
Okay,
but I don't know.
Because he was over at the church over by Carl's, and then he probably walked down over that way. Like maybe he took that route from the church or something.
Yeah, he did, because he ended up coming back to the house to meet up with my grandma for coming out to get his Easter basket on Easter Sunday.
Oh,
but
okay.
I don't know, you know, if he was caught on camera on Sunday, or on Monday, on Monday or not. At least not in the morning. I know at night he was not caught on the camera, because somebody had said that they had seen him walk by Sunoco headed towards Bonanza Road at 5:30 or around 5:30, and that was found to not be true because he wasn't caught on Sunoco's cameras. And at that point, they had said that he was down by Family Dollar walking towards Sunoco by Jerry's Tire.
I'm sorry, hon. What did you say at the end there?
That he was walking by Family Dollar, like in between Family Dollar and Jerry's Tire, headed towards Sunoco, but he was never caught on camera at that time.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm trying to map out all the locations.
So that's another, you know, don't know if it's true or not, hearsay.
Right, exactly. Well, and that's what's hard. But the thing is, it's not hearsay if you tell that person to go to the Ionia County Sheriff's Office and file a report with them. Detective Castle would love to talk with someone and get a report made. She made one with me. I could tell because she asked me my name, she asked me my phone number, she asked me where I live, got all my personal information. Then she asked me what my channel was, right? She was happy to assist me. Did she want to give me, information? No, not really. Right? She wanted to hear what I had to say about people that were in my chat, what was being said. She was all ears. So, with her doing that with me as a Florida resident, I'm not even a resident of Michigan. She took that time with me. So, why wouldn't she take that time with an eyewitness? Riddle me that, Batman. Right? So, right now, again, I'm going to have to call bullshit on this because if somebody came up to me and said, I saw your nephew, I saw your son, I saw your grandson, I saw your adoptive son, a brother, sister, what the hell ever, right? A missing loved one of mine, I would say, let's go to the police, or did you go to the police, right? And if they said no, I'd say, please go to the police. I'll go with you. Whatever has to be done. But you need to go tell them where you last seen my brother, my sister, my uncle, my aunt, my grandson, used to be grandson, now is my brother. I mean, come on. This is quite ridiculous. Is like, kind of narrowing it down to just the facts. And Carrie's saying, did your grandma go to your house to give the Easter basket, or did Devlin go over there?
No, my grandma came to our house.
Okay. Okay, great. For Easter.
Yeah.
Interesting, Joe. That Grandpa. Oh. Very interesting. Sorry, I was just writing back in the chat. Gail says, if I was LE, I would be doing a background check and serious interrogation of the parapro, since they were the last place that the phone pinged and the dogs picking up Devlin's scent around her trailer, in my opinion. And, I'm definitely interested in the parapro too, Gail. What do you make of that, Sabrina? I mean, if you don't know, it's okay. I'm curious.
Hold on, give me 2 seconds.
Okay, no problem. That's a good question too. Detroit, who took them to the church Easter Sunday? And I'm thinking, okay, before we get into this, yeah, Joe, she did. She spoke with me at length, and she was very much reassuring me, like, look, we're doing everything we can. This is not cold, or it's still an open investigation, because I did ask her if it's like gone cold or anything like that. In her opinion, just to see. And I do remember her saying, this is open and ongoing, and that's why we're not going to be, giving out any of the information, because I was asking about the footage from Carl's and things like that, things of that nature. And yeah, so she, in my opinion, Detective Castle seems to be doing, more than people think. And then also, and I could be wrong, but I also think that, there's absolutely more information that they have that they would never share with anybody. So yeah, I think it's going to be a lot like Michael Vaughn when we find out, what all they knew. Once the truth comes to light, it's probably going to be stunning what they actually, uncovered. And Cheryl says, but I thought Devlin went to church with Sandra and had dinner there. That's what is going to be said. But then again, in the same breath, there's, conflict. And Joe says, I think she's smart enough to be the gatekeeper for the guilty parties. She may not have seen a corpse, but she knows. I agree with that, Joe. I do. Yeah. And the reason being is because I don't know that she could do it herself. But I think that she would go along with and hide information for other people. And I do think that she knows, otherwise she wouldn't try to pretend like she doesn't know what happened that Sunday. Because most people that lose a loved one, they comb over the situation over and over and over again in their brain. And that's another thing, there's a quote out there, Albert Einstein talking about high IQ. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. So when you take yourself back to that time period where you're distraught over your family loved one, and you're going over and over and over it again in your brain, it can really make you insane. We have someone up here who is calm, cool, and collected. They are not showing any emotion, too nonchalant, too even-keeled. And also, she's telling me that she does not remember the day before the last Easter with her beloved family member. Okay? I just call it like I see it. Thanks, Joe. That makes sense. And he might have walked down to the church because it's not far. It is over by Carl's. So
yes, Devlin walked to church on Easter Sunday.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. What was your other question? Sorry, my dog knocked down the baby gate.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, just Gil was wondering about the Parapro, since it was the last place that Devlin's phone pinged, and then the dogs circled around her trailer. So I don't know what to make of that either.
So I would have to say, like, my thoughts on it is, yeah, I think that would be, one suspect to look into, just because,
Well, just because you also told them to look into her that night and the dispatch, right? Because you gave them, yeah. Hold on, I want to bring it back to where we see Tamara say something here. It's not far. It is over by Carl's. So
yes, Devlin walked to church on Easter Sunday.
So it seems like here Sabrina is asking or answering Detroit's question because Detroit says, who took them to church on Easter Sunday? And she says, yes, Devlin walked to church on Easter Sunday. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. What was your other question? Sorry, my dog knocked down the baby gate.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, just Gil was wondering about the Parapro, since it was the last place that Devlin's phone pinged, and then the dogs circled around her trailer. So I don't know what to make of that either.
So I would have to say, like, my thoughts on it is, yeah,
All right, Lorraine drove her and Mama, and Devlin walked. So Tamara says Lorraine drove herself and Mama, who is Sandra, and Devlin walked. Now, before we speculate in one direction or another, I will just say that Devlin might have walked on his own volition because he's 18 and I'm walking, right? But then again, with what we've witnessed in the text messages, what we've read with our own eyes, what we've interpreted and processed through our own brains, something obviously was not okay, right? Lorraine drove her and Mama, and then Devlin walked. So the registered SO or RSO, right? Lorraine drove with Sandra, and they made Devlin walk on Easter, or he said, "F you guys, I'm not driving with you." I mean, I wish they would. Detroit, was there a witness that can confirm Will was at home or just hearsay? Only hearsay. And, you know, I wouldn't mind having Will to come up and answer questions if he would want to. You know, again, I just wish, you know, maybe he could have chimed in. Maybe he didn't feel like comfortable. And obviously, I was angry in the beginning, and maybe he was thinking, like, I'm not even gonna try to get up there, right? I mean, I could understand that. I'm a reasonable person, but I wish that he would have chimed in and been like, "Yeah, I was there," or, you know, "Hey, that morning." And then again, I didn't address any questions directly to him either, but I was also trying to give Sabrina her chance to talk. So KJ Mack, I know. Can you imagine his daily life there? It must have felt impossible to him. And, you know, that is the proof. I even have proof of it. You know, KJ Mack, he was saying things like, I can't take this anymore. I love everybody, but I can't take it. I'm a nice person. I would do anything for anyone, but not if they're ordering me around, you know? And when you know someone and you know what buttons to push, that's where reactive abuse comes in. Because the other person is intentionally pushing for an outcome. And then the other person blows up, and then all of a sudden it's like, "What are you yelling for?" Well, gee whiz. Because you kept pressing me, because you kept bugging me, because you kept ordering me, and you know I hate that. And Devlin might have lost his shit a couple of times about it. Of course, he's overwhelmed. He's also on the spectrum. You know? Was he upset with Lorraine and didn't want to get in the car? I wonder. And also, like, why is Lorraine around any young people? Don't come for me about how everybody deserves to be in church. No, thank you. Not around the kids. No. It's not okay. Not when you're a registered sex offender.
Think that that would be, you know, one suspect to look into, just because, you know, his phone pinged around her. It was like within, I want to say 100 feet of her trailer. And then, you know, having the dogs go around her trailer was, you know, a big, like, red flag to me. Whether or not they actually looked into it, I have no idea. I couldn't tell you if they, you know, got a search warrant or anything. But yeah, I would think that that would be one thing that they should do if they haven't. I do know that the fire chief of Laco did tell me that they did a thorough search on the trailer park. And that included checking, you know, the old, or not the old, the empty trailers as well. And under like the skirting and stuff of the empty trailers. But and checking like drains and stuff at the trailer park. But and that the empty trailers was because the fact that me and, you know, his B&E, like, my thought on that is, you know, well, if you're, you know, willing to walk into a business, you're able to walk into, you know, an empty trailer or building that's not occupied.
Right. Well, and we do have a dog handler that, you know, has been on the show. You know, I really respect Jules a lot. And she does talk about how circling isn't necessarily a hit. It's a change in the dog's behavior. Um, but I would like to know more about that too. Matt said he went to
Okay.
dinner. Yeah, yeah, and it's
I guess I didn't know
understandable
that
because
either. I don't. I mean, I have regular dogs. I don't have scent smelling dogs, so I would know nothing
right.
about that.
Well, and we did a live about it because, I didn't understand it either fully, and especially when, the dog is trained in a certain way, the handler knows what to look for, and that's kind of how they communicate with each other. So it is really interesting. But I would love to know more about, what Jules thinks about that, and I'm glad that you shared it because she does listen too. And I'll absolutely send it to her. And Detroit
Not
says
gonna
Matt said that.
lie. Well,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
not gonna lie. I do not listen to all of your lives because a lot of the lies have upset me. So I don't watch them all, so I would not have.
Fancy Sabrina telling me that she's upset with my lies. Sorry, I just had to burst in there on that one. I haven't lied at all. I've showed receipts for everything. So there's that.
Heard that, or I may have heard it or read it, but like I don't read or listen to all of them because a lot of the stuff does upset me when it's basically like downing and bashing and hurtful comments towards people, and I know there's people saying, well, I do believe you have involvement, you yourself have. I don't know what more I can do to prove that I had nothing to do with this. Like I want to know just as much as everyone else where my nephew went, because we're missing a loved one, and all of those comments it's just more hurt added. It's basically like building a fire. And so I don't watch all of your videos because of that.
I understand that. I do. And I don't want to make it more difficult on you guys at all. I just know that and I agree with you. It is a fire. It is definitely tough, especially when we're not kind of getting all of the information in the most factual manner, right? And some of it isn't malicious, some of it is, but the majority of it is like where people are telling the story and then you hear it this way, and then it turns out, okay, it's not quite that way, right? And especially if we're taking it literally, which we probably should be, especially the factual information, it gets jumbled up. It does. And I can see why that would be frustrating for you and all of the family. The one thing that I'm hoping for, and I have been hoping for from the beginning, is that we could just all kind of put the differences aside. I mean, I'm well aware that there's, bad blood, for lack of a better way to say it. But I also understand that, some of that does come into play with Devlin being missing with the dynamic. We're going to have to look at that. But it also, moving forward, it might not help to keep rehashing that, because it's painful for everybody.
For sure.
And going back to Easter Sunday, so Devlin goes to church. And I know we were speculating earlier, guys, and this is one reason why I was maybe thinking that Sabrina could be on the spectrum without being a doctor or an expert or anything like that, of course, is because of the lack of emotion. So I was also trying to kind of give her a little bit of a pass or maybe the benefit of the doubt, devil's advocate, whatever. Um, because it's just like I was like, that's got to be so painful for you guys. And she was like, yeah, or yeah, but I mean, it wasn't like I it's not that I was trying to make Sabrina cry by any means, but I mean, obviously, I would think there had been a shudder in her voice or, and maybe people that know her better, have an explanation or a better explanation for that. But again, just a lack of emotion. And we all know what that, looks like being in true crime. Church, and then they have dinner at the church, kind of like a luncheon or something. And then Sandra comes over Easter Sunday to Tamara's house, and then you guys do the Easter baskets, and then she left out with Lorraine because Lorraine drove her over. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Because yeah, I mean, it's it's just important to get that timeline. And then Devlin goes, he's probably excited because he gets an Easter basket, so that's cool. So he was in probably a good mood from that. Do you know like what he did Easter Sunday night, like after everybody goes home and stuff? Did he go to bed at his usual time, or because I know that his bedtime was kind of around 10 if he was home?
Devlin didn't have a bedtime. He picked and chose when he wanted to go to sleep. We didn't tell him, oh well, it's bedtime. You gotta, put your phone away. It's time to lay down. So Devlin picked and chose when he went to bed. I didn't pay attention to that, to be honest. I, tried to stay in my room as much as possible. I know that after my grandma had left, because it wasn't really late when she was there, he went back to town.
Oh, okay. Did he go, do you know where he went, or?
I have no idea.
But then he ended up coming home like around 10 o'clock?
It was before 10.
Okay. And then he was quiet in the morning, and I don't mean to like repeat or anything, but just to kind of get a clear time frame. He was quiet in the morning, kind of got his bedding up, put things away, and then he headed out for the morning around 7:30. And that would put him at Carl's at 8:21.
Yeah.
And okay, guys, and you heard that pause from me. That was because she was like, yeah, not like, yep, you got it, Lady Freedom. Okay, because obviously I'm recapping because we've been bouncing around from subject to subject, and partly some of that is me, right, asking questions, or I'm taking questions from the chat. But again, I was recapping it for her so she could correct me if I was wrong on anything, or confirm it for me, validate my statement. And she's just like, yeah, and I don't know, maybe that was a little bit of sarcasm, or maybe she's like, thinking whatever. But again, I would expect her to be like, yes, that's right, because I just reiterated everything she told me. So yeah, just flatline, Detroit, flatline. Just to clear up speculation as well, you guys had, well, Tamara has a bedroom, and then you guys had the bedroom where your family stayed, like your son and boyfriend.
So there's 3 bedrooms. Julius had one. Will and I had another, and the back bedroom was, it's my mom's bedroom, but she doesn't get comfortable on a bed. And for one, and for two, when we moved in, we had to move stuff out of what was Julius's room. And so her room became like a storage area so we could go through everything. And even before that, she was sleeping in a recliner. But before we moved in, we had gotten rid of the recliner and ended up getting a love seat, and that was what my mom slept on. It was where she got comfortable, and that was in the living room.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that too. So let's see. I think and I know we've kind of went over this before, but it's a really good question. Did Devlin spend time at is Bob's like a bar? Like, do they have a bar there, or is it just
No, Bob's Barn, it's Bob's Barn Jamboree. So it's a big like farm animal barn that they hold music sessions at. It's mostly older people.
Okay, but so yeah, and it seems to me like Devlin didn't really partake in drinking or smoking. He seemed like he was pretty straight edge for the most part, right? Even though I know he had gotten into trouble.
Yes, he didn't do any of that. No smoking, no drinking, no drugs that I'm aware of.
Good. That's always a good sign, or I always like hearing that because, younger people, especially when their brains aren't fully developed and they're drinking, can cause trouble. And, maybe it would explain some of the activities that he was going into. So, and have you seen the footage from Carl's? Because I know that there's a lot of speculation. Backwoods Search and Rescue did confirm that there was footage of him, and I would think there would be because there's cameras inside and out Carl's. I mean, just all over.
I did not see the footage from Carl's. One of the officers went down and viewed the camera footage and seen Devlin.
Okay, so they did confirm that too. Okay, I'm just making sure. Thank you for clarifying that. KJ Maxx says, so 2 occupied rooms, 1 bedroom as storage, a living room where Tamara slept. So where did Devlin sleep in that scenario?
Devlin slept on the living room floor.
Yeah, which is, I mean,
I know it's not ideal and it wasn't supposed to be that way. And Devlin was originally, and I know it's wrong, but Devlin was told that he could sleep in my son's bed. Yes, it was small, but he was told that he could sleep in my son's bed as long as he changed his clothes, because like I said before, Devlin did not like to shower and he did not like to change his clothes on a regular basis, and he was even told that he could sleep on the couch as long as he cleaned his, or changed his clothes and showered and stuff. And that, I know it's wrong to do, but, and I know I didn't think of an air mattress or anything until Devlin came up missing and everybody started all of this question asking about why we didn't have a fold up mattress or anything. I honestly, I can tell you, I didn't think about it. Devlin never showed, he never told us that he was uncomfortable sleeping on the floor.
Yeah, well, and I mean, you can't take it back, so I appreciate the honesty. I mean, because it is what it is. It's you can't change what it is now, but and I understand that, it would I understand it makes you feel bad, and and I do think it's wrong, but also I think it's commendable for you to at least be honest. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no
Now,
problem.
was there running water at the house, like, or was there plumbing issues or something? I know that we had talked about that in an earlier live. Um,
So there is running water. So, and there's a pump issue where the pump won't shut off like it's supposed to. So you have to go out to the back porch and unplug it. And when you want to use water, you got to plug it back in. That was part of the reason why we were filling water jugs, along with made it a lot easier to water the dog than
yeah,
carrying,
sure.
a giant 5-gallon bucket full of water. It was 1 gallon at a time.
Yeah, and I know that was kind of on the list of chores too. Was Devlin walking with the jugs, or were you guys like picking him up or giving him a ride?
He didn't have to go anywhere. We filled them in the bathtub. And when my mom's pipes froze last year, we were filling them at the laundromat, but we were driving. I would never in my life make anyone walk a mile and a half with gallons of water. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wanted to make sure that we could clarify that because I think that's where it came from. And sometimes, you know, knowing that when it was, cold outside and it froze, that's a different time than April, right? Because we're trying to figure out what was going on in April. So, I appreciate that as well. And then you were giving him a ride, but had that on his chores list just to make sure, like when you were feeding, like when he was watering the dogs and stuff like that, you guys were filling the jugs up in the bathtub. Hey,
Yeah, because we have like 30 to 40 water jugs that we use throughout the day. And then instead of, having to go out every time and unplug plug in the water when we wanted it, we'd fill up like 30, 40 water jugs. So then we had water, and then all we'd have to do is go outside, plug it back in, and then fill the water jugs back up and then put them on the shelf where they went.
I see. Okay. And yeah, so it wasn't like he was carrying them back and forth. I appreciate you reiterating that. Well, I can understand that too, KJ Max. So, because did everybody like go to bed at the same time? Like, was that an issue? Because it just seems like, anytime you live in a small area, it's tough,
No, we all went to bed at different times.
Right. And then you said that Will had started his job kind of working overnight, so that would put him sleeping during the day.
He was supposed to start. His first day was supposed to be the day Devlin came up missing. And because I had his vehicle looking for Devlin, that did not happen.
I see. And how was people taking showers? Because Matt was talking about the running water, because there was no running water because of the pipe.
I primed the pump. I know how to prime. I know how to prime the water pump. I primed the water pump. So all that is you literally just have to dump water into it and fill up the bladder is what it's called. You have to fill up the bladder, and then it goes back to normal running water. Like, that's all it is. You just have to add, it's like a gallon of water. And it all depends on, if your pump needs more or less water. Because sometimes, if it's still got water in the bladder, you don't need as much water to prime it. So it all depends, but I know how to prime the pump, and I did that. That's not hard.
Well, I'm not good at stuff like that. So you explaining that, I appreciate it because now I understand it and I didn't before. I'm like, I don't know what priming the pump is. I'm not good with any of that kind of stuff. So I appreciate
My sister taught me, and my mom taught my sister. Let's just put it that way.
That's good. No, that's good. I mean, because like I said, and it kind of just helps us understand too, like what was going on there as well. So it was challenging with the water, but you guys had primed it, and then there was water in there to fill up the jugs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Bonnie, I think the confusion is that they were filling up the water jugs at the laundromat when the pipes froze over, because obviously the pipes are froze, and so they can't pump water through. So that they went to the laundromat to fill up the bucket, or excuse me, fill up the jugs. So I think that's where the confusion is. So it wasn't like part of Devlin's normal routine to have to go to the laundromat, say, and fill up the jugs, but he did help out at the house in terms of filling up the jugs from the faucet, so to speak.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's where the confusion is. So in April, the water pump was primed and he was able to do everything, but you guys were still filling up the jug, so it was still on his chores list.
Yes.
So yeah, there was running water, Chi-Chi, as long as, because they had to prime the pump on the water. And once they did that, they had it, but they were still filling up the water jugs at that time. And I think that's where the confusion came in.
The filling up the water jugs was to prevent from having to go out to the back porch to plug in the pump every time, because the pump doesn't shut. First, I don't know what. So there's two.
Okay, guys, really quick. I think the confusion is that Lady Freedom doesn't know what the hell, the pump is and all of this stuff. Like, that was probably the main confusion. So I also roast myself. It keeps me honest. It keeps me humble, right? I had no idea what the frig, Sabrina's talking about with the pump and the I mean, I get when a pipe freezes, right? I'm actually from the Midwest, so yeah, I know about that. And with that being said, I mean, that's probably where the confusion came in, because I didn't know jack all about what was being discussed, so because a lot of people were telling me, like, after this, that that's not how it works, and I'm like, okay, thanks, not because I swear I wasn't presuming to understand any of that. And plus I'm like, I'm a girly girl. I don't prime pumps or change tires or oil. I'm admittedly, I mean, that's just how it is. It is what it is. All right.
Like bolts that have springs, that one of them is to determine what PSI kicks off the pump, and the other one is to determine when the pump turns on. And I couldn't get those set, so the pump would continuously run, and if it continuously runs, it's going to blow the pump motor. So instead of blowing the pump motor from it continuously running, because I couldn't figure it out, we just were unplugging it from the back porch, and instead of having to go out and plug it back in every time we needed to use the water, we just filled water jugs, so then we had water at all times. But the water does run. You just have to go out and plug it in. So that help better irradiate. Not gonna try that word again because that just did not work. Does that help better understand?
Yeah, no, it does. It does. Because, not having water altogether is different than having to do, different steps in order to get it. And I understand, I mean, again, I don't want us to judge a situation wrongly or not have all the facts. So I think it's important to have that.
Well,
Um,
and CPS even came to the house and seen that we had running water, and they video recorded it and everything. So, I mean, if we didn't have running water, they would have made me leave. I'm pretty sure of it. So,
yeah. Well, and how heavily was CPS involved with Devlin? I mean, did they get involved because of the trouble that he was getting into, or were they kind of just keeping an eye on his situation?
CPS wasn't involved in Devlin at all. Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, okay.
CPS was called.
Um, Guys, if CPS was never involved, which that's questionable in my opinion, just because earlier in this interview, Sabrina said, yeah, CPS had recommended because what was going on or whatever between Devlin and, misbehaving or getting in trouble with Sandra or whatever, that they had recommended that Sabrina step in. But now she's saying that they never got involved. Um, if they never got involved, I mean, that just blows my mind. Because look at how much abuse was going on. And even when KJ Mac was talking about, how Devlin was made to be sleeping in the same room as a grown woman, right? On the floor at night, and it gets under her skin. I can't believe they wanted chores from him for such a crap life situation. And it is odd, right? And then especially just that whole dynamic was too close for comfort, right? Just way too close for comfort for everyone involved. So, and now Sabrina is going to say why CPS was called to Tamara's house.
Called on me after Devlin came up missing because somebody went and said that we had no running water and holes in the floor, and that was not true. And that was found out to be true and found to be a false allegation. And that was after Devlin came up missing.
Okay. So I don't know about the floors and the walls, guys, or excuse me, the holes in the floor, but I could definitely say without a doubt that there wasn't running water for a time there, and that's been corroborated by many other sources. I understand why someone might lie about this, in this situation, but again, it doesn't change the fact that, in my opinion, it's a lie. Okay, so they did a visit after he was missing, but not about him, but because somebody called on you.
Yes.
Okay. And, I mean, I know people do that, and, sometimes it is genuine concern, sometimes it's malicious, or vindictive or whatever. So I appreciate you clarifying that. Carrie's asking why you moved moved to Lansing, and if it's too much information, I get it, but I mean, I'm sure.
One, better job opportunities. Two, I lived out here last year, and it's a more of a better learning environment for my son. I mean, we can go, walk to pretty much everything where I live. And my son is a very he loves being outside, so walking to the parks and keeping him physically active in that aspect is like a main goal to me, and it was just better for him to be able to do that here than No offense, in a small town, especially when you're surrounded by, trees and farm land and whatnot. You don't have a whole lot to do. Where out here we have like everything we can do. And also it was a lot to do with, I'm not gonna lie, all of the hurtful comments, the dirty looks walking through the grocery stores, the gas stations, everybody, asking me any updates, stuff like that, because like I don't want to say that I want to forget Devlin, okay, and his disappearance, but just being asked constantly, or being looked at like I did wrong. And I understand that a lot of you feel like I did do wrong because I didn't ask the community for, permission or whatnot with the money situation. And a lot of people just, they gave me the dirty looks. And at one point, I'm not gonna lie, people were putting our address out there, and I felt that, anything could happen, because the fact that action, I don't want to say actions have consequences, but like people, you never know what somebody's gonna do over certain things.
Right. No, I get that. I mean, if people are giving out the address and then you have to worry about your kiddo, I mean, that's who you have to protect as well.
Sorry, my son wants to say hi.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, and so I mean, I completely understand that. And I know that Matt had played some sort of a part in the money, which we already talked about that, so I don't want to, keep beating a dead horse on that. So,
Well, there's a whole bunch of hangers in the kids' toy thing, so I'm cleaning after the kids. Is this Mister's or somebody else?
Thursday.
okay, guys, really quick. So KJ, yeah, there was a couple of moves. So this is really interesting. So a couple of weeks before Devlin went missing, even though Will Hartman was said to have been living with Tamara and Sabrina and, our little guy that just said hello here, he changed his location on Facebook, only he did, to living in Kalamazoo. And then they were actually living with Tamara, and that happened. They went to go live with her while Devlin was incarcerated or in a jail. And then whenever he went missing, they moved because she was tired, because I was asking her why did she move to Lansing and stuff like that. Because like I said, her Facebook was like living my best life in Lansing, so it kind of looked like she was, in my opinion, the way that I take it is like, I want to forget, but then she tells us I don't want to forget about Devlin, but I had to move because I was getting a lot of, dirty looks, and then people giving out the address. So of course, that would spark her to be worried about her son. I can understand that part. I think we all can, just because we know about doxing and stuff. But they were separate moves. So that at that point she moved to Lansing with a friend of hers. So yeah, they were separate moves. But yeah, I think the guilt might have taken over Faye, because it was a bad situation, because I don't know that the community was Well, I'm just going to put it this way. I'm sure people who were familiar with Devlin's situation side-eyed the Tates absolutely immediately. Without a doubt, any reasonable person would that knew Devlin's situation. Any good-hearted, caring, loving Christian person, right? Because all these people like to say, I'm a Christian, blah, 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 I'm a Christian. Fantastic. Act like one. Because in my opinion, they're not. And when you're going to allow for this and put, hide things under the rug on this child who's missing. And so I'm sure anybody who with, logical thinking, critical thinking skills would be suspicious of the Tates. However, I'm sure there was a large portion of people who felt for them, who said, oh my gosh, they have a missing loved one. How can I help? And once those people became acquainted with the Tates, the rest is history.
Sorry.
No worries. I was just going to say, Chuchi said, thank you for clarifying Sabrina the water situation.
You're welcome.
Sorry. Let's see. I'm just going to see if there's any more questions. If you guys have any more questions for Sabrina, I'm going to let her go here soon because I know she's got a little one to take care of. Rob Beanie says, I heard the baby say hi. We love kids around here, and Devlin, I kind of think of him as a kid in a way because, he did have a different mentality level, depending. And I think a lot of people have said that as well. So if you guys have any questions, let me see here. Okay, sorry about that. Let me see. Thank you, Detroit. Yeah, please be kind in the chat, guys, because we just want to find out, answers. Oh, Rosebud. Well, why do you think people were? That's a good question, Rosebud. Why do you think people were kind of placing blame on you? Do you have any idea why they would be doing that?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know I know that, people didn't start blaming me until after I used the money to fix my truck. And they thought that, I was just using Devlin for his money, or using him as a disappearance to get money. But I couldn't tell you why I think that people are blaming me or saying that I have any involvement in him disappearing.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, the the reward and stuff like that. I can understand people being upset about that, but I know that we haven't really found any evidence to suggest that, you have involvement. So, that's, especially if your day is accounted for, I would have assumed that law enforcement spoke with you. Did anybody take a lie detector test? I know that's another question somebody asked.
No. Like I said, if you guys can give me, things to do that I can help clear my name so I can stop being blamed or, or being, said that I had involvement in it, please feel free to send it my way and I'll do it. I'm not even gonna lie. I went as far, after all of the lies and everything and people saying that I had involvement, I went as far as reaching out to Steve Wilko's show to take a lie detector test, and ain't nobody answered me back on it. Not even playing.
Where are you at, Steve? Where are you at, Steve Wilkos? Steve Wilkos, where are you at? Okay? We need some lie detector tests done. Pronto. Okay? So you heard it here. Yeah. So either way, I'm just kidding, guys. I'm just teasing. Um, so here's the thing. Sabrina, because I did want to comment to Faye back, right? So Faye says, so she admits to using the money, and yeah, she did also. Like, so in the beginning, whenever it was leaked out, however it was leaked out, Matt Tate, to the best of my knowledge, turned Sabrina in for taking the reward money. And when that happened, Sabrina went ahead and confessed, right? Everything, said she would pay it back. She still owes Mary Much $670 for a deck fund. I don't know why Mary would need a deck just because she has a camper. I was trying to figure that out just because I live in a camper as well. So I don't know, but they had a deck fund, and that's what they referred to it as. And Sabrina did pay back some of the funds, but she still owes more money. And to the best of my knowledge from the the TikTok stream that I was in, Mary and Sabrina are supposedly working that out, or I'm not sure, but I do know that Mary said she really isn't expecting that money back. And she also was saying, like, it's okay if she doesn't pay me back. So I don't know, what to make of that. Just that, that's the update there. But I will say that she did admit to it, and yeah, and she did not get in any trouble for it, as she probably should have. I think they gave her a pass on it. And then also with Mary being involved, there could have been, and this is purely speculative, but maybe she vouched for her or something. I don't know. I know they had a falling out, and that's what I do know for certain. But it was admitted on Casper's channel on TikTok that that Sabrina worked for Mary. Mary said it herself. Sabrina worked for me for a time. So they were quite familiar with each other. We'll just say that. And then also, there are some other family connections, right? And then I have proof that I just was sent yesterday of Mary at Bob's Barn, and she's filming, at Bob's Barn. And that was 2 years ago, I believe. I think it was 2022. So, I don't know if she was still hanging up at Bob's when Devlin was. It's all, the truth comes out a little at a time. Okay. It does. It does. And, Chuchi, it is, hey, white liar, right? And so we're going to hear this coming out. Somebody's going to send me another, clip, and then I'm going to look in the background and there's Mary Much, they don't want to be truthful. Okay. So what am I supposed to do with that? And yeah, I'm going to talk about it, and hate me if you want. We're going to talk about it. We're going to speak our piece on, Night Court, the friggin' 7-hour edition here, because we're getting through a 4-hour interview, but I digress.
Because that's how much I want to prove to everyone that I didn't have anything to do with it. Like, Devlin is like any other child that I've ever been around. They are like my own. And I would never do anything to physically harm or hurt my own child, so I wouldn't do that to somebody else's. An adult or a child. That's why I have, like, if you look at my legal background, guess what? I have nothing. Why? Because I do not feel like it is okay to do anything harmful to hurt someone else. So if you guys can give me ideas, go right ahead, and I will try my best to get a hold of somebody so then I can do it.
Well, did the police bring you in to interview you, or did they just interview you while you were out and about, still looking that night that Devlin went missing?
I wasn't technically like in an interrogation room, but I was, brought into the fire barn and like asked a bunch of questions and whatnot about the day that Devlin came up missing, and that that was by a police officer, but officially being like in an interrogation room asked a bunch of questions, no, that hasn't happened. Would I tell them no, you can't, or I'm not going to answer any of their questions? No, because I literally have nothing to hide. If I wanted to hide anything, I wouldn't be on here. I definitely wouldn't have a social media post, profile group, and I definitely I wouldn't be voicing and telling that what's the truth and what's not. If at least in my opinion, I've never been in this situation, and I know you guys are like, oh well, this is like the Sebastian case, and somebody else had mentioned another case, and I don't remember what it was, and it was a dad that murdered his kid and then said that he had nothing to do with it. That's not me. If I did something, I'm gonna tell you, yeah, I did it. And when everybody was like, oh well, you took the money, I gladly admitted, yes, I did use the money to fix my truck.
But the problem is, Sabrina, that you didn't turn yourself in because you felt guilty or remorseful, or it just was eating away at your conscience. You you admitted to it once you were caught red-handed. And when Matt turned you in, and I applaud Matt for doing the right thing. It's not easy to do that to your family member, right? But it's about doing the right thing. The right thing isn't easy. But you only admitted to it once you were caught red-handed, doll. That's it. Sorry. That's just the way it is, Toots.
I had no denial in that, and I was completely honest and truthful about, yeah, I did use the money to fix my truck, and I will be completely honest, I did use it to fix my truck. That's who I am. I was taught not to lie, and I'm not about to lie to anyone about a family member that's missing.
Well, and I appreciate you telling the truth. That's important. Just so we can get that out of the way, So Jessica wants to know about the comment that you were accused of making at the bake sale about Devlin. I guess that there were several people that had said that you had made a comment about I'll just quote it. All anybody would have to do was get Devlin into a big body of water, and then he would and then he could take care of himself because he can't swim. All right, guys. So I just want to pop in here. This is what Mary told me in a text message. It's out there. I posted all of them, altered none of them except for to crop in so you could see it better. And Mary said this is something that is going to stick with her forever. She'll never forget it. She adamantly says that Sabrina told her what I just said. And also, Little Miss Sharon, I don't know who is more like Stacey Wandra, especially when she keeps saying literally, literally, literally. I'm like, oh, every time I'm like, that's not good. That's not good. And, only if you're keen in the true crime, space, do you understand why literally is a cringe word for us, for lack of a better way to say it.
I have never said that.
Okay. Yeah, and that was just something that had been said by other people that were at the bake sale. Okay, so she said no, she denied it right there. And I said, okay, so, but that was something that was said by others at the bake sale. Didn't throw Mary under the bus, but that's who said it. And we knew that because I, put the texts out.
Not to my knowledge did I say any of that, because, I mean,
okay, now it's changing to not to my knowledge did I say that, right? So first it was no, I didn't say that. Then it was not to my knowledge did I say that.
it's true. Like, I mean, it's true. Like, it
And now she validates it, saying it is true.
if somebody wanted to get rid of Devlin, a body of water, he was afraid of water. Like, he didn't go near it.
Okay, so if somebody wanted to get rid of Devlin, do you see why I need boats? I don't need boats and hose. I just need boats. I would even take a hoe with a boat. Okay, as long as it's got sonar, right? I need boats. I need boats in the water. This is your tip for any search and rescue that's listening. James from Backwood Search and Rescue, if you're listening, I need boats, and this is why. This is your tip. This is your tip.
He didn't know how to swim, but there's no way that I would have even come close to stating that he could take care of himself or anything like that. Like, I don't know.
But you just said it. You just said it.
I can do it.
Well, did the police bring you in to interview you, or did they?
That's who I am. I was taught not to lie. And I'm not about to lie to anyone about a family member that's missing.
Well, and I appreciate you telling the truth. I mean, that's important. Just so we can get that out of the way, So Jessica wants to know about the comment that you were accused of making at the bake sale about Devlin. I guess that there were several people that had said that you had made a comment about I'll just quote it. All anybody would have to do was get Devlin into a big body of water, and then he would and then he could take care of himself because he can't swim.
I have never said that.
Okay. Yeah, and that was just something that had been said by other people that were at the bake sale.
Not to my knowledge did I say any of that, because, I mean, it's true. Like, I mean, it's true. Like, if somebody wanted to get rid of Devlin, a body of water, he was afraid of water. Like, he didn't go near it. He didn't know how to swim. But there's no way that I would have even come close to stating that he could take care of himself or anything like that. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where that would have came from. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. Let me look to see who said it, and it might have been in a Facebook, because I know a lot of things were going back and forth on Facebook and kind of popping off over there. So it might have been something over there as well. I agree, Tina, and thanks for being here. Where's Devlin? Okay, where is Devlin? Hey, Jude. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that super sticker. You're a sweetheart. Love you so much, Jude. And good to see you. I hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving, and I will be in touch with you soon. But I'm glad you're in chat, and I'm glad look, when I'm early, I catch Hey, Jude. So, yay. Oh, I'm glad you're here. Are you listening to this nonsense, Jude? Have you had your coffee yet? All right, here we go. Who took him, what happened, how can we find him, goals. There are so many possibilities of what could have happened. And I agree with that. I agree with that. And how did Mary get the money? Did the police have you just pay Mary back? As somebody's asking that.
Nope, I really get so Mary was a friend of ours, and so she offered to take it to get everybody off my back because she's like, well, if it's if I have it, it'll help get people off your back. You can pay it back. And I was already in the works of paying it back. But after all of this happened, like I was like to the point that I was like, I don't even want the money because everybody's just gonna, say that what they were already saying, that that's all we wanted from this, that we were involved because of the money, and that's not what I wanted, like, at all. And so that was why Mary got it, was because of the fact that I was like, yeah, if it's in somebody else's hands, like, in it, then, I'm out of it. I have nothing to do with anything.
No.
Because,
Put the phone down.
ugh.
Get a hanger to pick up.
Just because, I didn't want control. Yeah.
And yeah, Tamara said that Sergeant Detective Heshy came in to her home and asked a bunch of questions.
Yeah, he did, and he gathered different things. I gave him one of the old phones that Devlin had that was left at the house. He asked a bunch of questions about Devlin's stuff, the meds that he was supposed to be taking.
All right, and I know this is going to be a tough question too. Did you have to bail Will out of jail?
But that wasn't with the money from the reward.
Okay.
I borrowed that money from someone else.
Okay, Tamara says, I took a loan out to help her bail Will out of jail. And I know that's difficult to answer, so I appreciate your honesty.
Like I said, I have nothing to hide, and I'm not gonna even. I'm not going to not tell you the truth. Like I said, I have nothing to hide, and I don't plan on lying to anyone.
Yeah, and I understand, when things happen, they're unexpected, and I mean, but yeah, I think it's good to clear the air at least about that as well. I mean, and honestly, it's not our business, but I appreciate you answering anyway.
Yeah, no problem.
So, yeah, but so Will's was unrelated to Devlin. Just to clarify that too. So,
oh, can I clear something up? Something up?
Yeah.
So, When Devlin first came up missing, a picture of my son and my boyfriend was going around, and it said that it looked like my boyfriend had a scratch mark on his nose. It was not a scratch mark. It was not a defensive wound. It is called plaque psoriasis. He has it on his face, especially when his face gets dry. So please stop saying that it looked like that it was a scratch mark and that a defensive wound, because it is not.
Okay, because I do remember seeing that picture as well circulating around.
Yes, and that was one thing that really irritated me.
Do you have that picture like where nobody has ever tampered with it or anything like that?
Nobody's tampered with it in general.
Well, I'm just saying because what I'm saying about tampered with, and the reason I say that is not you. It's like, so as a YouTube creator, I could take that picture and I can enhance the picture in different ways. It's altering the picture. So I was wondering if you had the picture in question, straight from your phone. That way nobody
I do have the picture. I do have the picture. I don't know how to send it on here or if I even can.
Yeah, you'd have to email it to me, hun. But that's what I'm saying, because that way, and I'm not saying that you would alter it. I'm not saying you could, but at least if it's coming from your phone to my email, I could at least take a look at it and not, show people or talking about, not now, because I know you've been on here with me for like 3 hours, so, or a little bit over that. But I mean, that way we can, do another live, because I would rather work with you guys than against you guys, or even if we can come together, even with Jessica, because, a lot of this is just frustration over the fact that Devlin's still missing. There's a large amount of that, and I know that a lot of it comes from the past too. So, but that way, at least I could take a look at it and see, because once it's been on Facebook, I mean, anybody could have modified anything and made it look worse than it is, if that makes sense.
Right. No, I can send that to you. I'll just have to figure out how to get your email. I'm pretty sure it was in one of your comments.
Yep. It's on my page. Yeah, it's just my channel name with no apostrophe at gmail.com. And guys, I did make sure yesterday too that I have it linked on my description, excuse me. So all you have to do is click that button and it'll send you right to Lady Freedom. Like, you don't have to type it in or anything, because I know it's a long name. But yeah, you can just type that right into that baby, or excuse me, you can just click that baby now and not have to worry about typing anything in. Yeah, please do that if you want to get a hold of me. And Tori, just listening, thank you so much for being a member for 8 months. My goodness, you're OG dragon. You're OG dragon. Today is the anniversary of me going live, 1 year, right? Since I've gone live for the first time. So you're OG. Thank you, Tori. But yeah, so there's that, guys. Oh, we don't have much longer because I know Sabrina's about to drop off here.
Okay.
And he did love to fish, is what people were talking about too. But with the water, he wouldn't necessarily like jump into the water. Is that true?
No, he would not jump into it. But he did love to fish. Don't let me fool you. We took him salmon fishing, and oh my gosh, he fell into the water in waders, and he was out with my ex-husband, and he fell into the water because they were waded across the river, and he fell into the river, and he came to me. I was sleeping in the car because we had my baby, and he literally told me I thought I was gonna drown. And Joe
Aw.
Sorry, that's my ex-husband. Grabbed my waders and pulled me up.
So he was afraid to swim.
Oh yeah, but he absolutely loved fishing, and let me tell you, that did not stop him from going back across the river and salmon fishing.
Right, right. Yeah, and I mean that's something. I mean, and that's another similarity with Sebastian's case is that Sebastian loved to go fishing in ponds and creeks and stuff like that, but he wasn't like he was more of like a pool kid where he did love to swim, but he didn't like the murky water or like a lake where you probably couldn't see or things like that. So
Now what's wrong, time?
and how old was he then? Rob Beanie was asking. When you guys took him salmon fishing. I agree with that too, Chuchi. Oh, I think I lost Sabrina. She dropped off. So, guys, I think that we had a productive time here today, and I appreciate Sabrina coming up and answering the questions. And I do. It's funny, guys, because like I always say, that the people on the panels when they're being questioned and stuff, like they think that they're doing good. Well, I thought I did pretty good that day until I reviewed myself. And I was like, "Oh, I should have asked this follow-up. I should have done this," right? We're always our own worst critics, but also in the same way, when we review other people, I like to keep in mind that I also need to be just as hard on myself. So, thanks, Faye. Thank you guys for the birthday wishes. Aw, you guys are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks, Tori. Thank you, Chuchi and Deanna. Thanks, Deanna and Miss Fairy. Aw, you guys are so great. I just love my dragon tribe. You guys are amazing. Um, aw. Yeah, and it's just so nice to see, like, whenever I see people that have been members for so long, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, it's crazy." Because it doesn't seem like a year. I'm serious. Hey, busy mama, good to see you. Guys, there's something really cool. I can't tell you guys though. So for the 1 year anniversary, you guys don't want to miss it. Um, we're gonna do a late night. I am gonna do like I'll get a couple hours of sleep here, and then we'll come back up live, and we'll do a little like birthday conversation this afternoon. But just something fun like an afternoon chit chat or something. We will always talk about the cases that we cover, but it's just one of those things where yeah, I'm gonna be excited to share what we're gonna do about Sebastian tomorrow, because we just have amazing people in this community, and I don't want to cry, and it's just gonna be great. I'm gonna have a great show planned for you guys, Night Court special, anniversary edition, and we're gonna talk about Sebastian Rogers. We're gonna dedicate time to Sebastian. And also, Mob has been working really, really hard pushing out content, new footage of the neighborhood. I'm going to debut my footage that I've been sitting on because you guys will hear the neighbors like chewed my ass for it and they wanted me to erase it, erase it, erase it. I didn't erase it. So, yeah, we're gonna have a good time. Little Miss Sharon, oh, thank you, little Miss Sharon. Birthday super chat, yay! Oh, thank you for the flowers and the super chat. Oh my goodness, you guys are amazing. Oh my god, thank you, little Miss Sharon. My goodness, you guys rock. I'm telling you. Yes, I watched you a few months before and figured out how to join the channel. Oh, that's so cool, Tori. We have a new Discord as well. So I put the link on a members only post, right? And I don't know how that shows up particularly, like if you have to go to this, go to my community page and see it, or how that works, because I have like a whole other community page, which I didn't realize that you guys could post stuff on there. When I set it up, I thought it was just my post. And again, I didn't know how it worked. And so then I know Bo had posted over there, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't know that you guys could post, which is super cool. And so that would be like a free way to connect. But again, I wanted to do like a higher tier also and do some more. Oh, good Lord, what I forget what they're called. Not a new thread, but a server. And oh, thank you for the green hearts. You guys are gonna love it. Trust me, it's gonna be really good. I'm excited for it. And it'll be something nice that we'll do. Because Sebastian's birthday also is December 7th. So you know, a week after mine, pretty much, give or take. And you know, we're definitely gonna to keep pressing on, um, and just, you know, with his case approaching 2 years, it's just, I just don't wanna get to that 2-year mark. I really don't. Like, I dread it. You know, it's like I get a feeling of dread when I think about 2 years for Sebastian. So I don't want that. Um And then we have Devlin Tate's case here, and I want him to be found too. Let me get my big head down out of the way. But and this was when I made his first thumbnail, excuse me, and that was for 5 months. When I got involved in the case, 5 months. So aw, thank you, little Miss Sharon. Oh my gosh, you guys are a blessing to me, seriously. And then, like I said, also with just that Discord is so cool. We were able to just like conversate, and you know, it was really, really neat. And also, we could post pictures and memes and stuff, and so or the gifs. And I was like, I'm in GIF heaven, you know. I was like, this is great. Yeah, that was really so fun. And it kind of just feels special because it's our private members only group, and then we'll have other groups that are special and in their own ways as well. And I also want to do more members only lives coming into this new year. I really want to revamp our channel here and just get it, you know, make it better and better as we go. And we have some wonderful team members. Our mods are amazing. I'm also going to do a Discord for mods. So it'll be great. It'll be great. It'll be like, you know, sharing, caring, but also a war room where we can go back and forth and talk about these cases and really dive into them, you know. So that's what I want to do for that. In 2 years, yikes, right? Hey Jude, it's just, you know, it's really unbelievable to me because I didn't think it would be like this. You know, Busy Mama says prayers for Devlin and Sebastian. Thank you. And thank you so much for the green and blue hearts, Detroit. And, you know, everyone that's been helping in Devlin's case, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I don't care if anybody else appreciates it. Know that I do. And that we're just going to keep on pressing on and just being good people to each other and others. And Miss Fairy says it gives me hope being seeing so many people looking out for those who can't look out for themselves. You guys are a blessing on this world. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Miss Fairy. Well, you're a blessing too, and I love having you in our chat. Thank you so much. And you know, people that really, really care, when we come together, we can move mountains, you guys. You know, when we're praying together, when we're putting our heads together, when we're spreading awareness, all of those things, it really is making a difference in this horrible world that we live in, even though I think that there's more good than bad. And even if I'm wrong about that, I know that good always supersedes bad. So I know that we will always conquer, you know, good always conquers bad. So there's that. Tori says, I did some searching this week and today for Sebastian. My heart just breaks. Tori, thank you for that. Oh my goodness. See, I love hearing that. Thank you, thank you, thank you for doing that. We need people to search for Sebastian too, guys. And I really want to make a push. And I really want to be there for the 2 year. mark, because I think Betty's still going to go and do the protesting, and I want to go with her. If we don't ride together, I'm just saying I want to be there with her. I want to be there with Seth. I want to be there with Jen and Jeff. I want to be there with everyone who wants to be there to take a stand and to stand up for what's right. Because again, like I said, the good can conquer even Duck Dynasty, because Duck Dynasty thinks that they're big, but little did they know that all of us are never going to forget. So, and that's the kind of mentality we have in some of these good old boy societies and things like that. When you're in it, you think it's normal and you think it's okay. The minute you get out of it, you're like, wow, what a difference, right? So sometimes it's that you don't know any better. It's all you know. Tori, I want to take a stand. Yes, I'm going to too. And I just think it's so important that we do it. I really, really do. I think it's something that we have got to do. And even if people are, you know, scared, we're going to stand with you guys. So don't be scared. Come out and stand with us. We're not going to cause trouble. We're going to behave ourselves. And now I'm not saying that Seth is going to show up or Jen or Jeff, but I'm saying whoever is coming to this, I want to take a stand with them. I want to stand with them. I want to stand for Sebastian. I want to stand with a sign. Guess what? He's still missing. So, yeah. And I'll be wearing my Sebastian shirt and my army pants that I got and the whole nine. My green Hey Dudes that I bought just because they represent green for Sebastian. Isn't the celebration going to be Clarksville, Culver's? Yes, it is, Tori. Yes, it is. And I said it wrong earlier. And then everyone was like, stop, Lady Freedom. And I'm like, oh, thank you. So, yes, it is going to be at the Clarksville. So I'll just say too again, Culver's is having an appreciation day and awareness for Sebastian, and they're giving out free chocolate malts. And I don't know, they'll probably charge you extra for the extra malt, maybe not, but hey, 50 cents, what can it be, right? $1. But either way, I would get extra malt, right? Because that's Sebastian's favorite. I'm a vanilla type of a girl, but in the same way, I would do that for, in honor of Sebastian. But they're giving away free malts, free chocolate malts. So, I mean, if you're a chocolate lover, get it. And also make sure that you grab a flyer and post it somewhere. That's what I would say to if you get that flyer, because I know they're going to be giving them out, maybe go post it somewhere. I think that would be a great idea. So, oh my gosh, they're so comfortable. Jude, when I got the box, like, I thought that there was no shoes in the box. Like, I thought maybe there was a big mistake because the shoes were in the box, but the box was so lightweight that you couldn't even tell there was shoes in there. So it was pretty cool. Putting them on and just like, and they didn't hurt my feet. I wore them. Never wore them before. They were brand new when I wore them, and I wore them the whole time we were there. So I walked around in them and everything. Super comfortable and didn't hurt my feet at all. Like, for new shoes, I didn't even have to break them in. Highly recommend Hey Dudes. They're awesome. Oh, hey Holly S. Good morning. Good morning. So yeah, guys, I'm gonna see you guys later, and I'm gonna work on some videos and get my ass to bed for a little bit, and then I'll be up to have some coffee and crime chit chat with you guys. For my birthday bash, I'll do a daytime birthday bash. I think we'll catch more people. But then if you want to see our late night, anniversary show about Sebastian, then we're gonna do that late night, like 11:30 Eastern. So, all right, guys, love you very much. Thank you all so much for the birthday wishes. You guys mean the world to me. Thank you for everyone who has been in chat, who has really taken the time to deep dive into this interview, because I think it's so important. I think it's so important, and I think everybody needs to listen to this interview. And not because I think I did a good job, because I think I did a moderate job now that I've watched it a couple of times, right? When I was there, I'm like, oh, good, we got somewhere, but then I listened to it, right? So yes, yeah. Yes, that you're welcome, little Miss Sharon. Thank you. Thank you, KJ Mack. Thank you so much. Aw, I know, Faye. I want to come visit you in Greece one day. Oh my gosh, Greece is so beautiful. Like, I've never been there, but I've seen pictures and I would definitely love to go. Love you too, Bliss, or excuse me, love you too, Blessed. I almost said Bliss Blessings because I know we have our Bliss Blessings in here. Thank you. Hashtag Huckleberry. I love you guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are amazing. I will miss the late night since I'm up so early. Okay, yes, I know. See, busy mama. That's why I wanted to do like a day show too. It's just such a special day. But definitely go catch it on the replay because there's something. Well, probably what special thing I'm talking about because you guys are amazing and what you guys did. So, but yeah, you guys probably know what I'm talking about a little bit, those of you out there, but everybody else, it's like a kind of a surprise. And I think you guys are going to just love it. Okay. I love you guys. Have a great rest of your day. And I'll see you here in a little bit, this afternoon, probably like around 3.